shit. Decided to get a Coca-Cola since that's in the movie. Now, before we get started, I want to go ahead and say that there is going to be mixed reviews because it involving Michael Jackson, the all-time star from the 70s to the 2000s up until he died, and even after that, people, been saying bad things about him involving the child molestation charges and shit. And but we're not going to really focus on that entirely. We're going to focus on really more of the what the movie is about. I think I put my own review. If I am mistaken, let me. Well, I don't think if I go to my channel. Give it time to load with this slow internet. I should have made a review for it by now. Oh, I didn't. Okay. That's understandable. I will make a review for it. I'm just kind of collecting notes and collecting myself and stuff. So, but I'm just gonna go ahead and start it, and then we'll just talk about it as we go. So here is the first one with the Jeremy Johns.
Antoine Fuqua brings us a biopic about the greatest entertainer of all time. Let's talk about it. Side note, I've been holding on to this thing since 2022 for the sake of the thumbnail of this video. So yeah, I'm gonna have it in the intro. So Michael is not a John Travolta movie in which he plays an angel who comes down to earth to have sex and smoke. No, Michael's a biopic about Michael Jackson. I feel like that's all the intro you need for this. We all know who Michael Jackson is. The only variable is, were you alive in the time of Michael Jackson? Because it's really difficult to explain to people who have only heard about Michael Jackson how famous Michael Jackson actually was. Anyhow, was looking forward to this movie, looking forward to the humble beginnings, the rise to fame, biopic 101 stuff, and this movie is definitely biopic 101 stuff. But first of all, Jafar Jackson, Michael Jackson's nephew, plays Michael Jackson in this film. His first acting role as far as I know, and at first I was like, okay, he's doing the Michael Jackson impersonator thing, cool. Then at a point, I was like, that's Michael Jackson. I feel like as the movie went on, he got more comfortable and really fell into the role. But movies usually are not filmed in order, so whenever I see that happen, I don't know, it's always interesting to me. Point is, he's shockingly good in the film. It didn't feel like an impersonation. It felt like an embodiment kind of deal. Also, Coleman Domingo as Joe Jackson in here is as perfect as you thought he would be when you heard Coleman Domingo was going to play Joe Jackson in the Michael Jackson biopic. And he's absolutely the villain of the story here because, it's all the stories we've heard. His father, who was his manager, who completely and totally tried to control his life. That's the real hook there. When the first trailer came out, I was like, okay, Michael Jackson movie, cool, but what is the story? What's the hook? In a world where the biopic has to search for that biopic angle they want to play up for the sake of entertainment, the sake of the life story, for the sake of not being able to have the last act they initially had planned, that's it.
Yeah, while that loads, I just want to go ahead and speak. Yeah, they were going. This movie was going to be darker than was originally planned. It was going to be like they were going to go into all the scandals involving his being accused of abuse, domestic abuse, and eventually child molestation, which was a dark time during Michael's life. So on one side, he himself, I guess you can say, he was abused by his father, because the reason why he called his dad Joseph in the movie, because I asked somebody this, why was he calling his father Joseph instead of like dad? Because, you know, if you think about it, if he's 6 years old or whatever, you gotta call you don't say father, you say dad. But he called his dad Joseph or father because it's about family dynamics. And so father was like the proper title for him as a dad, you know, because father is like the proper word, and dad's kind of like a little kid nickname. But then Joseph was like, you know, because he's like the manager, you know, I guess, or something like that. Something to do with family dynamics. So I'm just letting this load a little bit because some of these videos have a tendency to be, with my internet connection, they're kind of slow to load. But you're gonna hear that a lot, that this movie had a much darker tone, that they cut a lot out, that they decided to make 2 parts of it. Because at the end, spoiler alert, you should have seen it by now, it says Michael will be back. So that maybe, hopefully it's loaded enough.
It right there. It's the story of Michael Jackson, this kid who was part of the Jackson 5, part of a musical group of him and his brothers. But Michael Jackson was built different. He's destined for the stars. He wants to break off and be a solo artist. He's the unstoppable force. Joe Jackson's the immovable object. Mythology is written about this kind of coming of age story. And there's something humanizing about that. That's why I like biopics. You think the most famous person on the planet would have the power to be like, hey, dad, move aside, bye. But when it comes to parents, it's just different. They have a hold of
Yeah, you can see it with the internet. Verizon is not being very kind to me. I just had a conversation with them last night because it's a back and forth with some credit that they applied to my account that should have paid my current bill to make it worth 0, so I owe nothing for this month, but next month I owe the rest of the credit will pay the majority of the bill, and I'll just have to pay the rest. But they're screwing me over because, first of all, it keeps going back and forth between this bill thing. When I've had it settled, I've contacted them about it twice already. Really once. No, really I did it once. I contacted them again yesterday, so that's twice. So if it's not settled by the end of this day, I'm just going to have to initiate a lawsuit, and I'm going to have to return the equipment, because the equipment is not even half, it's not worth it, because I'm seeing out my bit weight. I'll show you real quick my change the display here. You can tell right here, if you look close enough, that my bit weight is not worth anything. It's not. It's just not what it's supposed to be. See, it keeps going up and down. So you may experience some shuttering with my live stream.
over their kids, long after their kids cease to be kids. It's humanizing to show the insecurities of the most famous entertainer on the planet. Now, straight up gonna let you know, this is a Michael Jackson biopic made for Michael Jackson. Jackson albums more than I think any artist. My friends and I really rocked that Linkin Park in the 2000s, but I think MJ still has the edge there. So the music in the movie was great. Of course the music in the movie was great. It's Michael Jackson music. But it was admittedly cool seeing them film the musical sequences for the music videos he has. Thriller, Beat It. The bummer is, the Thriller sequence, the camera angles are all pretty exact, which means you can always tell when one movement is a little different. You're like, oh, that's right, this isn't actually Michael Jackson. But there is a scene, a whole musical sequence on stage where he's performing bad. And it's awesome. But that does get us into a bit of what bummed me out in this.
that's perhaps the best part of it, not for me. Now, there was one little nitpick with the Thriller music video that they had, which is, with that was not really a music video at first. It was an actual short film. Same thing with, the Beat It and even the Bad. They were initially short films, but of course in editing they cut it to fit more of a music video, so they can put it on MTV and eventually VH1, because they can't have 13 to 20 minute long short films being aired that time. Music videos, I think at the time, had to be less than, I think the most a music video could be was maybe 4.5 minutes, maybe. But they couldn't even really be 4 minutes. Most music videos were less than 4 minutes long. He mentioned Linkin Park. Linkin Park, I remember 2007, I saw their song "What I've Done," which got added to the Transformers soundtrack. That music video alone matches how long the song is, about 3 hours and, I'm sorry, not 3 hours, 3 minutes and 41 seconds or something like that. It's less than 4 minutes. So, having said that, and I'm just letting it buffle, because my internet is slow. And if you want to know what that noise is, I got this really super mic. I bought a new mic. It's a Blue Yeti Nano, so it's more sensitive. I have to be very careful and probably tone down my volume a little bit so I won't be screaming at you. That's my fan in the background. So just kind of keep it cool in this tall, musty room. Anyway, but yeah, a lot of artists, they want to doubt Michael and probably talk shit about Michael when clearly he was an inspiration for them all. A lot of artists, they draw inspirations from several different other artists, so it's never really just one. But having last year when people were talking shit about Chris Stuckman, all these reviewers, except for Jeremy Johns, they would say things like, Chris Stuckman has always been my inspiration. He's the one that started this YouTube movie review business along with Jeremy Johns. He should just stick to writing. To me, I'm thinking, how dare you mention him as your inspiration, yet you should say he sticks to writing? Would you say that to his face? Because, people on the internet, really the web, if you think about it, people online, they don't know what the difference between the internet and the web. People online always want to say shit that they would never say in your face, and include these reviewers who do not make movies. They don't even know what to talk about when it comes to movies. Just because they sound good, they get views because, of the niche or whatever, or they somehow know people on the inside, but they're not talented. They're just like the people that want to manipulate Michael Jackson during his time. But I will be watching a lot of these reviewers and giving them the according kudos or their according judgments, because that's what I do here. I watch reviews and I see how accurate they are. There is one YouTuber in particular, Jester Bell. She is probably going to say something negative about the movie, because there was a negativity of people saying that this movie is not as accurate, that they lied to you. So you get what I'm saying.
Movie. I already said it earlier in this video. It's pretty basic biopic stuff here. But we're talking about the greatest entertainer in music history. No doubt I was gonna walk away from this wanting more, but I didn't know how much more. Now apparently, to my understanding, the filming of this entire movie was done. But then they found a clause in the settlement contract between Michael Jackson and one of the accusers that basically meant they couldn't use the entire last act of this film. So they had to come up with a whole new one. Interestingly enough, they couldn't use the settlement understanding the film most entertainer in music history. No doubt I was gonna walk away from this wanting more, but I didn't know how much more. Now apparently, to my understanding, the filming of this entire movie was done. But then they found a clause in the settlement contract between Michael Jackson and one of the accusers that basically meant they couldn't use the entire last act of this film. So they had to come up with a whole new one. Interestingly enough, this movie doesn't feel like it has a new third act. It feels like it has no third act. You're seeing this rise and then Thriller and then the Bad album, and it's like the end. It ended with Bad, I guess. And you can't help but notice that they definitely were going to go that direction, unless in this movie, Michael Jackson wants to play Twister with his brothers, and they're all grown men. They're playing basketball. They're like, what are we going to do with Twister? He's pretty much like, I got no one to play kids games with. Guess I'll hang out with Bubbles and the llama. You can see that as context that ties back around to Joe Jackson. You know, Michael Jackson's like this big kid because of how Joe Jackson raised him and the childhood he didn't have. I can't help but see the movie leading to context of, hey, why would this guy want to hang out with kids? Building context to a third act that just didn't exist in this movie. But it's not just that. There are things in this movie that don't actually play out in any real meaningful way. There's something happens in here, you know, his hair catches on fire. I feel like everyone knows that story. If not, spoilers for Michael. Also spoilers for the 1992 miniseries, The Jacksons: An American Dream. I mean, this is Michael Jackson's introduction to...
There was another movie that I saw a long time ago, like about, I think 2 decades ago when I was a kid. I saw it on VH1. It was a Michael Jackson biopic, how his hair catches on fire, you know, during a Pepsi commercial. I forgot that it was a Pepsi commercial, but if I look it up real quick, Michael Jackson movies. Here we go. I was thinking about the one, it's not Michael. Michael was not in it. I forget the title of it. You know what, for the sake of it, we're not going to show it because I know the internet's not going to allow me to do it the sake of time. So, anyway, yeah, it showed the whole fire catching his head thing, you know, and but I think it lingered on that one more, and this one it didn't really linger on it too much. He was just in the hospital, and well,
pain meds. This moment will change his life. It's kind of treated like, yeah, well, fans know what it led to. So it's a big moment, a big deal, and it's not really touched on in any real meaningful way after that. But every peek behind the curtain I liked in this movie could probably be better served in something more fleshed out, like a documentary. Or a miniseries from 1992 called The Jacksons: An American Dream. On one hand, it's really cool to see these Michael Jackson moments enormous on the big screen. You know, it makes it feel like Michael Jackson. It's a good canvas to illustrate how big this guy was. On the other hand, it lacks the time necessary to dedicate to show you Michael Jackson's life. This is Michael Jackson's life through a keyhole, and if that's enough for you, great, it's enough for you. But you look at One Piece. One Piece has over 1,155 episodes. What? It's a lot. It's big. But I know if I told someone, hey, give me the 2-page synopsis, the summary, it would be out there and it could happen. This is that summary for Michael Jackson. What I appreciate about this movie is Jafar Jackson's performance embodying Michael Jackson the way he did. It's the best modern Michael Jackson depiction of a Michael Jackson concert with modern cinematography that you're not going to get anywhere else. There's something really cool about that. I like that. But should that be the standout thing in a biopic about someone as big as Michael Jackson? Now, at the very end of the movie, it says his story continues. I don't know if that was a play on words of his history album or a promise. Or is it saying thank you for stopping by? For the uninitiated, if you want to know the rest of the story, there is Google. I had heard that this movie was going to be split into 2 parts. There was going to be a part 1 and part 2. I heard this is the movie, but they will make a sequel if this movie makes money. And you can bet there's going to be a sequel if this movie makes money. We got a sequel with the Joker tap dancing because his movie made money. I promise you Michael Jackson will get a sequel. You ever see a movie that was split into two parts and you can tell you've only seen half the story. This movie feels more like that than any other movie I've ever seen. And right now, there's not even a part two. The performances were great. I think the tension between Michael and Joe Jackson in terms of his career and his life, that was a great angle to play up. I enjoyed myself just fine. It's just basic biopic 101 formula. Michael Jackson was not basic 101 anything. I mean, I want to give this movie the biggest rating possible, to be honest with you. But it's worth checking out when it comes out on streaming. Though audience excitement definitely does add to such experiences, so keep that in mind. Alright, so Michael, have you seen it? What did you think about it? Or what's your favorite biopic? Musical biopic? We've had so many musical biopics lately, I feel like I've asked that question a lot. Or who's your favorite musical artist? What's your favorite band? Whatever it is, whatever you think, comment below, let me know. And as always, if you like what you've seen here and you want to see more, click right here to see more.
Hi there, Christy here.
There's a lot of people that they're not happy with this film. You know, we've had a lot of biopics that come out this past year. So of course they were going to make one about Michael. They were always going to make one about Michael. Like, you can't go into Bruce Springsteen or what's the one with Timothy Chalamet? I think he did one. I think it was somebody from Bob Dylan. And then one before that, you know, of course, you got Freddie Mercury. You've got whatever that was called. You had the one with Elton John that came out back in 2000. I think it's 2020, 21, or something like that. Maybe 2019. I forget. I think it was 2018 actually. But the point I'm making is, of course, we're going to have one about Michael. You know, you can't do everybody else, especially around that time period, and it not be about Michael. Not have one about Michael. So you know this is the one and only Stuckman here. I want his video to show, but every time I show it in HD with my current internet connection, it just doesn't do it. I just don't get the justice I deserve. When it comes to these videos, man, it's like the buffering line here. It's not good.
Michael is directed by Antoine Fuqua and written by three-time Oscar nominee John Logan and stars Jafar Jackson, the real-life Michael Jackson's nephew, portraying his uncle. And this is the story of the famous musician Michael Jackson, known as the King of Pop, his rise to fame as a young child and into adulthood, as well as the difficulties he struggled with at home with his domineering father, Joe Jackson. So let's just get this completely out.
I like his show. You got Let's Make a Slasher movie with I forgot his name, Ghostface in the camera. And yeah, that's one thing that got me when I was watching. I've seen Michael 4 times now, and it just got to me when I saw all the fans, how they reacted. You know, he had fans at his door, not his doorstep, but like at his fence back in the 70s and 80s, waiting outside his house when, you know, before he had Neverland. He had that other mansion, I think it was. If it wasn't a mansion, it was a house. It was a pretty wealthy house. He had a studio that was separate from the main house. It was like in a garage or whatever, or a separate building. But you see a lot of scenes when the fans were just screaming his name and shaking their heads and going crazy and holding their head and being like, I can't believe I'm here, crying. I just saw that Billie Eilish's new film, Hit Me Hard and Soft. It was an early access. It's not my type of music because it's not my generation. But again, Michael is not entirely my generation, but I feel like I fit more with that generation than I do the younger generation. Excuse me. Anyway, that film, Billie Eilish, you had fans that were screaming and crying, and I'm like, why are y'all crying? Damn! Why you gotta cry every 5 seconds? Just look. I know you're spending like thousands of dollars on these damn tickets, but you don't have to hold your head and cry. You know, tears coming out and shit, snot coming out the nose. I'm like, man, y'all just going overboard. I'm sorry for his face. I didn't mean to give him that shot. But yeah, this is my expression when I'm watching Billie Eilish, the Billie Eilish film. Not so much Michael, because you just see little flashes of the fans getting emotional. It was just flashes. They didn't linger on them. But with Billie Eilish's film, they kept lingering on these damn fans, crying and shit. And I'm like Chris Stuckman at this point. My face was like his. This is how I felt while I'm watching the Billie Eilish's film. It's not her music, although I'm not a big fan of her music. I like a few songs, but the entire time I'm watching the movie, I'm like this. I'm just like him. Anyway.
Out of the way. I am wired to automatically like a film like this more than most people because Michael Jackson is my favorite musical artist of all time. I think the man was a musical genius, but not just.
How many of these YouTubers are going to say that? Michael Jackson was my favorite music artist of all time. There's going to be some people that say that, yet they're going to start going into the child molestation shit and start talking shit about him. So I know what's going to happen. I'm getting ready to yell at each and every one of them.
That probably the best live entertainer ever. He put on the most incredible concerts with the most amazing dance moves, wrote some of the best, if not the best, pop songs ever written. Billie Jean still being my favorite song, but he has a laundry list of underrated material like Blood on the Dance Floor or Stranger in Moscow. The list, it goes on. The man was a musical genius who had a very complicated and difficult life. Tons of controversies and various things that are still being talked about to this day. And he was also raised as a Jehovah's Witness, which I really relate to, obviously. And he went through a period in his life where we had to grapple between his creative pursuits and what he really loved doing and whether or not he wanted to remain a Jehovah's Witness and please his family. And so, yeah, this is a figure that has inspired me a lot in my life and in my.
Okay, so how many of these YouTubers are going to try to relate to Michael and be like, oh, Michael and I have the same thing. We've dealt with the same shit. No, you haven't. Don't try to relate yourself to Michael. Just say that he's your favorite and go on with the movie review. You're taking goddamn almost 2 minutes to get into a review of the film, man. Come on.
Late teens to early 20s when I kind of experienced my rebellious phase and started to leave that religion. Part of that involved me learning Michael Jackson's dance routines because I just wanted to challenge myself. I had never really danced before. I was always really embarrassed to do that. I taught myself Billie Jean. I used to what I would do is I would take my iMovie app, which at the time that's what I had, and I would.
Will you please get into the goddamn review and stop talking about your experience? Nobody cares about you dancing and shit, man. Just get into the review of the film. You're here to review the film.
Line up his video of him dancing, and then I would split screen it with me, and I would try to mirror image it to see if I was doing the moves properly. I got really obsessive about it, and so his music has inspired me quite a bit over the years, and naturally I was very excited for this movie, and I can say that while I really loved all of the music stuff, there are definitely aspects of this film that could have been improved, and I'll talk about that a little bit. First and foremost, let's get into Jafar Jackson. This man has blown me away. This is a truly wonderful performance. He's not just mimicking his uncle. It feels like Michael Jackson has been reincarnated on the screen. He is mesmerizing, absolutely electrifying. He does all of the dance moves perfectly. His speaking voice is uncanny. It is like looking at the man right there on screen. Truly one of the best performances I have ever seen in a musical biopic. I will say that. He is absolutely wonderful. One of the things I love that he did is the famous Motown performance, the Motown 25 performance where Michael first debuted Billie Jean and did the moonwalk and the world lost their minds. Famously, after that performance, Michael was crying. He said he thought he did it all wrong. He wanted to stay on his toes longer. And people were like, bro, that's the most amazing thing I've ever seen. What the hell is wrong with you? That's how much of a perfectionist he was with his craft. And if you look at the way he did the Billie Jean routine later in concerts, through the Bad Tour, through the History Tour, he refined it so much to the point where it was this really perfect, smooth like water. And I could understand that Jafar might have been tempted to do the Billie Jean routine the way Michael.
honestly, though, I looked it up, and there was a magnet underneath the stage, somewhere on the stage, that would make it to where Michael could do the moonwalk perfectly. It was a YouTube video for. I'm just gonna put moonwalk, and there's some stuff on the online that I found out that the moonwalk was not originally Michael's. That was saying that somebody else did it, and he got with some other artists to show him how to do it. So it was not his invention. It wasn't his thing. I happen to think that it was his invention. Is that other people are claiming for themselves? They're trying to take credit away from him to say that they're the ones that made it and shit like that. And because that's what people do. You know, they especially when it comes to minorities like black people, they like to take shit away from them, like to steal shit away from them, and be like, you know, Obadiah Stane was in the first Iron Man. You really think that just because you have an idea that it belongs to you? Because that's what white people do. They take shit from colored minorities. You know, we went decorative magnets. I don't know where the hell they got magnet for Walmart. Can you moonwalk on the moon? Was a magnet put under the stage for moonwalk? Known as the backslide, that relies on friction, timing, and shifting body weight, not magnetic resistance. I could have sworn that there was a YouTube video that said that they used a magnet to make him, because like he wore a certain type of boots, a certain type of shoes, and to walk with the magnet would cause him to walk back perfectly, and that he could also do that anti-gravity lean. So I just have to find that video. But it might not even really be true. So if it could be that he invented it and he just perfected it to the point where he was able to do it, and it's all about timing. How did Michael Jackson do the moonwalk and the anti-gravity lean? That's when he leans down. He didn't start doing that until Smooth Criminal, really. You know, you got people always trying to imitate it. Yeah, see, this... it was actually a YouTube short. Oh well, let's not get into it. This is what he has to say. Happens for hell.
Eventually perfected it to be, but he didn't. He did it in the sort of infant baby Billie Jean way that Michael did it for Motown. I really respected that a lot because there would have been a temptation to go all out with what Michael eventually crafted for that routine, but he kept it at that baby stage. And of course, if you've ever seen the Motown footage, you know that he has basically mirror imaged it. It's amazing. Coleman Domingo as Joe Jackson. Incredible. He is very domineering, looks so terrifying. I saw this movie in a packed theater of massive fans. This was just like a public thing. This wasn't a press screening. These were all people very, very excited to see this movie. And the lady sitting next to me, every time Coleman Domingo as Joe Jackson said anything, she would be like, no, She hated him. And normally an experience like that might get under my skin, but it actually really added something here. This audience was so into this movie and very, very vocal, and they clapped a lot and cheered, and it absolutely impacted my experience of the film. I think that if you do see this in a very cold, quiet screening of the film, especially if it's a press-only screening, you're not going to enjoy it as much. It's just like going to a great sporting event. If you're there with a massive crowd that's excited about it, or if it's just like, a couple hundred people, experience of the film. I think that if you do see this in a very cold, quiet screening of the film, especially if it's a press-only screening, you're not going to enjoy it as much. It's just like going to a great sporting event. If you're there with a massive crowd that's excited about it, or if it's just like, a couple hundred people, it's kind of like whatever. It's in the music and the performances that this film absolutely shines. In fact, I think the film gets better as Michael's career gets better. Like, he was always great, and he's great as a little kid. He was great in Off the Wall. Obviously, the music was incredible, but the Thriller era is just this.
Yeah, he's right. You cannot experience the film with just, critics only screening, because critics are like wired to pretty much hate on a film. Of course they're going to say, no, we don't hate on films, we just critique them like technically for the technical aspects and all. No, they hate on films because critics hate this movie. If you, I'm gonna go into like, pardon me, Chris Stuckman. I'm gonna go into Rotten Tomatoes. Never mind, I know it's gonna flash to the drama, but I'm just opening the quick page. I think I can unpin. Actually, I'm gonna unpin it. Where'd it go? There we go. You can refresh the page because this is what I saw yesterday. I've been planning on doing this and I've been putting it off because I'm tired. But look, here's the score, the current score. You can tell audiences love this movie. You got a 4.8 out of 5. Verified audiences and all audiences, they love this movie. But the critics, they don't like it. They hate this movie for some reason. And like, if you go into some of these reviews, it's ridiculous. If you go into some of these reviews, the shit that they say, it's like, if you don't like a movie, that's fine. But talk shit like that much, to hate the movie that much. And I'm just gonna open one. Gonna hear a lot of clicking here, okay? Fans can decide if they're satisfied or outraged. I was entertained by what I reasonably expected. Michael's disingenuously ambushed style is directly related to the material its makers can't and likely never will put on screen. They found their voice and they have resources to imply in their utmost. There's another sensitized view of Jackson, appealing to fans who do not want to wrestle with the allegations their hero faced. See, here's the thing. The movie did not touch the allegations because the allegations didn't come until later. That's what people will not see. You say, okay, so James Montwan, that's her name, whatever. I'm gonna hit on you for a little bit. Now pick on you. You say that the filmmakers chose to not include the allegations, but that's because they wanted to split this movie into 2 pieces at least. They're covering a time period that Michael did not face the allegations yet. That's going to be in the second half of this movie. That's going to be in part 2. He hasn't faced the allegations yet. So you're saying that they haven't covered it, so you're misleading it. You didn't even put that in your review. If you've seen the movie and you saw the part that said Michael We Were Tone, you would know that he did not, that the movie is not going to cover the allegations yet, because they're going to plan on that later. They're filming that. They're going to do that later. And then you're not letting your readers know that. They're reading your reviews and saying, oh, they cut out some things. Yeah, because they're planning on putting it in 2 different pieces. And let's see what they say whenever the second part comes out. They're going to backtrack and say, oh, okay, we didn't know that they were going to cut it in 2 different pieces. Bullshit. See, this problem, they want to say something negative, then they have to defend it. You know, say, did Michael Jackson get plastic surgery? Looks like he kind of did. Duh. Some of the shit that they say is just so immature and disrespectful, because it's the internet. We can say whatever the fuck we want to say. We could just hate on it just to hate on it, because that's what we do. That's what critics do. Is they love to hate on films. Never mind all this other stuff. I was going to look up something, but that movie, this video is going to be too long, so don't worry about that. I guess he more or less did the moonwalk. I'm just kind of looking for that video where they showed Michael Jackson. It's something about a magnet being placed underneath the stage or whatever, but
other level of perfection in regards to music and his craft. And the film gets more interesting as Michael's story gets more interesting. Where the movie really suffers for me is that it has almost zero interest in delving into his creative life, how he actually crafted these songs. One of my favorite scenes in the whole movie is when he wakes up in the middle of the night with an idea, runs into his studio, starts snapping his fingers and beatboxing and writing down notes and trying to figure out a song. I wanted more of that. I really wanted to get into Michael's creative headspace. This movie has almost zero interest in doing that. There's one really fun scene where he's explaining the Beat It dance moves to 2 rival gangs, which is a famous story, but how he filmed the Beat It video. And you get to see how he's kind of choreographing a little bit, and that was really fun. But mostly it's like listening to a greatest hits album, except in a movie. You're watching and here's this scene, and this is a song you love, and this is a song you love, and this is a song you also love, and you're not really getting into the emotional core of it the way that I would have wanted to. As much as I enjoyed the visual experience of watching this movie, and of course the auditory experience of listening to it, I wasn't really being stirred emotionally in regards to Michael as a human being. And the fact that it's being sanctioned by the Jackson family absolutely makes it feel a little sanitized and a little safe. And the film did reportedly go through an extensive period of a 22-day reshoot that was somewhere around $10 to $15 million, because they realized that they were going to acknowledge one of the allegations, but legally could not and had to remove it from the film. And so you've got this third act that kind of just feels like to be continued, in not the best way. It does kind of end and you're like, okay, that just wasn't quite enough for me emotionally. I want a little more meat here. You know what I'm saying? And I can tell they're probably going to make another one because this movie's going to make a ton of money. And if they do, I hope that they go further down the rabbit hole of exploring the complexities of his life a little bit. But I do have a little bit of pause sometimes when it comes to this specific criticism, that a part 1 feels incomplete, assuming we will get a part 2. And that's because it's a criticism that just doesn't have legacy. It won't really hold any weight as a legacy criticism, because 10 years from now, if you can just immediately watch the second film, you're not really going to be thinking about that. You're just going to be like, all right, that one's all right, let's watch the next one. You know what I mean? Like when I watch Back to the Future 2 and it ends with to be concluded, I'm not like, well, this is just a bad movie, you know, because now I got to wait for Back to the Future. Oh, wait, no, I don't. I can just pop it in right now. So it's a type of thing where, like, if they make another one, great. If they don't, all right, this ending, it needed just a little more. You know what I mean? Like, you could tell. And I can't really fault them because I imagine their original ending was probably stronger. And what they've got now is this very satisfying sort of concert thing, and it just doesn't quite hit where you want it to. When it comes to this movie, it's just perfect in a visual sense and perfect to listen to. But I wanted more insight into the creative process, and I wanted to see, and this is a very me thing, and not everyone else is going to feel this way, but I wanted to see how being a Jehovah's Witness impacted him. I wanted to have a moment where he's grappling with if he should release the Thriller video or not, and putting that title card at the beginning that was like, I wish to distance myself from the occult, which he did, of course, because he was afraid of being disfellowshipped by the elders at his congregation. I would have liked to have seen more of those complexities, but at the end of the day, I do think that these are the types of complaints that your average fan who goes to see this movie, they're probably not going to have. I think most people are going to, based off the near sold out crowd I just saw it with, I think most people are going to enjoy the film, and a lot of these complaints are coming from people who don't get movies made. You know what I mean? Like, the people who get movies made are paying to see this movie. They're going to be probably really happy. Because audiences who pay to see movies get movies made. Most of them are really going to enjoy this. If you really want to get into the nitty gritty, yeah, it could have been a lot more. There could have been more depth. They're made. You know what I mean? This movie, they're probably not going to have. I think most people are going to, of course, because he was afraid of being disfellowshipped by the elders at his congregation. I would have liked to have seen more of those complexities, but at the end of the day, I do think that these are the types of complaints that your average fan who goes to see this movie, they're probably not going to have. I think most people are going to, based off the near sold out crowd I just saw it with, I think most people are going to enjoy the film, and a lot of these complaints are coming from people who don't get movies made. You know what I mean? Like, the people who get movies made are paying to see this movie. They're going to be probably really happy.
Yeah, that's what I was wanting to say, is how people that are making complaints about this movie, they don't make movies. They say, oh, we're filmmakers. I'm a filmmaker. I make movies. Where is your film? Okay, people like Haunted Hippie. She goes by Satan's Favorite Daughter. She's one of the two YouTubers that wanted to make copyright claims because I used their videos without I used her video without her permission in my live stream. Same thing with Spooky Astronauts. You know, they don't make films. Those two girls don't make films. They just talk shit about their favorite films. One of them does it in the car, and one of them does it at home and does all these hand gestures, and you know, and I make fun of them on my live streams because, yeah, that's what they do, and I like to pick on people like that, because you're expecting people to like and subscribe, but you're doing all this, calling yourself Satan's Favorite Daughter. I know what you are. You're Gen Z. You're Generation Z. You don't really appreciate shit. You take shit for granted, and you talk shit about other people's feelings because you yourself don't make movies. And there's several people who complain about shit like Michael. See, this is what I hate, and I like to hate on people about this. You want to make fun of a film, but at the same time, you don't want to make films. If you're going to head on a film, critique a film and tell me how to change it. Tell me how to make it better. Tell me what you would do to make it better. You know? And it's one of those go ahead, I'll wait moments. You can't do that. Because all they're wired to do, like critics, is talk shit on YouTube for views and likes. You know? And I'm at the point where I'm being like Joey Swole. You need to do better. You need to mind your own business. Because they talk shit about Chris Stuckman, how they kept saying he's the one that started all this films on YouTube. Him and Jeremy Johns. They were the two goats that started doing this, and everybody had to copy them. And apparently, you know, I saw this film in an early screening with Chris Stuckman, you know. But in my honest opinion, he should just be writing. He just go back to writing films. You see how he lets you see another screening of his film, and you talk shit about him and say like he should just write films. You don't really appreciate it. You know, I understand a few of them say it, but then when almost every single one of them say that, that makes me think that you're stabbing him in the back, because you're saying he's your friend, but then you're stabbing him in the back saying he should just write films. He shouldn't direct them. When it's not your business what he should be doing as his career choice. Because people were talking shit about him, including Film Threat was saying they don't trust him anymore because he looks like he's catering to the film industry because he's trying to get his movie made. When he wasn't catering, he just didn't want to review films that are bad. Because I don't review films that are bad. I've seen Megalopolis. That shit was terrible. I didn't review it. I wanted to talk shit about Welcome to Raccoon City for so fucking long. That god-awful Resident Evil movie they recently just had. You know, I don't want to talk about, because, you know, I'd rather not talk about something I don't like. I'd rather talk about something I do like. I do enjoy. And I enjoy the Shadow Michael, so I plan on having a review about it. And so, yeah, that's what a lot of reviewers are saying, is they're talking shit about, saying, you know, this movie, they lied to you, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, they don't ever expand on their facts, but, you know, we'll see. We'll see. Oops.
Because audiences who pay to see movies get movies made. Most of them are really going to enjoy this. If you really want to get into the nitty gritty, yeah, it could have been a lot more. There could have been more depth. There definitely could have been a better exploration of some of the darker sides of his story. And it does feel like a greatest hits album turned into a movie. But I did enjoy looking at it and hearing it. And Jafar Jackson is absolutely mesmerizing in the film. And Antoine Fuqua clearly put a lot of energy into those dance sequences and really captured them very, very well. So yeah, if you're a fan of the man, there's going to be a lot of things to enjoy in the film. If you've never heard any of his music before, you might discover some of it and really love it, but also feel like, I don't know if I really care. Who knows? Go see the movie for yourself and find out. It could have been a better biopic, but it is still quite entertaining when it needs to be. Guys, thank you so much, as always, for watching. Look forward to more videos very soon. And if you like this, you can click right here and get Stuckmanized.
Yeah, so some people are quite like, I don't want to listen to them, but I'll keep going. Let's get on with Film Threat. Let's see what they say.
Let's talk about Michael Allen.
Yeah.
Let me just explain. I'm a Michael Jackson fan from the beginning. Grew up in Detroit, and the Jackson 5 were my favorite. I had little 45s. I played Michael.
How many people want to bet he's not a fan from the beginning? Just how many people? I bet they're all going to say that I'm a Michael Jackson fan from the beginning.
Jackson's music with the Jackson 5, big Jackson 5 fan. I watched the cartoon on Saturday morning. I wanted to be Michael Jackson. I bought his albums and 45s. I was in the Jackson 5 fan club. When Michael went on his solo career, I wasn't as big a fan. I was more of a fan of, the Jackson 5, but you cannot deny not just what a force of nature he was and a positive light to the world with his solo career and what he wanted to do. Who has topped him? The only person you compare Michael to is Elvis in terms of impact. And I want to address a couple things. One, this is not your typical biopic, right? It's one half the story. The most biopics, it's warts and all. They give you the rise and the fall. What we've seen is the first half of the story, the rise. And the biggest thing I could critique of the film might be that it glossed over. I wish they had included the cartoon in it. I wish they had included more of Michael's brothers and sisters. But Jafar Jackson's performance, he embodied Michael. It is a montage of like music video performances that is unlike. He is channeling the spirit of his uncle. Jafar is the nephew of Michael Jackson. My God, and the performances that were recreated, the behind the scenes of Thriller, and it's really the main conflict of the movie. You could say is kind of thin, but it's really the conflict between Michael's father, Joe Jackson, played by
Coleman Domingo.
And he is the abusive father, gets out the belt. All of this is documented and probably played down in the movie. Actually, he's even worse than portrayed. And he was his manager and father who was very strict. And it's about also that conflict, father's conflict, and then also about his creative awakening and being kind of open to the forces in the universe that would bring him ideas. And it really got you in the head of Michael. And I know the critics have been savage on this. I think they were hoping it would be more of a warts and all. The bad aspects of Michael. I had an amazing time. This movie is for the fans. It brought me back to that being a kid and listening to Michael Jackson 45s until the grooves were worn out. There were scratches all over the album. And it brought me back to when so many people were united around music. Today, music is so divided. I mean, there's so many genres of music. They come up with a new one every day.
Yeah, your point is everyone listened to Michael Jackson.
Everyone. Age, gender, race.
Okay, I think you're being too exaggerative. That's what white people do. Not everybody listened to Michael Jackson. Not everybody. He was extraordinarily famous, especially amongst the young people in that time period in the 70s and 80s. Yeah, because you saw it in the movie, all those screaming women and shit, and even the guys holding their heads and shit. Just like the Billie Eilish film I saw. Billie Eilish. I'm trying not to say Irish, but Billie Eilish film I saw. The screaming and the crying, and to the point where I was just like, y'all don't have to cry every 5 seconds, man. Come on, contain yourselves. But yeah, that's the kind of shit that he's talking about. Is a lot of people knew so much that they were practically outside his residence day and night, waiting on him to come out so they can get an autograph.
Didn't matter, and it brought me back to this era. I remember that. We
used to like each other.
We hung out. Why are we all here? Different people, age. We all love this music and hearing it from Michael. He literally spiritually
They're gonna mention the polarization and shit of the woke period. A very concept that white people resurrected for the purposes of political control, by the way. It does not originally belong to Caucasians. It belongs to African Americans.
From the universe, songs that brought the world together. Now, there are things that were absent. I really feel they diminished the role of his brothers, Tito, Jackie, Jermaine, and his sister.
Well, you know what role they really diminished was Janet Jackson.
Yes, of course.
What did you think of her performance?
She's not really in it.
She's not in the movie. There's no acknowledgement. Thanos had snapped away.
Once again, see, this is what I'm talking about. Critics like Alan don't pay attention. She's not in this film because it's not covering her time. She's going to be mentioned, if any, in the second part. Because she didn't even... Michael helped her get her foot in the door with the music video and song Scream. Until then, nobody knew jack shit about Janet. Yeah, they might have known that he was her sister, but they didn't know that she even had a voice. Until she came out. He helped his younger sister, his baby sister, hell. So, you're not mentioning the fact that this is part 1 and that we cannot expect Janet because it is a part 1. It's a time period when Janet was not even around. She was not around when Michael Jackson had made Bad, when he did that performance of Bad. It ended with that. People want to talk shit about things, but they don't want to check their accuracy.
Janet Jackson.
Well, look, in the interest of making a 2-hour movie, they focused on Michael as the character. Michael. This is about Michael's story. I mean, this could have been a 3-hour movie. It's even half the story. We're going to get 2 hours of the fall. I think there are suspicious things afoot. And there were forces trying to take Michael down. I really looking back, knowing what we know about so many stories in the news that we're told are true, that are not true. All I'm doing is asking questions. So I question things. This movie is a crowd pleaser. The audience in my theater was going nuts. Multiple moments where there were applause breaks of people just, either going, the kind of anticipation and excitement. And after a while, you forget this is not Michael. They're just moments, especially when he had these Post-it notes. All he would do was write down phrases, or words, or he had this board, just trying to channel ideas. He worked on like a riff or, lyrics. Like it really got you into his head creatively. It was great that they focused on that. The movie could have got muddled if it did go off in those other directions. I'll end on this. Antoine Fuqua did an amazing job on it. This movie is a celebration of Michael. It is for the fans. It is, the critics, I think, are dead wrong on this. I'm not just saying that as a fan of Michael Jackson and the Jackson 5, but just, I feel they're dead wrong. They wanted they were reviewing a movie that they didn't get, which was the fall of Michael. How much behind the scenes he was a different person. And, I just think this movie really delivered, and I really want to go see it again. Alan, what do you think of Michael?
Before we hear about what Alan says, the talking shit about this film, not even really about Michael, about a film that's about him. They're talking shit about a film that is not even out yet. Like, you're talking about, well, what about all the negative things? What? And see, look, these critics are not the only ones. Most likely, these critics that are reviewing this film and they're saying that, it doesn't have all those scandals and all that shit that Michael was charged with, those allegations. Those are the same people that obviously believe that Michael had molested those kids. And yeah, I know YouTube's algorithm. Fuck YouTube's algorithm. As a matter of fact, fuck YouTube, Google, and their algorithm. Okay, I'll say what I want. I don't believe Michael molested any kids. I will put that out there personally. I do not believe Michael Jackson ever even touched a kid. I believe he was his kind of a adult child, that he did not have your typical childhood, because his father Joseph, they call him Joe, he kept that boy from experiencing like real friends his age. So let me turn my volume down a little bit so I won't feel that I'm screaming at my audience. So it's obvious that he wanted to have friends that were children, because everybody that was his age was now grown. We saw how his brothers were playing basketball and how Michael simply wanted to play Twister with them. But he didn't hate on them like you think he would. He just said, you guys are no fun. And he said it with a smile, because that's how his personality was. He'd say things with a smile, with the most, but deep down he feels, kind of betrayed, but he tried not to take it personally. And when a person is successful, with a voice like his, they call him gay, they make fun of him and shit like that, because they hate how successful he was. Of course, you're gonna have some haters somewhere, but then when you start accusing him just to get money, and you start saying things like he touched kids, you need to be careful, because that's something very particular, and you better have evidence. Because I was watching something last night with Paul Mooney. Paul Mooney was like, if it had been me with that much money, I would say, go ahead and sue me. I'll sue your ass so hard left and right, meaning that Michael should have fought harder with his attorneys. He should have fought to have those allegations dropped and never brought up again, type of thing, with how much money he had. But Michael was just like, okay, like he was going to allow it to happen. No, he just didn't want to really give in to the bullshit, I bet. He was just kind of like, because think about it, he was raised in a more or less Christian home. Jehovah's Witnesses, of course, still not really Christians like the Christian text says. They're more of a cult, but I'm not going to say his mom didn't have Christian values. I'm not going to say that. She did have Christian values, because a lot of Michael's personality didn't come from Joseph. It came from his mom. His mother was the one that really influenced him. His father disciplined him and treated him like shit at times. His mom, she's the one that kept him together, told him to not be afraid to express himself and be who he truly was. And that's what it was. He wasn't gay. He had a few wives. He was actually married to Elvis Presley's daughter. And that's what Paul Mooney also said. He was married to Presley's, the king of pop was married to the daughter of the king of rock. The one and only daughter. She passed away last year. God bless her soul. She was his first wife. I think Michael was her first husband. He eventually married, but they didn't stay together but like 2 years, give or take. But that's how it is in the music industry. They marry, stay together for like 2 or 3 years, and go separate ways and shit. That's for some reason that's how it is. But the point I'm making is the critics that have criticized Michael for years, the people that have talked shit about him for years, saying that he's a child molester, and they believe those charges, they're the same ones who's going to critique this film. But like, oh, well, you didn't include those charges. No shit, because it's only part one of the story. What you want, well, you'll get later. But how far do they... And the movie shouldn't be made for the critics. They should tell the truth, and I know how the world is going to be. The world is going to be like, well, we never got an answer. Did he really molest those kids? Did he touch those kids? Did he have sex with those kids? What about the domestic violence with his wife? Did he really do that? And they're going to say we didn't. We nobody knows because he died before anything could be settled. And that's just how it is, and that's just what people are going to accept ultimately. So,
yeah. I mean, I really liked it, but for very different reasons than you did.
Oh,
to me, the reason to see this movie is Michael has the best soundtrack of any movie I've seen in a very long time.
Yeah.
You talk about at the end of my screening, for one thing, I saw it at my local theater, which no one goes to. It was full. I think all the black people in Yorba Linda had showed up, which was about 12. And, look, when the credits started rolling, people were still dancing in the aisles. Look, it is undeniable that Michael Jackson's music is the pinnacle of music. The thing I kept thinking about throughout the entire film is, why does today's music suck so much? Because I'm listening to this. Look, I made my daughter listen to Beat It yesterday. Just that driving guitar rhythm of that song is like, man, I miss music like that. Something that had intensity and passion, as opposed to this EDM pop dance music. We were talking about just why K-pop music is so bad, and I can get into that later. But 40% of this movie is music, and Jafar Jackson, even though he doesn't sing, he lip syncs through it. He's got the moves down. He looked like Michael on set there, on stage.
Yeah, that's the thing I picked up on, I think, the second or third time viewing. It was not Jafar singing the majority of those films. Every song was actually Michael Jackson's voice, because I was looking up the music on Spotify. I was listening to it on Spotify. I've been hold on. So now I kind of, if I can get my mouse to act right, I kind of want to show out. Let me. I believe I have my Spotify. Do I have? Bro, I don't. Oh, that's right. I don't have Spotify downloaded to my computer. This is a different computer than what I used to use for my streaming, and I didn't want to download a bunch of stuff other than video games, because I was going to have one for my live streaming and one for my video games, and I decided to. Of course, I didn't do that. Even though both computers have the same specs. But I guess I can just kind of go back into the browser and open a new tab, and hopefully I can go into my account. Now, I'll probably have to log in again, because there has been some malicious, unauthorized activity in my bank accounts and my Google accounts. People they've hacked my shit. They've hacked it to the point where I've had to basically restore damn near everything, and I just, Facebook, I forgot I use Facebook for Spotify. The only reason I ever use Facebook anymore, I do post every now and then, not very much. I really just use it to log in to certain sites. I use it as a login aid, because I'm tired of typing my username and password and everything, because that's how everything is now. Second factor authentication. You gotta have a text sent to your phone. You gotta have a little pop-up notification ding just to sign in. You can't just use a email / username and password anymore. I blame that on Gen Z. They found a way to fuck us over. Don't want you to see all my business. Oh, that's good to know. Oh crap, I'm first. Yeah, get out the money. Yeah. Okay, I need to fix that. Anyway, you can tell if I log into Spotify. I want to go into my main account. I'll pull this out and pull this on over here. Take the cork. Anyway, you can tell by my history. I'm just waiting for my history to load. Stuff is kind of slow. You see, I've been listening to Michael. You see, the last one I was listening to was Bad. Is a 2012 remaster. But if you go into the album Hue, this is the album of the motion picture of the movie. Okay. Basically, what they did with Michael is they used his songs and they masked that over Jafar, so it looks like Jafar is singing it, but he's not. It's his legendary uncle that's singing the song. Because they're using Michael's original songs. Jafar, however, does perform bad at the end. I realize this. At the very end, during the bad performance, the last one you see when he goes like this, that's actually Jafar performing that. And I need to look up some stuff to confirm that. So if the Michael movie, where was that? Bring this on over here. And you already know the plot by now, so don't give me any shit. Kind of look up Jafar's name. I want to find any information about how he He was humbled and honored to be cast after a 2-year casting process. Here, they took 2 full years to decide. And you can tell the critical response was to say. The website consensus reads, while Jafar Jackson's smooth moves bring the king of pop to uncanny life, this musical biopic mostly plays like a greatest hits album that could have benefited from including liner notes to give actual insight into the icon. Metacritic, which uses a weighted average, assigned the film a score of 39 out of 100. Based on 50 critics, including generally unfavorable reviews. He knows the look of the voice, the electrostatic moves, the mix of delicacy and skill that made Michael who he was. So you're gonna, that makes it a good movie in my book. If you have negative and positive things to say about a film, that's what makes a movie good. If a movie has nothing but positivity, then it's bad. If a movie has nothing but negativity, it's bad. But I was trying to see if here's a possible sequel. Splitting Michael into 2 films, and this is according to Wikipedia. I know that people don't trust Wikipedia when it comes to like academic research and stuff, but splitting Michael into 2 films was considered during production, but the production team decided to create one that could stand on its own. During post-production, the ending card, "His Story Continues," was added, which could either acknowledge Michael's further career or reference a potential sequel. Both, really. In April 2026, the chairman of Lionsgate, Adam Fogelson, confirmed that discussions on a sequel would depend on the critical and commercial response to the film. King acknowledged the potential for a sequel, and Logan was reported to be working on the script. So, of course, they're just doing the pre-production, the very beginning stages of it. The problem is a lot of these critics are trying to get this movie, they're trying to say bad things about it to the point where it won't make enough money for a sequel, because they don't want to see a sequel. Now, that's upsetting enough for it to be Michael. The problem with that is they've been trying to do this shit for all of 2025. They've been trying to shut down movies to keep them from getting a sequel. They've been trying to talk shit. Never mind Furiosa Mad Max Saga. Never mind that. Never mind things like Ballerino, from the world of John Wick. I'm talking about films that deserve a sequel. They're trying to keep that from happening by saying so much negative stuff about it to the point where they don't want to spend the time and energy to make a sequel. That's the kind of stuff we get on YouTube. So,
but I will. Where I disagree with you is this is a typical biopic, where it's this happened, then this happened, then this happened, and then we can't forget this event. We've got to put this event in. But I would say that it is done better than most that I've seen. I would say 75% of biopics are shot like this, and this is right up there. I think Antoine Fuqua did a good job, but it's fairly standard when it comes to being a biopic. The other thing was Coleman Domingo, great. I mean, man, that guy's frightening in this movie. And to your point, this movie's nothing but the good stuff, and I'm glad. I did not want this movie to end on a downer. And quite frankly, if they decide to make the second half of Michael's life, I don't know that I would really want to watch that movie. Look, I like the fact that Michael is presented as he was, as the king of pop. And the true king that he was. He revolutionized music. In fact, he revolutionized MTV with this weird performance by Mike Myers. That was, I was like, is that Mike Myers? I could swear that guy's Mike Myers.
Yeah.
So look, and to your point, it just reminded me of a time when, we were just coming off of the 60s and 70s of the civil rights movement, but we were on this path to where we as a society, as humanity, were actually getting along with each other and could coalesce around certain things. And Michael Jackson was one of those things. As sappy as that sounds, he did bring people together. They shot the audiences in these stadiums, and they were diverse, as it should have been, as it was. And the question ultimately is, where did we go wrong? Why have we set ourselves back from Michael Jackson? From that time in the 80s and 90s. So. Well,
strong recommend. Plan to see it again. This movie's for the fans, and the critics are dead wrong on this.
Yeah. And Bubbles was creepy as hell as well. Oh my God. Bubbles. I think they got a baby, and then they just kind of drew over the baby and made Bubbles.
It's okay. I think the main thing is Jafar Jackson's performance. He was channeling Michael Jackson and did a phenomenal job. Yeah. So, and this will not get the praise it deserves for awards, but I think the box office will be huge.
Yeah. It's a reason I hate litigating, basically court trials on the internet. And we didn't have the internet at that time, but it was, this is what we did. Rather than look at the facts, we just take the stories and frame a story the way we want it to. And that's how you take down a king.
All right, I want to correct this. Alan said on the internet. We didn't have the internet back then. We had kind of a little bit of the internet. It didn't become the internet, but what he means to say is we didn't have the web. No, I know that's kind of a nitpick, but that's a nitpick with me because I've studied IT for years. The difference between the internet and the web, it's very simple. The web needs the internet. The web runs on top of the internet. The internet is underneath. Okay? Look it up in your own time. You can just say online, but I'm so tired of people saying, oh, I found that on the internet. We did this. We discovered this on the internet. We were talking on the internet. You do not have access. You as a user do not have access to the internet. You, via your phone's access to the internet, you have access to the web, which is the layer right above the internet. So you found that on the web. You communicated through the web. Or just say online. You did so online. That really just bugs me because it shows it's a matter of ignorance. But without further ado, let's see what Adam thinks. Adam. So, yeah.
The day has finally arrived. Michael Michael has hit theaters. Now, I know what some of you are thinking. Well, I know what most of you are thinking. Why the heck do we need another remake? The 1996 John Travolta film where he's an angel amongst the people was perfect. It's just gonna add confusion. No, in actuality, this has nothing to do with that picture. Instead, this is focused on the most famous Michael we've ever known. Unless you're thinking of Michael Jordan, then it's the second.
Not me in other case, not me. Although I'm very famous, actually. No, it's just the name that's famous.
One, Michael Jackson. That's right, the King of Pop finally has a movie made about him in 2026. There's many of movies about him, but this is the first one this year. And so the big question today is, how is it? Does it live up to the hype? Does it do the pop singer justice? Well, I'm here to tell you in a spoiler-free review. I don't know if there's a spoil, but let's begin. As I go over what you can expect from this film, if you find yourself enjoying the commentary, feel free to beat the subscribe button. Just beat it. Beat it. No one wants to be defeated. We're so early in this review to be doing this already. All right, let's get a lay of the land. The Michael film is 2 hours and 7 minutes long. It's rated PG-13, and it's a part 1. They failed to address that in the title, but this is absolutely just a part 1 of 2 or 3 or however much they want to milk this cash cow for.
Looks like they didn't really fail. It looks like they intentionally left that out until the ending because they want people to see that. That's the thing about movies, is they're made to be watched. They shouldn't tell you everything.
And to be fair, Michael Jackson is a very interesting, very polarizing individual who's had a very long career in the industry, rife with family drama, riddled with controversy, and in his later career, secretive, masked from the public eye. So this script has its work cut out for it. How's it going to address all this? It's not. Not really. It's going to be about as safe and squeaky clean as a movie script can get for this type of person. And I gotta tell you, I don't care. Honestly, I'm fucking exhausted from all the drama in the world. So if I can see a movie that's 2 hours long, glazes one of the greatest pop musicians of all time without getting into the dirt, that's fine. I've already seen the dirt. I already know what's there. The he said, she said back in room court drama that was going on for a decade or two, it was brutal. And because Michael Jackson is such an odd duck, it's really hard to know what side is telling the truth without really being in that mindset or being close to that family or the individual. That said, this movie plays it very safe by not even having to go to those years. In fact, this film takes place from when Michael's 10 years old through the Jackson 5 all the way to late 80s. Michael's not even living on his own yet. So the focus of this part 1 is really on the family drama, specifically with his douchebag controlling father. Good old lovable Joseph Jackson, who beat his kids and expected perfection. You gotta love him! He's played here by Coleman Domingo, who does a fantastic job in this performance. He made me believe he was a piece of shit. Now, while the relationship with Michael and Joseph is front and center, we have a whole litter of Jackson cast here. The whole gang's here. Marlon Jackson, Jermaine, Tito, and we have Jackie Jackson rounding out the Jackson 5, but we can't forget about the ladies. Good old Mother Catherine Jackson and her one and only daughter, LaToya, famously the one and only sister of the Jackson 5. Yeah, Janet's not in this. I looked it up after the movie because I was very puzzled when we're first introduced to the crew and they're sitting around the dinner table. I'm like, there's Tito, there's Jackie, there's Michael, lovable little scamp. Oh, LaToya, that's nice. Where the fuck is Janet? They even had the characters placed at one point so that there could have potentially been a chair where she could have been present. Maybe just an arm is sticking out. You get the side profile of the face. Nah, she's not in this movie at all. Nor is she mentioned at all, which is bizarre when you're doing a movie about the Jackson family. I know it's...
Once again, it's not bizarre because I don't really think she was born yet, you know. Janet Jackson. Let's see, looking for both of you. Both of you, born 1966. Michael was born in 58, right? And I trust a lot of Wikipedia. Trust Wikipedia because it's just simple. Okay, so she's 59, which is the exact same age Michael was when he died. 1966. I try to remember dates here. Michael, where are you? I'm looking for my namesake here. Okay, you know what? We'll just father was Joe Jackson. I'm just gonna click on his name because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use his name to find Michael's name. Okay, Michael. Okay, he had 11 kids, including Rebby, Jackie, Tito. Damn. See, it didn't mention Ho either. Webby. The only woman it mentioned was Latoya. Randy, you didn't even mention Randy, or the fact that Tito had a twin brother. Was it Tito or Jermaine? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's only 9 kids here. Am I counting right? 9. Where's the other 2? So he had 1 from She Provided a Dozen. 1. Oh. We forgot he had a wife in 1947, and he remarried. Nobody thinks about that. I didn't know that, really. Of course, I don't know what's these people. Okay. Austin Brown. Well, that's the grandson. See, there's several people that are not mentioned, including. Anyway, Janet is like 66, and Michael was born. I thought I had Michael's name. Where did I put it? Okay, here's Michael. Michael born in 1958. He died at the age of 50. If he's born in 58 minus 66. I'm not very good at math. 1958. Oh, yeah, so Michael was 8 years older than Janet. So, Michael was 10 and she was still just a baby. Like an infant in the cradle. And she was born and she didn't really break out until Michael helped her, and you can look up her research if you want. I'll do that. I'll do that later. But I think her first video was Scream. Where is she? There's a lot of research. Their family is quite huge. So huge, in fact. Let's just get back to Adam.
Specific to Michael, but this is his story on his upbringing. And he had a close relationship with his sister, who also, checks note, became a massive pop singer herself. So when you have Joseph Jackson, who is hell-bent.
So maybe they will make a movie about Janet Jackson. They should. Damn, Adam. Maybe if this movie and the sequel is a success, they might just make a movie about Janet Jackson. And if they're going to do that, they might as well go the whole route and make the movie about every damn one of them, including the whole family. Jafar might as well make his own movie. Matter of fact, I just saw Michael Jackson's daughter, Paris Jackson, here in San Francisco. No, I didn't see her in San Francisco, but I did see her in a movie. I saw Paris Jackson in a film called Spoon of Chocolate. 1 spoon of chocolate. You know what? Let's just look up Paris. Matter of fact, she's already on there. Right? His daughter. Where is she? Right here. Paris. Okay. We're going to look up her filmography. She's probably okay. So she's been in other films. I didn't know she was in Gringo. Now I gotta watch Gringo. She was in The Space Between. Never saw that. She was in Habit. She was in a bunch of movies that nobody really saw. In a movie, Sex Appeal. My point is, she's not really a really widely known actress, but you know, she can be. She can be. Looks like she was in several TV shows. She's in some music videos because music is her thing. Swing. But let's look at One Spoon of Chocolate. Now, this is an upcoming movie with the actor Shameik Moore. Shameik Moore is known for his role as Miles Morales in the movie Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, and the upcoming Spider-Man Beyond the Spider-Verse. He's a good voice actor. I saw him in San Francisco here last year. Actually, it was the year before. 2024, you know, he's talking about himself as a voice actor and mentioned his upcoming movie, One Spoon of Chocolate. I saw it at AMC's, you know, AMC Screen Unseen. It was a mystery movie. It was actually pretty damn good. Yeah, it's pretty good. And you can see it's directed by Reza. Reza's known for these movies. It's kind of like his Man with the Iron Fist, you know, movies. It's got that in it, and it's a crazy ass movie, man. It was a crazy ass, very violent and gory movie. But she's in it, and as you can see, an ex-military convict leaves for a small town, where he ends up finding love and more trouble than he can handle. So basically, he's an ex-military convict that he's on probation, whatever you call it. And he's a convicted felon, but he's, you know, required to report to his PO, his probation officer, or parole officer, played by the guy from the movie Long Legs. I don't know his name. I think it's CJ. Oh, no, he plays his cousin. The guy I'm thinking about. I gotta see the picture to understand. No, he's in the movie too. Blair Underwood, maybe? Anyway. So Paris Jackson is in the movie. You look at the cast. Paris Jackson plays a character called Darla. So she's in this movie. So I forgot how we got on this topic. Anyway.
And on making his family stars, it's just wild that Janet's not in this. And again, I looked it up after. She declined allowing them to use her likeness in the film, but they couldn't have had her hiding behind a bush or something at one point. She couldn't have just been blurred in the background in the house. They couldn't give us an inch with this character. So that does take away a bit from what they're trying to do. And it's a bummer because overall,
Why is that taking it away? Why are you nitpicking about that? There's a nitpick that I have. I just said it. It's the Thriller music video they had. If you look at the original Thriller music video, the black guy doing this in the movie, he was not black in the actual video. It's actually a white guy doing that. Yeah, I know the makeup may not show it, but it's a white guy. I nitpick on that because I watched the movie first. Then I went back and rewatched the original Thriller short film, not the musical, 17-minute long short film. I watched it and I paid attention. I was like, okay, where's that zombie that's doing that move? Oh, there he is. Oh, he's white. Yeah, it's nitpicky, but I'm not going nuts over it.
Enjoyed this movie quite a bit. I do not think it's amazing by any stretch of the imagination. I wanted to feel more for this film. I wanted to understand more, but the movie is pretty surface level across the board. There's no nuance, there's no subtlety in this. Instead, we are just seeing a very glossy production of Michael as this innocent, wide-eyed young talent who would grow up in the shadow of his father, never having the guts to meet his eye level and tell him no. Instead, bending over backwards to make his dad and in turn his family happy, even if that comes at the cost, which it often does, of his own vision. Now, since this is a film squarely focused on Michael, we should talk about him in the two variants that the movie offers. We have young Jackson 5 Michael, and we have grown Michael. Young Michael's played by Giuliano Valdi. Older Michael is played by Jafar Jackson. That's right. We have a Nepo baby here. And I gotta tell you, I don't think they could have found a more direct one-to-one correlation of Michael. This kid transforms into him on stage, and that's not to scoff at the younger version. Holy shit, he's a talent. Both of these variants are perfect across the board. It really did feel like I was watching Michael Jackson up on stage performing his hits. They knocked it out of the park with the casting. So if you're headed to this film to celebrate the catalog of Michael Jackson, you are going to get a good chunk of the songs. I don't think any of them are performed from beginning to end, but there are a couple that get definite moments in the spotlight. And Michael Jackson has such an awesome catalog of songs, you're surely going to find one or two that you can tap your feet to in the theaters. And again, this cuts before the 90s, so you're going to be missing a lot of those hits that he had in that era, but there's still plenty to work with here. Kind of like Bohemian Rhapsody, it's mainly just a celebration of the artist and what he was able to accomplish. And that tiny bit over 2 hours was not a problem for me to sit through. In fact, I actually wanted a lot more. I could have spent an entire film just watching the Jackson 5. Young Michael was so freaking good, and that was the stuff that hit the most from an emotional standpoint. They could have pushed it a little bit further, got into the psyche a bit more, because as it stands, everything is kind of glossed over quickly. Nothing has a ton of time to breathe. Some characters come and go without really much of an explanation outside of a sentence or two, because this story is covering decades of an artist. Production-wise, I don't really have any issues with it at all. There were one or two scenes I could nitpick and it felt like it didn't flow well, or they cut something due to time already getting out of hand. The editing is very fast during the stage presence. Cameras are constantly changing. You're getting those massive crowd shots because Michael was filling up arenas. It cannot be overstated what a massive, huge artist this guy was. Michael Jackson also famously had some interesting pets. A snake, a giraffe roaming the grounds, and of course, that chimpanzee Bubbles, who had more screen time than I thought he would, and he's 100% CG, and you can 100% tell. Didn't take me out of the film, but it definitely was a little jarring at times. But what they needed to absolutely nail down was the music, the sound, the stage presence, and that's all perfect here. I have no notes. It looked great. The dancing is incredible. The energy is there. The music is lively. I guess the only thing I kind of wish they would have done is what they did in the trailer, where they mixed like 3 or 4 Michael Jackson songs together. That was badass. We don't get anything very creative like that in the movie. It dips its toe a couple times where Michael's kind of snapping the fingers and he's starting to kind of come up with the music, but it never dives in. And that's the thing I would say overall encapsulates this movie, is it's just so kind of surface level. And for a movie focusing on a guy that was all about perfection, pushing the boundaries, trying to be unique and different, this film is kind of generic in that sense, which is a shame. Overall, though, a perfectly pleasant watch. Not a bad movie by any means, just not the amazing experience I was hoping it would be based on some of those trailers that knocked it out of the park. My family didn't see it yet. I'll probably take them for a second time, and I'm not going to have a problem watching it again. And I am interested to see what they will do with the second part when it inevitably comes out. Maybe Janet will finally sign on, but my guess is not. All right, I want to hear from you, though. Let me know what you thought about Michael. Please leave a comment below. Like the video and hype it if you want to help me in the YouTube algorithm. And hopefully you subscribed already so I don't even have to ask again. In which case, I'll just say, see you next time. Take care. Would you look at that? You made it to the end of the video. Congrats. Which means you might be looking for more content from me. Head over to patreon.com/AdamDoesMovies like these amazing supporters have.
Ooh, just waiting on the video to load. And I include the URL as, proof. People can follow along and they don't have to feel bad about me copying the content. people like, well, the ones I mentioned, Haunted Hippie and God Awful Spooky Astronauts. Oh, it's gonna take a while. Also, working with my shadow, I gotta sign back into Steam because a bunch of hacking a code that made me have to reset every damn password that I have. That's a hassle in and of itself to reset everything. So all these YouTubers that are complaining about shit that I love to hate on them because they're always complaining. That's why I complain about them. Okay.
What is happening? So, I went to a fan event tonight for Michael. I got the 2 top seats in the RPX Theater at Regal. Right in the middle. The recliners. And let me tell you something. People were singing in this. The theater was dancing in this. People was having church all over the place. When Michael would say something. When certain other characters would say something. I know that's right. You tell them. It was just a full fan event. We had a damn good time. And first, I'll say, as a fan, there were a few things missing. There were a few people missing from the movie. I heard that one person in particular didn't want to be portrayed, declined to be portrayed in the movie, which I thought was interesting. I'm thinking, why? I don't know why, though. One particular person that was very instrumental in Michael's, I guess you could say in teaching him the business and learning from this person, they weren't in it. I was like, well, what? However, even though there were a few things missing, I'm sure as fans and even super fans, there is going to be something that they couldn't fit in, or they didn't do, or they didn't show, or whatever. It's going to happen. So I think fans will have their slight nitpicks. But other than that, I think this is probably, if not close to, it's $1 billion movie at the box office. Jafar Jackson's portrayal of Michael, when I tell you, you may not be able to tell exactly from the trailers. However, put it this way. As soon as he speaks in the movie, in my theater, everyone started clapping. And it was interesting because there was kind of a pause to it. The fans had to hear if he had the voice right. And once we knew he had the voice right, people started clapping. And I gotta tell you, as a fan that grew up with Michael Jackson, listening to Michael Jackson, hearing him in interviews, he's, I would say, almost directly spot on, to the point where if you close your eyes, there are certain, for the majority of the movie, I don't think you can tell the difference. There are a few different lines or things that he says where you're kind of like, okay, I could tell that wasn't him, but it was damn close. But the majority of the time, he sounded exactly like him. He acted like him. He made faces like him. And as you could see from growing to a child, and then, later on, Jafar takes over in the role, and he depicts him as a young man on. He starts to look like him more and more as the years go on. You'll see what I'm talking about. Like just the later Jackson 5 days, and then, he goes solo. But then after that, around the Thriller time, I'm like, yo, he's actually starting to look more like him, with the looks changing. His dancing was pretty much spot on. Now, the two men have different dimensions. They're built differently. But even though they're built differently, he's built different from Michael. Y'all ain't gonna believe this. There were certain moves he did tighter than Michael. Better than Michael. Overall, was he better? As a fan, I would say no. But as a fan, I'm just saying there were particular movements. I was like, damn, I think he did that better than Michael might do. But overall, his dancing was excellent. His portrayal of him was excellent. I mean, you can't take nothing from the man. He put his foot in it. He must love his uncle to death, because, I mean, he really embodied him to the T as much as possible. He might be the best impersonation that I've seen, or portrayal of Michael that I've seen on the big screen from the different portrayals I've seen over the years. He may be. I'm trying to think back, but he may absolutely be. Now, I'll tell you this, they only go to a particular album in this. And if any of you know that follow movie news, they plan on a sequel. They shot a lot of footage, so they plan on doing a sequel. I assume in the sequel, they'll finish the story. So, I gotta say, as a fan, I'm probably gonna buy this. And you know what's interesting? The portrayal of Joe Jackson was really good. I always thought Joe Jackson had a particular look. He has an interesting look. It's those eyes and those eyebrows. Very interesting look. They did well with it. They did well. And the brother that portrayed him did an excellent job. I forgot what his name is, but he did a really good job. Nia Long did a great job as his mom. Okay. And those are the three you see mainly in the movie. Though those are the three main actors that you see in the movie. His brothers are in it, and he has a manager and stuff like that, But it's mainly those three that are given the most screen time. And it's really good, man. It's really good.
The guy he's talking about that plays his father Joseph is Coleman Domingo. Coleman Domingo from Fear the Walking Dead, the recent the Running Man movie, the one with Glenn Powell, and he's also he's in another movie called Disclosure Days. It's coming out later this year. That's the one with I forget her name. She was in the movie The Walk about the fucking boat thing. This movie. Oh yeah, the guy from the new Knives Out movie that came out, which I thought was, I gotta rewatch that movie again. It's so funny. And yeah, but Coleman Domingo.
So as a fan, I'm gonna give this 4.5. 4.5 out of 5. Woos! It's not perfect, but it is a Shimon good time. Okay, so post your comments down below. Let me know what you all thought. If you enjoyed my movie review, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, and share. And also, remember, make sure you're still subscribed, because people are being unsubscribed. I was unsubscribed from Cosmic Wonder the other day. Okay, hit the bell and watch at least 3 or 4 videos so you know YouTube will continue to send you notifications. Because y'all tell me all the time you didn't know I put out certain videos.
So he's just begging you to watch his shit. Look, quit asking people to like, subscribe. I don't care. People are not gonna like, subscribe to me. Like, I don't ask people to like or subscribe. You know, you ask and then you beg, and then you like, you know, that's your income. Get a job.
You know what I mean? 10 million subscribers. Woo!
Hey everybody, today I am going to be reviewing Michael. This was directed by Antoine Fuqua. Michael, of course, referring to Michael Jackson, not the John Travolta version from the 1990s of the same name, but this is a biopic of...
You see what we're doing? We keep mentioning that John Travolta. That's how I know these are not their words. They're copying that shit. They all getting this. They all watch Debbie Johns' video. Every single time they watch his movie review, his video, and they copy certain things from him. And Chris Stuckman. We know it's not John Travolta. Quit with that joke, because I know where you're getting it from.
About Michael Jackson and his early years with the Jackson 5. And then as he finally starts to come into his own artistically, we bookend it with the Bad Tour in 1988. There's been a lot of discourse surrounding this movie online, and so I was kind of curious to see what the fuss...
You don't have to mention the discourse. Every single one of these reviewers is going to mention the discourse. Just talk about the movie
was about, but honestly, I don't really get it. I don't get the discourse. To me, this movie is not that bad. Is it good?
Then don't mention
it. It's harmless. It feels like your standard biopic where the narrative feels like we're checking boxes, we're touching on the bullet points of a person's life. It exists to generate sales for the Michael Jackson estate. Streaming platforms regenerate, buzz and excitement for that brand of Michael Jackson for a new generation.
No, it doesn't.
It also exists to, for corporate opportunities, for Academy acclaim, Oscar buzz, that sort of thing.
Already we got a negative person. Already. It exists just to make money. Just say you didn't enjoy it and move on.
So long as you know what it is. Overall, I'd say it is a crowd-pleasing experience. And I can say that because, I just got back from it in the theaters and everyone was, tapping their feet. I could feel it, that people were dancing in their seat. A lot of people going, mm-hmm. A lot of reactions. Admittedly, as soon as I got in my car, I listened to Michael Jackson all the way home, and I'm not necessarily a huge Michael Jackson fan. So, yeah, it does its job. The concert sections or the performances of Michael Jackson, I would say, are the emphasis here, and that is, of course, to promote the theatrical experience. And with these sections, I like that you feel the immediacy of them. It is a cinematic spectacle as well. The editing is sharp. It has a little bit of something. Even in its formulaicness, there is an energy surging through it at times. And I like that the colors are very bright in this movie compared to a lot of very diluted films these days. And the performances here are overall not that bad. I've always felt that biopics by nature are very creepy and strange, and there's this weird meta angle that is rarely explored, but I digress. The two actors who play Michael, the young version of Michael and then the adult version, they give pretty good performances. They're really giving it all the verve and energy that they can muster. The way they perform, they're fully embracing the task at hand, and it's not an easy task, so props to them. Coleman Domingo is another standout as Michael Jackson's father, and he's just one of those actors who I feel like he was born for this line of work. He's so naturally intimidating, or he can be, but he's also very warm and charismatic when he needs to be, and he's destined to be the type of actor who gives a lot of lengthy monologues in his career, because again, he has such a deep, resonant voice and a command on the screen. It is hard to take your eyes off of him when he is on screen, and so You always feel that presence throughout the movie. But one of my big problems with the film is what I said at the beginning of the review. It is a standard biopic, and so it's just bullet points. We're just going through the motions, moving through this person's life as if it is a medley of their greatest hits. We miss everything that is personal and authentic and interesting about the person, so far as how they got to that point. To me, this needed to be infused with a lot more personality. It is way too schmaltzy and twinkly at times where it's verging on comical. I would have liked it if they had leaned a little bit more into that camp, but no, this feels very generic Hallmark Channel in the way it's presented. The framing of the story is we're choosing to look at it through the lens of his family. It's Michael trying to find his individuality, separate himself from his father. I reviewed Selena yesterday, the 1997 film, which is also a biopic about Selena Quintanilla, of course, the famous singer. And that one also has a very similar formula, the idea of a star breaking out of perhaps a somewhat toxic family dynamic and trying to become their own person. But I feel like in that movie, even though it has its flaws, certainly, we get a sense of why her dad does what he does, where he comes from, and that helps us have some pathos, have some weight. But we don't really get a sense of it in Michael. The dad there, we don't know why he is who he is and why he's doing what he's doing and how he got his family to the point that he did. So there's just not enough.
Yeah, it would have been good. It would have been better to see why Joseph was so fixated with having his children, and we know. I looked it up why, because he himself tried to have a successful boxing career and music career, but he didn't care how he did it. He just wanted to be famous for something, and he wanted the money and the status, but he realized he couldn't do it. But he realizes that the talent was passed down to his boys. His boys had the talent, so he wanted his life dream to be realized through them, because he couldn't do it. So we didn't see that, and it would have been nice to mention the boxing career, the attempt at having a music career that Joe did try to do before his boys came along. It would have been nice to kind of show at what point did Joe realize that Michael was such a good vocalist, and show Joseph making the decision to make Michael the lead singer of the Jackson 5. We see him you were the Jackson 5. Now you're known as the Jackson 5. Because at first they were just the Jacksons, because there was 4 of them. Then Michael joined, and he called it the Jackson 5. But that would have been nice to have that. And I remember seeing it the first time. I was thinking, well, At what point did Joseph decide to make Michael the lead singer of the Jackson 5? And you could have shown that. You could have shown Michael singing something, and Joseph realizing that, this boy is going to be the lead singer of the group. He's going to be the star of the group. The group can't work without him, and it's just like, how old was Michael? I think it said Michael was 6 years old when he first joined the Jackson 5, when his father realized his talent. And I could be wrong, but that's what I'm saying. He should have shown that biopic of his dad, Joseph, being like, okay, this boy has got the gift. He's the one that's going to carry this family to stardom, So that's one thing I will agree with But this movie was not made to bring back interest and all that. Obviously, we know it. Come on. If you're going to have these biopic films about all these famous musicians, like I said, from Bruce Springsteen to Elton John to Bob Dylan, once again played by Timothée Chalamet, and all these other ones, of course you're going to get Michael. We had a Jennifer Hudson film, and I bet we're going to get a Janet Jackson. We're going to most likely get a Janet Jackson, because those Janet Jackson and Michael Jackson are 2 of the Jacksons that actually had an established career, singing career. And I bet we're going to get a Mariah Carey eventually. I bet they're already looking at people who are multiracial, women that are multiracial, that could play Mariah Carey, and several other artists. Probably a decade or 2 from now. Now that I think about it, we're probably going to get a Billie Eilish biopic when she's like in her late 30s and early 40s. Just saying.
Emotional resonance. There's not enough dimension to any of the situations here, so they feel flaky and unmemorable. I think one of my favorite scenes in the movie is when he's in the dance studio with a bunch of dancers. They're all strangers to him, I believe, and he's figuring out choreography. I like it because you're seeing it through the lens of all of these strangers who are just looking at Michael Jackson. It's like, okay, we know Michael Jackson, we know the persona, the charisma, but he's also a real person, and he's standing right in front of us, and he's working through his process. Peripherally, all that kind of stuff leading up to where the album ends up, that is exciting to me. I needed a lot more of that to give it something, give it some dimension. And what is frustrating is it's not like you don't have a lot of material here to work with. I know people have criticized the film for not going into some of the more controversial aspects of Michael Jackson's life and career, which is really the elephant in the room because, you know, as long as I have been alive, Michael Jackson has always been an extremely controversial figure, extremely. Now, the film itself is not covering those years of his life. It's choosing, again, to capture the early years. And personally, I don't have a problem when you're trying to make a biopic, you know, a movie about a historical figure, and you're trying to segment it. Maybe you capture one aspect of that person's life, one period of their life, and expand on it. But here's the thing with that. We know where Michael Jackson's story starts, and we definitely know where he ends up. And so even if you are merely covering the early years, it's like, come on, the breadcrumbs are there. The red flags in Jackson's behavior are absolutely there. But tonally, the way it is framed in this movie is just so off. It's like, yeah, this is a grown man and he's bringing in all of these animals to the house. He doesn't have a lot of real friends. He's obsessed with cartoons. The Neverland connection, the way that he only wants to befriend maybe children and his mother. So it's like, yeah, there's a lot of concerning behavior here psychologically, even with the nose job and the obsession with looks and perfection. And the film is treating all of that like we're just going through the motions. It's like, oh, don't mind him. That's just Michael. Miles Teller plays Michael's entertainment lawyer in this movie.
Once again, sounds like she's being rather negative about all this shit. And you should know that that's because all of that stuff that's negative is not really what's important. What's important is the fact that he was an established musician that had a lot of fans, and that people made that shit up about him. That of course he had kids over, and that was concerning. But of course they're going to take it to the next level and saying, "What's he doing to those kids? He must be molesting them. Why else would we have him over?" Those were a bunch of white people that had to say something. Because he was so famous. So, you know, you're not reading into the fact that a lot of it was a made-up lie. Because, like I said, the whole race does that to black people. They and black people don't bring this up enough. They're constantly targeted. You know? Michael was an example of the African Americans being targeted to such a degree, a lot. You know, never mind Trayvon Martin. That's not really important. We're talking about somebody who's a star here, okay?
Movie, and overall in his career, I think Miles Teller is criminally underrated, and he's definitely underused in this movie. He has such a naturalistic style, but even he is sitting here giving subtle faces where it's like, I'm bringing a Mickey Mouse stuffed animal to a grown man. Anyone going to question it? No? All right. Again, bringing it back to the Selena movie from
it's just a stuffed animal. Come on, man. Their noses are too damn busy to kill. So what if he wanted to stuff it? I don't mind if a stuffed animal came to me. That means they were his friends. If somebody did it to you, so what? You know what you nitpicking? That's your personal. You need to be more objective in giving a review. Stop getting into your little own feels with it, okay?
1997, it is similarly hopeful, and it has that sort of fairy tale framework to it. It's very optimistic and accessible by design. But with Selena, that positivity, that optimism in the movie, it makes...
Quit mentioning Selena. This is not about Selena, it's about Michael. Leave Selena out of it.
Sense a lot more, because when you look at Selena, we only really get to see her rise before she's about to break through. It's like she's full of innocence and hope, and she's this exciting new person, and then boom, her dream is destroyed out of nowhere. Here we know the breadcrumbs connect the dots to something a lot more sinister when it comes to Michael Jackson. And so just overall, I don't appreciate this movie treating me like I need the child safety locks on to enter. It's entirely too glossy and neglectful of key elements of Michael Jackson's evolution within his family. And you could say, well, in the movie, you see that the dad is tough on him. He is too controlling, and absolutely. But it's like a lot of parents in that line of work are the typical stage parent, but there's something more sinister going on here, clearly, and it is brushed over and handled, I think, far too delicately. I always loved the movie Amadeus and how they show the Mozart character in that. They portray him kind of as a Michael Jackson figure. He's somebody who has no discipline as an adult, acts like a child, spins excessively, and he has major daddy issues, but it shows him as a type of character where you would believe in all of that. It's all layered in. That's good character development, and I needed that from this movie to have an honest look at Michael Jackson.
Why did you need that to have an honest view? See, that's what I'm talking about. These reviewers say they need this. Then make your own film.
And his father's relationship. And I want a lot less scenes of him spelling out through exposition things like, this is my moment, and this is where I'm going to be what I've always meant to be. This thing starts to feel really padded by the end of the movie, and then there's just this drop off at the end, and it is so
Look, if you have a problem with the film that bad, you should really make your own version. Show me how you would do a better job. See, they always want to critique something, but they never want to say what should be done to fix said problem. They're just saying a bunch of shit, a bunch of woes, but you don't. This is why I like Flamento. There's another YouTuber, the Flamento. He tells you what's wrong with the film, then he tells you how you can fix it. Not that you need that something, you don't need to go that avenue, but that's one example of how you can fix it. These people just talk shit about something because it's a hot topic, it's a trending topic on YouTube, but they don't tell you how to fix it. Oh, I needed this. If you need it that badly, then make your own movie.
confusing. There's really no conclusion, and it's like, is this a to be continued situation? Is there going to be a part 2? I'm confused as what are they thinking so far as what the final product was supposed to be. Are we re-editing this because of concern over touchy material? Or is there a plan in place to expand on this based on how this is handled? I cannot see them handling the darker aspects of Michael Jackson that well. And so, yeah, I'm baffled.
Well, guess what? Baffled, Miss Baffled, you need a nose job. I'm just messing around, but she reminds me of a character from I forgot what it's called. It's an old cartoon. I think Doug. She reminds me of Doug. Who knows? Because she looks like she's not satisfied regardless. Like, why did you even pay for a ticket? If you thought you wanted, I mean, are you just doing this just to do it? Like, you didn't enjoy it? Like, never mind her being honest. It's just like she's nitpicking on some things that just not satisfied. Never mind it's her opinion. Whatever.
It's just so unsatisfying and strange. But again, I'm sure there's a lot more going on behind the scenes that I don't know about. So I think if this is the movie for you. It is one of those trying to appeal to the most accessible audience, and it is an escape for a while. If that's what you want, be my...
That's what movies are supposed to be. It's like Michael Jackson says in the movie, escapism, Mr. Quincy. Yeah, pure escapism, because like Avatar was escapism, obviously, but people talk shit about that. Well, this movie's just escapism. No shit. So was Star Wars. So was Indiana Jones. So was all the Marvel movies. Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, Cross Spider-Verse. Every damn movie that comes out is supposed to be about escapism. That's the point. Anyway, let's move forward. Obviously, you see that Adam does movies. He's got more to say. I don't want to watch these things that are too long. I kind of want to watch something that's short. So let's watch this. Biopic feels off. Well, yeah, let's just start here. I'm also.
It's been a
doing other
while
things.
since my last video. I had 2 weeks to give myself just a little break, and it's good to be back. What's on the schedule? God damn it. I'll tell you the truth. I've been dreading the Michael video for weeks. I didn't know how I was going to feel.
Oh, my Gen Z ass has been dreading this movie for weeks because I don't want to do it, but yeah, I want to talk shit because I want the views and the likes and subscribes. So I'm gonna do it anyway, even though it's on my schedule. Like I'm a busy fucking person. You're Gen Z. You're not busy. Trust me, buddy. You're not busy.
Feel about it, but I knew whatever I did say would be met with capital O opinions. Michael Jackson is
Exactly. You're just an opinion. Your word is not official law, and it's not official opinion, and it's damn sure not even a fucking authoritative on the subject matter.
just that kind of figure. He means a lot to a lot of people,
Yep.
and people weren't being normal about this movie
Yep.
well before it even came out. Appropriately so, he's not a normal guy, and
Exactly.
naturally this is not a normal movie. Michael, if you're unaware, is the long-awaited Michael Jackson biopic starring his nephew, Jafar Jackson, which recaps the first half of Michael Jackson's career, focusing mainly on his relationship with his father, Joe Jackson, played by Coleman Domingo. The film has been on the radar since 2019.
I think it's a very normal movie, honestly. I really do think it's a very normal movie. I'm so sick of people saying it's not a normal movie. It's just another biopic at the end of the day. It's nothing wrong, it's something different. It's just another biopic. Don't get shit twisted.
And after numerous setbacks, reshoots, and a lot of tinkering, it's here, and you can feel all of that interference on the screen. Much of these complications stem from the fact that the script originally focused on the sexual abuse allegations towards Jackson, so much so that the film supposedly opened with that part of his life, and looped back around to focusing on the scandal for the third act. But after an attorney for the Jackson estate discovered a clause in one of the accuser's settlements with Jackson, barring the depiction or mention of him in any movie, things changed. This and some other factors ultimately pushed the film back an entire year, leading to 20 occurred as recently as last June, and the result is a movie about a flawless protagonist, a really talented guy who, after overcoming some seemingly minor hurdles, became the most famous person on the planet thanks to writing some of the best songs of all time. Michael was, like any musical biopic about a beloved artist, always going to work on me just a little bit. These movies are carried on the backs of some of the best music ever written. They coat themselves in it. Watching the process of how these records came to be makes their reveal through the giant IMAX speakers unquestionably satisfying. I enjoy listening to Michael Jackson's music, so as a result, I enjoyed listening to some of this movie. Where these films have to prove their quality is in how much they let the viewer into the lives of these icons, if that's the route they choose to go, and taking it a step further, how they let you into those lives. Better Man, for example, does not hold back and does so in a big, bold, and audacious way, capturing the excess and absurdity in a way that's both enticing and weirdly moving. A Complete Unknown, which is fine at the end of the day, purposefully leaves you on the outside, choosing to depict Dylan as an almost ghostly figure, where the less you know about him, the more drawn to him you become. I am by no means an expert in the musical biopic, but it's one of the most formulaic types of films out there, so I know enough about them at this point, and at their worst, they can coast by visual Wikipedia articles. Michael is different, and not in a necessarily good way. You can actually watch me real time in my fresh out of the theater reaction video on Patreon. If you're looking to support the channel and get access to other fun perks like that, check it out in the description. Let me back up before I lose you. I think we can all agree Michael Jackson is one of the most fascinating people to ever walk the planet. His background, his evolution, the way he moved his body, his voice, his connection to people, his controversies, his destructiveness, his family, his death. No matter how you feel about him, and there's a lot of ways to feel about him, the way all of these elements factor into each other make him a deeply complicated, troubled, but fascinating person. And this movie depicts him as anything but. What's on screen here is just a really talented guy who seemed to just effortlessly push through any obstacle in front of him. Take him getting on MTV, for example. He shows up, asks to have his videos on MTV. Guy says, no, I can't do that. He says, can you try harder? Guy gets on the phone and without question, makes it happen. Any scene with his father, there's also little to no pushback, no conflict, no tension. His entire drive in this film is to be free, something the film needs to remind you of every 30 minutes or so, with him saying it out loud, because there's no other way for him to act on this and show it to you. There's nothing about the decisions he makes or the way he navigates the relationships in his life that suggests there's ever any real threat against his freedom. Part of that is because the main antagonist in the film, Joe Jackson, is equally as surface level. The guy is essentially a cartoon character, your stereotypical greedy family manager type, that Domingo unsurprisingly manages to bring some shape to. He's one of our best working actors for a reason. That said, it's one of Coleman Domingo's weakest performances in recent years. But Joe's lack of depth going up against Michael's lack of depth leads to a bunch of scenes that go something like, I want you to do this thing. I don't wanna. Okay. Michael is in a constant upward drift in this film, which speaks to his talent.
And it's in no way like that. That's what I'm telling you. If you're watching this, thank you. This is just a critic that is giving his 2 cents, which is not. It's really nothing. Really, like I said, his opinion is not a value. He's just talking shit of how he was dissatisfied. He knows very little. He doesn't know anything. He's just saying the film is this and the film. I mean, if you wanna look into all that stuff involving Michael and his father, and the scandals and all the charges, the allegations, do that on your own time. Films don't always have to include that for 100% accuracy, because another thing a film does that's good. I've always said this: if a film can get people to talk about it at the end of the movie, it's already doing one good thing. If it can get you to research the topic about said film, that's another thing. It's like, for me, it was Gran Turismo based on a true story. Not about the video game, but about a certain guy I never knew about before the movie that happened to use the simulator for that game to learn how to drive and then also be selected for a competition, which he won, and he actually became a real-time race car driver, and he competed, all because of a video game. But it was more than just a game; it's a simulator. I did research on the simulator. There were actual simulators for around $3,000 or more that you can have put in your home, and you can actually, it mimics that of an actual car, a race car. Because they incorporated certain aspects of the race car into the video game, scanning the vehicle or whatnot. But the point I'm making is it got me to do research. It got me thinking, is this as accurate? I need to research this. If you got that same curiosity and you want to look more into like the real life of Michael Jackson, there's other movies about him. There's other biopics. Before biopic was really even a term. We didn't start using biopic until like really just last year. But yeah, the film does not need to have everything be given to you. Because if it did, critics would be like, well, this movie just has to explain everything. It doesn't let you use your imagination. Maybe that's what they're doing, is they're trying to let you use your imagination. Now that they're doing that, you're complaining about that very thing. They're letting you use your imagination. They're not giving everything to you with a silver spoon. If they don't give it to you, you complain. If they do give it to you, you complain. You complain out of the way. That tells me what type of person you are. That you don't like movies. And here on these little live streams I like to do, I like to separate the real people who love movies and the people who don't love movies. Those people that love movies, like Chris Stuckman and even Jeremy Johns, they love talking about them. But then you got people who are just talking about them because it's a trend on YouTube and they're trying to get views and likes. Because they want to be famous themselves. Like, let's not lie about it. Let's see how many views this guy's got. Okay? Never mind. Okay, I gotta watch this one because this is about this is a movie review about Michael by a impersonator. So anyway, oh, okay, he's got over 178,000 views. So I don't know why that's me. But I'm going to add that to my collection. I mean, give me a second. Oh. No one is ready for the sequel. Yeah, but probably not. I want to see what that one's about. And I'm not just gonna watch these ones talking about fucking like the scandals and stuff. Although I keep saying scandal, the allegations. He's the only black person to actually do it. Michael Jackson does look white, and he's the only black guy that could ever, that actually managed to be white. And come on, goddammit, we're fucking low, man. Take our fucking day to do one little thing. Bro, the card on this is terrible.
What the hell you say that? What you say? Yeah. You say we done? We're not done till I say we're done.
People reacting to hear him in the background.
Big fight. What the hell you say that? What you say? Yeah. You say we done? We're not done till I say we're done.
Look at you, big fight.
Yeah, I don't know.
Why did Jafar Jackson swap Michael's socks in the documentary? There is a heartbreaking reason behind it. Jafar flawless socks in the documentary.
Hold on. There might be a biopic about Lady Gaga, now that I think about it.
Why did Jafar Jackson swap Michael's socks?
You can tell that's the opposite of that. You can tell that's what you tell. This charge to making
In the documentary, there is a heartbreaking reason behind it. Jafar flawlessly replicated Michael's dance moves, and even the audience's reactions were exactly the same. But he deliberately changed the shiny socks for the most ordinary ones. Fans believe that Jafar is deliberately showing the difference between himself and his uncle, and even suspect that he is trying to make himself famous. After all, Fabio, who looks more like Michael, didn't get the role. However, that is not the case. In order to imitate every little habit of Michael, Jafar stays in the dance studio every day. Especially the moonwalk, he has managed to do it exactly the same. But Jafar's ankle couldn't stand such great pressure and had to be wrapped up with bandages. He could only cover his ankles with white socks of a more subdued color. Although Jafar is Michael's nephew, the audience has higher expectations of him. No one wants to see someone on the screen who is nothing like Michael. It took Jafar 2 years to completely break his dancing habits. He even has to learn singing skills and won't have time to attend the premiere until right before the movie is. Why did Jafar...
So basically he just put himself more in the role, that's all that was.
Why did the director refuse to let Michael's real pet Bubbles appear in the biographical film, Michael? After Michael rescued the chimpanzee Bubbles, they lived together, shared meals, and built an extremely close relationship. He even set up a lifetime trust fund worth $2 million to ensure Bubbles' well-being after his death. Today, Bubbles is still alive, but the director chose not to include him in filming, and instead decided to recreate him entirely using CGI. This decision was...
And I'm gonna say something about that. That's the most believable CGI in an ape I've ever seen. Look. I saw the Plants of the Apes. Yes, I saw that kind of shit. That was also real. I saw the movie Better Man, which I thought that CGI was better. But that shit right there with the baby monkey named Bubbles, I thought that was the best usage whatsoever. Have great ratings of a chimp you could possibly do. The CGI is getting better, and they probably fused it with AI. But
based on 3 main and touching reasons. First, Bubbles has not seen Michael for more than 20 years, and the actor Jafar Jackson, who plays Michael in the film, has very similar features and expressions to him. This could cause a strong emotional impact on the elderly Bubbles, and even lead to emotional instability. In addition, after filming ends, the sudden disappearance of this familiar figure could make him feel abandoned again. Second, Bubbles has already adapted to life away from humans, and has been successfully integrated into a group of chimpanzees.
Otherwise, they didn't want Jafar to be ape attacked. Yeah. Let's get real. They did not want that chimp to dig his claws and teeth into it. You don't want a Nope situation when the damn chimp went crazy, or even that movie that came out about that killer chimp. I forgot what it was called. You know the one I'm talking about. Came out last year. I never saw it. I forgot what it was, but you know.
No longer showing a strong attachment to people. Finally, Michael always placed great importance on protecting and caring for Bubbles. Forcing this elderly chimpanzee to participate in filming would go against that philosophy of care, and at the same time, it would also... Finally, Michael always placed great importance on successfully integrated into a group of chimpanzees, no longer showing a strong attachment to people. Finally, Michael always placed great importance on protecting and caring for Bubbles. Forcing this elderly chimpanzee to participate in filming would go against that philosophy of care, and at the same time, it would also contradict the wishes Michael expressed during his lifetime. Why did the director refuse to let Michael's real pet Bubbles...
leave his chimp alone. That's what he wanted. He wanted you to leave his damn chimp alone. Just... You see, the show is the difference. The show, bro, is the difference. I can't watch a single thing with this fucking buffering issue. I can't fucking do it. Damn. I can't do it. You watch it on your own time. Let's just continue. Shut nuts.
Talents as an artist, sure, but it makes for a really uninteresting movie. Before I move on to some performance talk, I should acknowledge that Jafar Jackson is outstanding in this film. The choice to cast someone in the family was pretty brilliant. I don't remember the last time I've seen something like that, and it clearly paid off. You can really feel a bit of Michael Jackson's energy authentically emanating off of him. I didn't see any trailers for this film. I hadn't seen a clip, and watching this performance unravel in front of me in the theater was quite cool. But where were we? Oh yeah, a shame he doesn't have much to work with. A bigger shame considering there is material that could have been worked with. We'll never know what this film could have been. It doesn't exist, but based on these little tidbits about the original script, there is a world where the Michael Jackson biopic isn't sanitized and is instead a genuine attempt at trying to understand the complexities as well as the, you're gonna want to be sitting down for this one, flaws of this man, because those are what make him such an interesting figure. That's what pushes him beyond being just a one-of-a-kind pop icon. We have those pop icon biopics already, right? Don't you, Michael Jackson fans, want something better out of this? Okay, you know what? Maybe I'm completely missing the mark here. There's an argument to be made that Michael Jackson fans will instead be after something that captures the feeling his music gives them, something empowering and exciting and inspiring even. And this film's neat, tied-up-in-a-bow presentation paired with his music on a big, loud sound system will surely give fans an exhilarating 2 hours of pure escapism. I personally find that approach really boring considering who we're dealing with here, but it'll scratch the itch for a lot of people. It certainly did for the people in my theater. I may not have been on the same page as the people who erupted into applause at the end of this film, but we all did kind of share a chuckle when Miles Teller popped up on the screen. That was a nice moment of community. At least the movie looks alright. Some really sketchy VFX.
I think he's kind of upset because the movie's not about his people. I think this dude is Hispanic. This dude, I think, because you have a whole lot of there's not a whole lot of black. Well, there were a lot of black artists, but there weren't a whole lot of Hispanic artists back then, and we don't really have hardly any biopics about any Spanish or Hispanic artists. So, as sad as that may seem, I don't know, maybe he's upset because it wasn't about something that he could relate to, something that that represent his ways, and so he feels left out. So maybe he doesn't get it because he's not part of the black community. No, I'm bullshitting. I mean, once again, make a version of the film. You make the movie. You remake this movie and include what you want and see if somebody don't critique it and say, well, you should have left this out. The same shit you put in, you should have left out. That's the Michael this film. So nobody's opinion is official. So it's all just opinion. It's not official law or authority of any kind.
Aside, the film is pretty well shot for what it is. The lighting is sharp and bright, not overly muddy like a lot of films of this scale these days. Again, the sound really is great. Feeling the rumble in my seat during that final sequence was quite something. This unsurprisingly knows how to stick the landing with a big, bright, and poppy performance. Again, I speak for most of society when I say Michael Jackson's music is pretty great. I enjoy listening to it, and it sounds good.
You cannot speak for any part of society. at your age. You don't speak. I'm so sick of people saying I speak for most society. When you say you speak for most society, you're doing that. When you say when you speak for all of society, you are assuming that they've given you permission to do so, and nobody has. Like when somebody says I speak for all these people, I would say I did not give you permission to speak for me. That's one thing I don't like people saying.
Here. Something a little off-putting about this film is there are pieces of that old film scattered about. Jackson's obsession with childlike objects and his connection to his own adolescence do make the cut, and the giant plush elephant in the room makes these scenes, which are played as sweet and sometimes even quirky, feel really strange, considering how they would have played within the context.
Michael D. Luffy, me? That's my name, Mikey D. Luffy. You know what? I'm changing my YouTube down to that. That's my name. Why ask that question? Because my name is so popular? Why ask that question? Who's your favorite Michael? Me, nigga. Sorry, I didn't mean to be racist, but you know. It's only one of the most popular names. It's not the most popular name, but it's only one of the most popular names. Because my name is so common. Me, then. I'm my favorite. Me.
Context of the film this was originally supposed to be. I'm talking like this other side of the story is completely out the door, but given the "His Story Continues" title at the end, I guess there's a world where we see the other half here. The footage is supposedly out there and presented.
Can we stop acting like we're surprised when you know goddamn well when you see that? I knew that from showing one. I know damn well when I saw it. His Story Continues. It's obvious. There's gonna be a sequel. No shit. Stop acting like you're 2 years old and like you can't read English. What is English your second language? Let me put it in Spanish then. Maybe you'll understand it better. No, I don't care if I sound racist. Well, stop doing that.
But for, listen, I gotta judge this for what this is, and this is a weird movie. Predictable as it would.
I gotta judge you for you. It's not a weird movie. What makes it weird? You're weird for not understanding it.
Be to call this barely a movie. I can't say that. Michael Jackson isn't really a protagonist, no, but I recognize a movie somewhere in here. The Joe Jackson stuff works enough to give it some shape. Pretty impressive that the editors were able to make this work in that.
I gotta admit though, they should have included some scenes with Joe Jackson, given his reason for using the boys and why he used them. Like, you know, he had a boxing career that didn't work out well. He had an attempt at making a music career that didn't work out so well. He actually had a band, because you see him plucking a guitar later on in the film, in the middle of the movie, in the middle of it, you see him plucking a guitar. It's just like tuning it. He's like tuning it or whatever. You see him doing that. So obviously Joe's got some experience in music, and obviously if he most likely wrote the lines that the boys were singing in early on in their careers. So he's obviously got some education in music, but it would have been nice to show a little bit of his, not necessarily history, but why he even wanted his boys to break out in music, and why he was, you know, having them rehearse such long hours of the same dance moves versus having them play outside. Because see, if you think about it for a second, why was Michael the only child of the Jackson 5 to want to have a childhood? Why did he want to go back and buy all these toys and animals and try to have a child's life. Why didn't the rest of the Jacksons do that? Because they didn't have a normal childhood. People kind of speculate maybe Michael was autistic because that is kind of on the spectrum, as they say. But I just think that Michael was the one with the money. He had the money to fucking buy a chimp and name it Bubbles. He had the money to buy a giraffe, which you see in the movie. I think it's one of the funniest parts of the movie. He had money later on to establish Neverland, the place he never got. I mean, he wanted. He was a fan of Peter Pan. We know this, and so to act like we don't is to like, why you really, they have nothing to critique. This guy is he's just gushing out shit that we've been hearing for years. Shit that he heard his parents say. This is not his own words. I've heard this before. His generation, what Gen Zers do is they regurgitate the shit that the generation before said. It's not his own words.
Regard, I gotta say. But if it is a shape, it's basically just one straight line with no bumps along the way, satisfying you every chance it gets, just moving by one scene at a time. Hell, those songs are pretty catchy though. Makes me want to stream some MJ after this video. Alright, that's what I got. Thanks for watching. Go watch.
It does it. Fuck you.
Better Man and before you head out. I want to thank this week's sponsor, Squarespace.
You always think that Squarespace. Get a different sponsor. Fuck wide. Shit. Get a different sponsor. I look decent.
Hello, everybody. I'm Dan Murrell here with my review of Michael, the Michael Jackson biopic, which is one of the most hotly anticipated movies of the spring. Michael is directed by Antoine Fuqua, who brought us Training Day and the Equalizer films. It's written by John Logan, the writer of Skyfall, Hugo, and Gladiator, among others. And it's co-produced by Graham King, who is also a producer on Bohemian Rhapsody, a movie that I think this movie shares some commonalities with and may actually perform as well as. Another one of the film's three main producers is John Branca, Jackson's former manager and the co-executor of his estate, who's also a character in the movie played by Miles Teller. Either this role was cut way down when the film was restructured, or Branca's role as producer allowed him the privilege of vanity inclusion in the film and the casting of a name to play his small role. And the many executive producers of the film include Michael Jackson's oldest son and several of his siblings. I think that expectation setting is important with movies, and with so many people behind the scenes of this film that are part of Jackson's family and or estate, I think it's important to know going in that if you're expecting a deep look into Michael Jackson's psyche, or even something that challenges his image or his public persona in any way, that's not what you're getting here. Michael is a movie that is 100% devoted to gilding his legacy as one of the most successful and popular artists of all time, depicting his rise to fame and his coronation as the king of pop. By design and legal necessity, anything controversial is omitted entirely, and that opens up the discussion about this film really into two different areas: the quality of Michael as a film and the existence of Michael as a concept. As a film critic, I think my main duty is to evaluate this movie as a film first, which I'll do, and we'll talk about the rest after that. Playing Michael Jackson would be a hefty responsibility for any actor. I mean, how do you believably pretend to be one of the most famous people to ever walk this planet? But Jafar Jackson not only has the weight of playing Michael Jackson on his shoulders, but also the familial weight of playing his own uncle, plus the pressure of taking this on as his first ever acting role. It would be pretty easy to crack under that pressure. I think anybody would. But I think that Jafar Jackson acquits himself pretty well in the role. I did believe him as Michael Jackson, which is a role that he gets more comfortable with as the movie goes on. He nails his uncle's dance moves, which is no small task. And his acting, I think, is acceptable to actually pretty good. This is not the kind of transformational performance that we saw from Rami Malek in Bohemian Rhapsody or Taron Egerton in Rocketman, but this movie would have failed if Jafar Jackson wasn't up to the task. I think that he was, and he puts in a strong, if not exceptional, performance. The script for Michael feels like it comes straight off of the biopic assembly line. After a brief look at where we end up with Michael at the height of his bad fame, we flash all the way back to his childhood as part of the Jackson 5, the band comprised of Michael and his brothers that launched them all to fame before Michael's solo career. And we also meet Coleman Domingo as Joe Jackson, Michael's domineering father who's determined to break the family out of their working class roots by working his kids as hard as possible and punishing them when they step out of line. Domingo plays this part well, though I think it's written somewhat one note. Nia Long as Katherine Jackson, Michael's mother, mainly looks worried while Joe is in the room and gives Michael the support he needs when Joe's not there. I don't know what the actual dynamics between the Jackson parents were, but I would have liked to have seen a little bit more development in the film. Of course, none of this is news to anyone even tangentially aware of Michael Jackson's life story. It's been written about and depicted in TV movies and spoken about countless times, and Michael doesn't really scratch beyond the surface when it comes to Jackson's childhood or anywhere else, really. For the first 2/3 of the film, Michael flies through the years, depicting the biggest events in Michael Jackson's life in a
Michael Jackson's daughter Paris doesn't have black features. Jackson's wife Debbie Rowe reveals the true reason. As the daughter of Black Michael Jackson, Paris Jackson looks completely white, leading some to believe that she may not be Jackson's daughter.
I personally thought that she wasn't Michael's daughter because, look, I know that he looked white, but before we bring up people, okay, I'm going to go ahead and give this little disclaimer. I was born in 91, so obviously I wasn't alive when he was originally black. I get that. I was alive. I was born just when he had turned himself white. White, I put that in quotation marks because there's more to that than just he wasn't trying to be white. Had something to do with his skin condition, autoimmune disease, vitiligo. Yeah, it's an actual autoimmune disease. Yes, it's a disease. Fuck off if you don't think so. But yeah, I thought his daughter was she's supposedly biracial, supposedly, but she looks too white to be even that. And take it from me, I'm biracial. Look, the skin tone. You see the white pigment? Look. If I slap myself, I don't know if I make myself.
The remarks from Jackson's former friend Mark Lester deepened the suspicions surrounding Paris's lineage. Mark has stated that he could be the biological father of Jackson's children and has publicly expressed his willingness to take a DNA test because he feels Paris resembles his daughter Olivia. Another friend of Jackson, Jason Pfeiffer, also revealed that
sounds like paranoia.
Jackson mentioned in conversations that the children belonged to Mark. However, Jackson's wife Debbie Rowe revealed the truth. While she did not directly deny the statements made by Mark Lester and revealed that Jackson mentioned in conversations Olivia. Another friend of Jackson, Jason Pfeiffer, also revealed that Jackson mentioned in conversations that the children belonged to Mark. However, Jackson's wife Debbie Rowe revealed the truth. While she did not directly deny the statements made by Mark Lester and Jason Pfeiffer, she hinted that her children with Jackson were not conceived or born in the usual way. However, she emphasized that Jackson was very loving towards the children and insisted that he is Paris's biological father. Additionally, genetically speaking, although Jackson is black, Paris's mother, Debbie Rowe, is white. So Paris's lack of black features can also be attributed to it. It's no wonder Michael Jackson's daughter Paris doesn't have black features. Jackson's wife Debbie...
I hate when they do that, the short video. Look, he wants to continue. He wants you to watch the full-on video somewhere. Man, it's... My goddamn internet's not working a damn. Anyway, we'll just get out of this. Let's get back to the reviews because it's getting irritated.
Scene or two before moving on to the next thing. There are some scenes devoted to Michael's discomfort with his appearance, including the size of his nose and subsequent nose jobs, as well as his vitiligo, but they seem to be included solely because they're not able to be ignored, even in the movie's limited time frame, and the movie doesn't linger on these things, nor is there much exploration of the overwhelming stress that came with his immense fame, a topic that Jackson himself explored in his music, even in the bad era. This rapid-fire surface-level pacing is most evident when Michael is conceiving of and recording his legendary solo album, Thriller. We get basically one scene of writing, one scene where he invites gang members from the Bloods and the Crips to watch him come up with dance moves to beat it, which is a bizarre compression of actual events, a pretty much shot-for-shot recreation of the music video to Thriller, and then a
A wrap-up scene with a record executive where we learn that the album is a huge success and Michael's now the biggest star in the world. At least that scene does touch on Michael's difficulty TV as a black artist, but you could have gone so much deeper. I actually think that the making of Thriller would have made a better movie. Here's Michael Jackson as he was breaking away even more from his family and still could have depicted the tension between him.
By the way, Thriller was like the scariest thing I saw as a kid. When I was I remember being, I think, 6 or 7 years old. My mom was playing it on MTV, I think, or VH1, one of the two. I didn't even know what it was. This is before I even... I think I was 4 or 5, actually. I think I was younger than 6. I can't remember. I lived in Bruce, Mississippi first before we moved to Batesville. I think it's about when the time... I need to ask my uncle that. When did I first see that? Was it in Bruce or Batesville? Anyway, I was like 4 or 5, and my mom happened to have it on the TV. Wait, was my brother playing it? I happened to look over the TV, and I saw this zombie figure. I'm like, that scared the shit out of me. This was before Resident Evil. That game with zombies that my cousin Cody bought a copy of Resident Evil 2 over to our home in Batesville. My brother was playing Sonic the Hedgehog on the Sega Genesis, and that's the first console we had. But then Cody brings over Resident Evil 2 with the Sony PlayStation X, the original PlayStation, and that shit we'd never seen before, PlayStation or Resident Evil. And I remember seeing that something else. Oh, sure, Michael Jackson's Thriller, because it was so spot on with zombie. It looked so goddamn real, man. Because the practical effects was so fucking real with the... Not just Michael, because he's the only black zombie, period, in that entire music video. He's the only black person zombie, where everybody else is like grayish white, because they're all from white people. Just saying. So, yeah, this was the first black zombie you saw anywhere, period.
Him and his father, and we could have actually seen him exercise his creative genius instead of just being told countless times that he's special and one of a kind. He was, but it would be great to see that. But a Thriller-centric movie would have meant fewer songs.
We did see that. We saw exactly that. They mentioned it and we saw it. They mentioned it and we saw it. It went back and forth. So what?
That could be jammed into the film, and Michael seems determined to play every popular song that Jackson sang from the Jackson 5 days to the Bad era. A lot of storytelling in this film is done via montage to Jackson's music, which is a great move if you want to be a crowd pleaser, but it's sometimes less than satisfying narratively. Michael moves at dizzying speed until the third act, where it slows down to linger on Joe Jackson pressuring Michael to tour with his brothers after Thriller's success, which leads to Michael's severe burn injuries on that set of the Pepsi ad. The last 20 minutes or so are basically a concert film, first with Michael and his brothers, then as a solo artist. And this culmination is similar to Bohemian Rhapsody, but in that film, the story all led to the band's performance at Live Aid. Here, the performances just seem like the film had to find a stopping point, which actually isn't too far from the truth. It's no secret that Michael originally began and ended with the 1993 police raid on his home after he was accused of abuse by a 13-year-old boy, but after the estate discovered that a previous legal agreement prevented them from depicting these allegations, the film had to be partially reshot and restructured. Instead, the movie ends long before those events, and while this retooled third act doesn't stop the film in its tracks completely, it does make the pacing uneven. It's probably the best version of having to completely redo the third act, but it's still an awkward fit. The movie just kind of ends, although there is some on-screen text teasing that the Michael Jackson story may well continue in another movie. Aside from Jafar Jackson and Coleman Domingo, the rest of the performances in the film are good, but not many of them are allowed to linger long enough to leave much of an impression. Giuliano Valdi is good in the film's first act as young Michael, and Caitlin Durrell Jones as Michael's longtime bodyguard Bill Bray gets some sympathetic moments as Michael's only confidant for much of his life. There's also one piece of casting that I won't spoil, but it's exceptionally bizarre. I'm actually still debating whether or not it was intended to be a joke or maybe some kind of meta commentary. All I'll say is that if I had a nickel for every time spoiler actor played spoiler role in a recent music biopic, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't much, but it's weird that it happened twice. Regardless of your thoughts on Michael Jackson, the man, it's tough to debate the impact of Michael Jackson, the artist. I was born in 1983, and for the first 10 years of my life, I lived in a world where Michael Jackson was the most famous, most popular person in it. My late childhood and teen years brought the allegations that were made against him, and my adulthood saw the era where he became an oddity. But it's undeniable that for a time, he was, for lack of a better word, idolized, including by me when I was a kid. And he still is by a lot of people around the world. And that's where the discussion about this film begins to turn from Michael as a movie to Michael as a concept, as a piece of art that unapologetically exists to build and sustain Michael Jackson's legacy as an artist and as an icon. For those who still worship Michael Jackson, I think this movie is going to be loved. I mean, this is an opportunity to see him at his height as an exceptional writer, singer, and dancer who overcame difficulty in his life to transcend all previous concepts of fame and artistry, who cultivated a legacy of kindness, and who made music that to this day is still some of the best pop music ever created.
You know what's funny, and I want to include this in my own little review, was that I never really idolized Michael. I never worshipped him. Even when I was a kid, I always heard about him throughout my life. I remember my mom turning on VH1 and MTV and watching all the music videos, and she'd always talk about him. And growing up, I did hear about the allegations, of course, and I'd ask my mom, is that true? And I would hate it if it was true, because my mom named me after him. Of course, my Uncle Gary thought I was named after Michael Newman from the character in Days of Our Lives. But look, just because I have the last name Newman, that's because my mom's last name was Newman. Because back then, if the woman wasn't married to the man and she had custody of the kid, she could give the child either his last name or her own last name. And she chose to do the latter for both me, my brother and I. That's the proper way of saying it. Yeah, I still remember my grandma from my childhood school days. But I never really idolized Michael, my namesake. I never did. Because I like the music, I'm not going to lie. I still like the music. But it wasn't my favorite. If you could ask me who's my favorite artist, it was never Michael Jackson. It was like Linkin Park, the Starblight on, Evanescence. Because, honestly, Michael Jackson, his music was not my generation's music. My generation was Linkin Park, Slipknot, Disturbed, Evanescence. For some people, System of a Down. Some people, Megadeth. Megadeth shouldn't. When I say my generation, I'm talking about the shit the stuff that came out during when I was growing up. And Michael Jackson, his stuff came out in the generation that came before me, Generation X. My uncle's generation. My mom and uncle's generation. That's their generation. And I know that music is not really a generation thing. It kind of actually is. I know that it transcends time, but it is a generational thing. That's why I did not like Billie Eilish's concert that I saw today. Yeah, I know in the movie, fans were crying. I saw way too many scenes with fans crying and tearing up than I cared to see. I'm talking about people, boys and girls, really women mostly, fall out, bawling out on screen. The camera was deliberately capturing their crying. It's like, look, at some point, is this about Billie Eilish singing, or is this about the fans crying to said Billie Eilish singing? Which one is it? Pick a lane. Stick with it. Damn. But it looks like they chose the fan side most, because they really wanted to show the fans. It didn't even, I thought it was going to be about James Cameron, because he supposedly directed this movie, but you didn't even see a lot of him in it. He's just in a few scenes asking Billie Eilish about her process and shit. Anyway, there's nothing about that. The point is, that Generation Z, their music is not my generation. Yeah, I know Gen Z listened to a lot of shit from the 70s, 80s, 90s. Like it's nobody's business. Because let's face it, Gen Z, the Zoomers, they copy us. They copy the one that came before, the generation that came before. A lot of our shit we gave to them, and they didn't make their own. But Billie Eilish is their own generation. So I felt out of place being in the audience. Like, this is not my music because it's not my generation's music. Would Michael Jackson agree? No, he wouldn't agree. But that's just how I felt about it. And I didn't enjoy the movie because I didn't really listen to the music of Billie Eilish. I don't hate the person. I'm not a fan of her music. That's it. And that's the same way I felt about Michael. I never hated Michael Jackson. I just didn't really. I never considered myself a fan of his music. I kind of like the music more now with the movie coming out, but I'm still not like a serious fan. I'm not gonna scream and shake my head and all that kind of shit. I'm just not. But yeah, I grouped the whole generation thing that he's talking about. That I'm trying to move my mouse around, But that's what I want to mention in my movie review, that I wasn't, when I make a movie review of this film, is that I wasn't a big Jackson fan, I was just kind of like, he's everywhere. It's got a bit of a jam to it, but what I'm saying is I never deliberately chose that to watch a Max and Jackson video. It'd always be something I'd catch.
It's a way to celebrate him without having to confront or acknowledge anything that he maybe wasn't able to overcome, including the tragic circumstances that led to his death. For people who...
See, that's what I'm talking about. The film doesn't even mention the allegations, but every time these reviewers want to bring up the allegations, what allegations are you talking about? It's not in the movie. Talk about what you saw in the movie. Because see, I asked one of the managers that I talked to at AMC Metron 16. I asked him, "Do you think the allegations were true?" And he said no. I said, "Why?" And then I told him they're not covered in the movie. And he said, "That's because it's not that time yet. There's going to be a part 2 where they're going to mention that. This is before the allegations." And he made that clear. And so I understand when some people don't get that, and I didn't originally get it, but for every single reviewer, and these people are so-called experts, they're supposed to have at least the knowledge to know that this is a part 1 of 2. Daniel knows that the allegations are not to be covered yet into part 2. So why does he keep mentioning it? Why do they all keep mentioning it?
See Jackson as a fallen idol, I think this movie will be resented for exactly the same reasons, because it refuses to depict Jackson's legacy as anything other than that of a transcendent icon.
Once again, it's talking about the icon before the allegations, before the fall. It's talking about, this is the Wise movie. Another reviewer just said it. This is the Wise movie. We're going to get the Fall movie later. My stuff is like disconnecting and falling apart and shit. Because this room is too small for everything. Okay.
Even though the movie's timeline doesn't extend into the era where allegations were levied at him, there will still be accusations that this is an exercise in whitewashing. I think that setting the film in this time frame...
Once again, make said movie. Make it yourself. Stop complaining. Make it yourself. If you've got an issue, make it yourself. Go back and make your own version. Then people can critique that and be like, okay, you did this and that wrong, and you can see what it's like. I said the same thing about Chris Stuckman's film. When people were criticizing that, they were saying he should stick to writing. And I'm like, they said the same thing about James Cameron. You should make this. Oh, fuck. This is what happens when, hopefully all this will hold together. Hopefully.
Is a way to tell a just the hits version of Michael Jackson's life without having to confront the difficulties that came later. The legal challenges faced by this film may have made the production more complicated, but I think it makes the discussion around the movie a little less complicated for a lot of people. Most of what you see in this film are more or less objective depictions of real, documented events, not subjective depictions of events later in Jackson's life. Whether or not you support this approach is entirely up to you. Ultimately, though, that conversation stands alongside but apart from Michael's merits as a standalone film. And that's where I think my role as a critic lies in judging the movie. And I think that as a movie, Michael is a well shot and directed, pretty well acted, energetic movie that also fails to break the mold that's been cast by countless biopics that came before it. Employing Jackson's catalog of hits gives the movie a crowd-pleasing, propulsive energy, but it lacks depth or real insight into Michael Jackson, and that keeps it from rising to the level of something truly special. Judging from the crowd buzz outside after I saw the movie, I think that this is going to be generally well-liked and probably loved by a lot of people in the audience. I think it's probably going to make a lot of money. Plenty of my audience seem content to clap along with the hits and celebrate Michael Jackson's glory days, but I think that there was an opportunity to do more here. Michael Jackson largely built his name by doing things that no one had seen or heard before, but the movie bearing his name doesn't really do a lot of that. So on my personal scale, I'm giving Michael an upper grade rating of it's fine, really just on the line between it's fine and it's good, based on the performances, especially Jafar Jackson's. As I said, I think he gets stronger as the film goes, and I can't deny that the movie did engage me throughout, despite its surface level script and uneven structure. This movie could have been a lot worse. I think there are some areas where it succeeds, although I do want to make one final note. If this movie lives up to its promise and delivers a sequel, I question what a second Michael Jackson movie would even be about. I mean, it appears that it couldn't legally dramatize at least the first major accusation against him, and given the team behind this film, I doubt there would be much interest in even leaving questions about the other allegations open-ended. At best, those allegations would probably just be ignored, which would dodge an unescapable and major chapter later in Jackson's life, regardless of innocence or guilt. While there are many who believe in Jackson's innocence, I think there are still a lot of unanswered questions, and I don't think that his family and former associates are the ones who should potentially be making a movie that tries to argue his innocence. That version of a second Michael movie would mean that it moves from an exercise in gilding his legacy like this film to an exercise in admittedly biased parties actively trying to shape his legacy. Any attempt to tackle Jackson's life post-1993 should come from a clear-eyed, informed, and non-biased perspective. And should the same team return for a second Michael film that moves from depiction to argumentation, I think the conversation around that film, at least on my part, is going to be much, much different. So those are my thoughts on Michael. Love it, hate it, and I think you're going to hear both, although I think you're going to hear more love it about this movie. There's definitely going to be a lot of discussion. What do you think? Are you going to be heading out to see it this weekend? Let me know down in the comments below, and as always, stay tuned.
Here's what I think. I think you shouldn't review films. Because you're saying that, this didn't do this and that. You know why it didn't do it. You know that. Don't bullshit. It's not supposed to be about all the allegations. It's supposed to be just about his glory days. He knows what it's about to be. It's not that he is critiquing it negatively, which is annoying enough. It's that he's pretending to not know that this is a part two. And he knows damn well it is. Because coming from Dan Moore, I know he has friends in Hollywood, they all do, that can tell him this is a part two. Or maybe even this is a part one of two, or maybe even one of three if they want to go to a third film. And he's pretending to not know.
Right here for the latest in movie news.
No, I don't think I will, buddy. I'm quite selective on who I pick to watch, because certain people they talk too much negativity about a film because they themselves want to be known, and it's like is the Rotten Tomatoes score fail? I mean, should this movie have been made? Things like that, and they're all going to say the same thing. It's like they're doing it because the critics. They'll pay to say negative things. They used to talk about how critics were paid to say negative things about movies they liked, and they'd ask for a movie like Michael. But obviously, all of a sudden we get one, and now it's it appears that they're paid to say negative things. So. Yeah, that's really what I think about it. Leave my thoughts. I'll just tell my thoughts. I'm not gonna leave you a comment. I think he shouldn't write films, and I think he shouldn't make reviews. Anyway, the critics are wrong again. I think I got Dan Moore in my list because I gotta remember to include
Hello, I'm Michelle with 2 L's.
And I'm Natalie the Red.
And we are Force of Light Entertainment. And today we are here for a review of the new biopic, however you say it, whichever way.
You decide.
Yes, of Michael. Yes, about Michael Jackson, starring Jafar Jackson playing Michael. But before we get into this, if you have not yet subscribed to Force Light Entertainment and you enjoy movie reactions, you enjoy movie reviews, go ahead and hit the subscribe button. Also give this video a thumbs up. Okay.
Do that for me too, please. I know I said I would not ask people to like and subscribe, but you know, I gotta do it. I gotta do it. Gotta do it. So do that for me too.
Okay, let's get into this review of Michael. I was excited to see this. I went through a big MJ phase in high school. Love his music.
Here we go.
Just really no one like Michael. There will never be someone like Michael again. He just was special when it came to music. I mean, just he was.
No shit.
So I've been excited to see this ever since I saw the first teaser that came out. And so what did I think? So the way we do our reviews, guys, we'll give you our initial thought, what we liked, what we didn't like, and rate the film. My initial thought for this was I enjoyed it. Natalie, what were your initial thoughts?
I would have to agree. Yes, I did definitely enjoy this movie.
There we go. Okay, so let's move into what we liked about this film. Is this a perfect film? Definitely not.
Nope.
Is this as bad as critics are saying it is?
Nope.
No.
Also, definitely not.
No. This is going to show a big divide between the average moviegoer and today's out of touch critics. Because I believe most people are going to enjoy this film, just like we did.
If you're a fan of Michael Jackson, I think there's definitely going to be, it's hard with so much in somebody like his life to capture everything, but I think there's going to be parts of it that you're going to be very satisfied with.
Yes. So getting into things I liked about this film, Jafar Jackson did a fantastic job playing Michael. It is almost uncanny how much makeup department. The makeup department for Michael deserves an Oscar. Genuinely, it is uncanny how much they transform him into looking like, and then he does a good job of sounding like.
Oh yeah,
Michael Jackson.
I guess it's buffering or shuttering. So here's my thing when it comes to Michael Jackson's daughter, Paris. If Jafar is the son of his older brother, Jermaine, his nephew, and we see how dark Jafar is, why the fuck is Paris so light? Don't give me that biracial excuse. I don't think Paris is really his daughter. And they say, well, she was born different. It doesn't matter. Apparently, Blanket was created via, not created, but he was put in another woman as she was a surrogate mother. That means that they took sperm and egg and made it go. No, the sperm fertilized the egg naturally, but they put that in a surrogate mother. That's why Blanket doesn't really look like Michael. He's in no way black whatsoever. I guess, or something. I don't know. None of his kids look like him. Yeah, they say that Prince, this is the eldest son. I'm not sure. I think Paris is older than Prince, and then both of them are older than Blanket. He now goes by the term Biggie, because Blanket would be obviously embarrassing. They in no way look black remotely. Because despite how white Michael was, none of his kids are black remotely. Even though Michael looked white, at his core, his DNA said African American. So I don't want to hear it when people say, well, that's his daughter. I'm going to say, no, that can't be his daughter. Because first of all, her nose is too damn long. And she's too white. She's not even mixed, because I'm biracial. You can clearly see that. Some people mistake me for being Indian or Mexican. That's what being biracial is. The hair, and plus the hair. Paris Jackson, she doesn't have the black hair, the curls. She can have the black attitude all day. she can look like she's black. That's just. I just want to bring on that. I just wanted to mention that.
I mean, you literally are like taken back at times at how much he looks, talks, and moves like Michael Jackson. So that was a standout for me, which again is a huge part of this movie. I mean, you're there to see Michael. So I thoroughly enjoyed the portrayal of that. And right from the beginning, it's the type movie, guys. It even had the whitest girl you could get moving in my seat. I love the music sequences. I thought those were just a standout and definitely high points in the movie. And there's many that are through, starting with the Jackson 5 and going into Michael's solo career. I loved all of them. The movie definitely, I think it's going to have a new generation fall in love with Michael Jackson's music. It's going to have a new generation tapping their toes to this music and dancing, which it definitely had. Again, had
Come on.
It had me there, moving in my seat. Because how can you not? So I thoroughly enjoyed again the performance and the music, which is most of this film, and I feel like I learned certain things that I never knew about Michael Jackson watching this. And again, just had a genuine good time. Enough of a good time, I would be more than happy to go see this again. Again, even just for the performance and the music numbers that are very catchy in this film. So that's kind of my things that I thought were really good in this. Natalie, what about you?
Well, yes, I definitely enjoyed the musical numbers. I really enjoyed this movie overall. Like I kind of touched on earlier, it's going to be hard to please everybody, especially people that know a lot of the stuff about his life. But I think there is a part 2 coming. Maybe we'll get onto that in a minute. But yeah. So I really enjoyed it. Like, of course, there are things that are really tough to watch, about his tragic childhood. But I also love to see sort of the character arc in this movie. Sort of a theme is he's breaking free, mm-hmm. He's finding his voice, in all kinds of ways. So, I really enjoyed this movie. I think it did kind of capture the heart and the essence of Michael Jackson. So I even though, like I said, there are things that are to watch, like in the tragedy of Michael Jackson's life, but I think it's worth the watch.
Yeah, but and overall, though, they do a good job if they do show, there's moments of showing, how tough it was growing up with Joe Jackson, for sure.
So trigger warning.
Yes, but the movie also just has like kind of a sweetness to it. Like it
does.
There's something sweet about this film, and I really appreciate that. I know we kind of said the word precious for Project Hail Mary, but I think this is another kind of in that vein. Totally different films, but it's like that movie is precious. This movie, there's something very sweet about this film.
Well, because I think, a lot of us, like if we are fans or sort of, what's the word? Very interested in Michael Jackson at times and have watched deep dives on him and stuff like that. I think you can't help but pick up he was a
sensitive soul,
interesting, sensitive, sweet, weird in some ways, but soul, so I think like his sweetness, that is something that runs throughout quite well.
Yes. And again, that shout out to the actor who was able to portray that very well. So I think he did a fantastic job. But yeah, it is kind of a sweet film. And like she said, even though there's those moments that they show that are real, it
is part of the story.
Overall, it's a very uplifting movie.
It is.
And that's one of the things that I really appreciate about it as well. It definitely ends on a high point. Again, this is part 1, and it ends like on a really good, nice character arc for this particular part of Michael's life. So I enjoyed that. And this is a film, I would say you could take a kid as young as like 8 years old, probably, to go see this film, and they would be depending on your 8-year-old. But right. But there's very little cussing. I'm really trying to think of when they cussed in the film, and it's very clean.
Like we said, the worst thing is just the depictions of child abuse.
Yes.
I think to set up kind of like how Michael became, Michael, like, right. And like some of the trauma and all that, obviously.
Yes. But again, they keep that more minimal and keep the, overall it's more lighthearted.
Yes. Certainly from there. Like,
yes.
Yeah.
But so it's a very clean film. It's a good film to, to take. You could take your family, just depending on your kid, maybe 10 up or so. It definitely doesn't need PG-13 as far as that. Like you could take your 10-year-old to see Michael if you had a 10-year-old. And I think they'll enjoy it. Again, I think this will grab that full audience, kind of like a Project Hail Mary that has a very wide net.
It could definitely have a very wide audience.
Yes. So those are the positives for Michael. What are my negatives? My biggest negative is the CGI monkey. Okay.
Yeah.
Can we just bring back live animals into movies?
That was a bit of a flaw for sure.
Yeah, but that's just because Hollywood never. It's not personal to them. It's like they just refuse to use real animals at this point.
I love they included Bubbles.
Yeah, but it was distracting. But he's not in it that much, so it's not that big of a gripe.
Right.
I still think I would say a movie like Bohemian Rhapsody, which started this craze of Hollywood making all these movies, is still overall a more elite film. But this film is very enjoyable, and I think MJ fans are gonna really have a good time with it. And I think it could even create Michael Jackson fans. I think it's a very good time at the theater, is what I'm trying to say.
And I think if anything, a complaint, which I don't know, it really is a complaint. It's like I want more.
Yeah, well, we're getting more.
I want more details, but yeah, I guess that brings us to our next. I guess there is going to be more.
Well, and Natalie, were you going to say? I guess they had some things they had to cut out.
Yes, there were. Like, I think part of the issue apparently,
which I wouldn't have known had she not told me this. It's still good, so don't understand that.
But I think they had to spend quite a bit of money to do some reshoots, to remove some people. So it probably, unfortunately, we'll probably never see like what would have been like due to legal reasons, I guess, with different people or people being portrayed in the movie. Diana Ross, Janet Jackson,
yes, who's missing from the film.
Missing from the film. But I think with what they had to do, I still think they did overall. I think this is a really good movie.
Yes, I really enjoyed this film. I also would say last recommendation before we, because I do recommend seeing this if you like Michael Jackson on any level. I recommend seeing this in theater. I recommend finding the theater that has the best audio.
Yes.
We went to one that has it's the biggest screen, but also with that comes the best audio in the theater. And I say go to even if it's a couple of dollars more, go see this with the whatever version has the best audio in your theater, because again, the musical sequences are so much fun and such a great part of this film that you're going to enjoy.
So much fun. Like, I dare you to go see this movie and not be grooving.
Yes.
And snapping in your chair a little bit. It's just it's next to impossible, I found.
Oh, I've had the beats in my head all day. Yes. Yeah, you'll have to. That's what's been in my head. That's exactly what's been in my head.
But oh man, the music is a pleasure.
It is. So now let's rate Michael, 5 being the max level of hoots, max level of enjoyment. Okay, I'm going to do 2 scores here. I don't usually do that. If I'm being real critical,
your critic score and your,
yes,
audience goer score.
If I'm being real critical, my critical score maybe is a 4 out of 5, which is still good. But my personal score for this movie is a 4.5 out of 5. I thought it was a very enjoyable film. Again, I think it will make Michael Jackson fans. It will reignite Michael Jackson.
Reinvigorate the fans.
Yes, and I just thought they did such a great job. Again, with the makeup, with his acting, his dancing. It just, you felt like you were watching Michael Jackson.
Jafar Jackson, you did that. We see you. We salute you.
It was good. So I'm going to give it, on a personal level, 4.5 out of 5 hoots, because I very much enjoyed it. And like I said, would gladly go see it again. Natalie, what are you going to give Michael?
One last thing I want to touch on. I do want to say, as terrifying as Joe Jackson is, I do think that Leighton did a really good job.
Oh, he's a good actor.
Yeah, he did it.
did his job. Yeah, I forget his name. He's been in other stuff. He's a good actor.
I think it's Coleman Domingo.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments. but-
Yes, he did. Even his faces, he really played the monster role well. He did a good job.
You told me I can't wear a necklace to
He
the
did
door
it
to my neck and chest.
Okay, so Natalie, what are you going to rate Michael?
Okay,
You're obsessed with my neck and my chest. It's not obsession. We're trying to get the focus on the word. Watch this, Pastor. You don't get to tell me what I wear. Is this too much for you? You're obsessed with my neck and my chest. It's not obsession. We're trying to keep the focus on the word, not Watch this, Pastor. You don't get to tell me what I wear. Is this too much for you? You told me. You told me I can't wear this.
It's good.
It's a good, like she said, is it a perfect movie? No. Are there little picks we could all have? Sure. But overall, I think, like I said, the essence of MJ and the start of his career and the first half of his life story, it left me wanting more. So. Chef's kiss. I think it was a really good movie.
Absolutely. And that, again, like if I'm being the real critical here, say the Bob Dylan film, is it shot on a way that's more critically appealing? Sure. But did I enjoy that?
Enjoy this movie more?
I enjoyed this way more.
Yeah.
This is a way more enjoyable film. Just so much more fun. So yes, I highly recommend if you haven't gotten that yet. If you are an MJ fan on any level, I recommend going and seeing Michael.
Go see it.
And again, pick the theater that's got the best audio because you want to jam out to this movie, which you're going to. It's just going to happen. You're going to start moving your body at some point. But that's our thoughts on Michael. What do you guys think about this? Have you guys seen it? Are you interested? Share your thoughts below. And if you have not yet, go ahead and hit the subscribe button. Also give this video a thumbs up. And as always, ladies and gentlemen, remember to be a force of light. All right. Bye, guys.
The Michael Jackson biopic.
Yep. So that's how that is. You got some people that like this movie and some people don't. It's dividing fans. I should have anticipated this. Yeah, I love watching this. I love watching these reviews because I get to see how much hate a film can get because it's so divisive. Movies used to not be this divisive. Same thing with music. It used to not be this divisive. What it is, it's not the movies or the music or the art media or the subject matter that's divisive. It's the art divisive. So, we have several different reviewers. They always say, we're not like those reviewers, we're not like those critics who hate on the film. They may have started out being reviewers. They probably did. But as they got into their little YouTube careers, and I put that in quotation mark because they believe that they're engaged in careers. No, they don't have careers. People like Paris Jackson has a career because she actually performs. She actually works. That's an actual career. The YouTubers on YouTube, like what I'm doing now is just for fun. It's just a hobby. It's not a career. I don't encourage you to take it into actual job. What was I saying? They keep saying, oh, we're not like other critics. Yes, they are. They may not start out that way, but eventually they become critics in and of themselves, and they start hating on movies for the same exact reasons critics do. That this is a shallow version of his life. And you got people explaining why Michael Jackson is better than the reviews say, giving their own little review, defending the movie. Because people just can't help but really hate on the film. And yeah, there's going to be some differences between the music video. There always are differences. I mean, not everything is going to be spot on. Because who all remembers every single vivid detail of any music video or short film in this case? Because, Thriller was a short film. This woman's only got 4 views. 4 views. Anyway, I kind of want to get into it so I can take the hell out of this. It's just another genetic music. Yeah. I really want to watch this one by Jezebel. Because, she has it. You've been lied to. And look, that's not her title. That's somebody else's title. An honest review. This person looks like a lesbian. Yeah, I did say that word, by the way. I'm not afraid to say it. Anyway, I don't know which one I want to watch. I kind of want to watch the Angry Joe, but his way... Let's start with this one. I really want to start by listening to Geeks and Gamers.
What's up, Geeks and Gamers? It's Jeremy coming...
Oh. I didn't remember them until I clicked on the page. Now I know who they are. It's one of the grifters.
To you with another video, and today we're talking about the Michael Jackson biopic, which is absolutely crushing it at the box office right now, and all of the worst people in the world are very angry about this. Primarily a lot of the critics that tried to destroy this movie before it came out. The same type of legacy media that spent decades trying to destroy Michael Jackson's life. And even in death, Michael Jackson continues to win and continues to destroy these clowns, and I couldn't be happier. Now, I've already given my review for the movie here on this channel. I absolutely loved it. I highly recommend it, and now you see it right.
I could never understand. Like, I understand logically, but I'm talking about from like an emotional standpoint. I can't understand why a person wants to destroy a musician's career. Like, I remember being disgusted about the allegations, but that's what I'm saying. They're simply allegations, because people don't know what the word allegation means. When you look at the term allegation, according to the dictionary, my mother gave me some excellent advice, perhaps the best advice a woman can ever give a curious boy with Asperger's syndrome. Yes, I brought up that word again, even though you fuckers call it autism spectrum disorder. Allegation, fucking mouse, man. An allegation is a formal assertion, accusation, or statement claiming someone has done something wrong or illegal, made without immediate proof. It's basically you're accusing somebody of something, but you have no immediate proof. You have no proof. It may be formal, but it's not. We're just accusing you. That's all it is. Unproven status. It is not yet proven true or false, requiring evidence to substantiate it. And it cannot just be circumstantial. It has to be physical, undeniable evidence. That's what they say in the court of law. You have to convince a jury of his or her peers, which can be anybody at this point, also 18 or older, to believe beyond a reasonable doubt that so-and-so committed said offense, that so-and-so allegations are true. And that was never proven in the court of law, according to Michael Jackson's allegations of child molestation and or abuse. So if you gotta break down the word allege here, because allegations from the word allege. You allege is a verb meaning to assert something as true, often in a legal or court context, without providing proof. I assumed you stole my binder. I don't have proof, but you did it. I do allegations all the time, because most allegations are true, especially in regards to a person. But people making allegations about somebody, that is pretty much hidden from you, unless he or she goes out to a concert. Whatever.
Right here, Michael just made history at the box office, crossing 100 million worldwide in a single domestic opening day. With over 40 million domestically, it now holds the biggest opening day ever for a biopic. Michael Jackson keeps winning. Now, we've talked about this a lot, but the critics really hated this movie. 38% on Rotten Tomatoes. The fan score has went up since more and more people have seen it. It was at a 94. Now it's all the way up to a 97. Fantastic news right there. But not everybody is happy. and primarily it's the critics. And I want to point
It's always
to
gonna
one
be the
person
critics.
in particular, John Campia, who, to be fair to John, he did not hate the movie. He liked it. He had some criticisms for it. But John really loves to take up for those critics, really likes to sweep for them. And that's exactly what he does right here in this video clip.
Scores, which right now have gone up to 40%. And the audience score, the Rotten Tomatoes audience score is 96. Why is there such a big discrepancy between them? Now, I've sat here and watched a lot of very weak-minded people make up some pathetic ass excuses. Well, critics just hate Michael Jackson. No, they don't.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They love to hate Michael Jackson because they'll basically... Look, this hate for films and shit has been going on since... This goddamn film. This critics have been going on for years before the YouTube became a thing of reviewing movies. Michael was a popular icon, period. He's worshipped everywhere. Now, like I said, I never worshipped the guy, but people love to hate Michael. Some people, the second half of the club, they like to critique Michael and hate on him because that's what they're known for. They're critics for a reason, dipshit. Don't lie, John. You're the one who defended Chris Stuckman saying that he's similar to Peter involving Jesus because Jesus told Peter to come to him and Peter steps out of the boat and walks on water for a few steps before he doubts and looks down. But no other disciple could ever say that Peter did not walk on water. That's the argument that John made in regards to Chris Stuckman because he got out and made his own film. He doesn't just critique or view movies, he makes his own film. Now he's defending critics.
No, they don't. I'm sure there are a couple that do. Just
Really? How about this right here with the Leaving Neverland miniseries? Critics gave it a 98%. Look what the audience gave it. This tells you everything you need to know about how they feel about Michael Jackson. When there are lies surrounding Michael, they have no problem supporting that narrative. But when Michael Jackson is painted in a positive light and it is made for the fans of Michael Jackson, these critics can't stand it. They can't stand it. But let's go back to listen to what John has to say here.
Excellent, pathetic ass excuses. Well, critics just hate Michael Jackson. No, they don't. No, they don't. I'm sure there are a couple that do. Just like I'm sure if you go into McDonald's, there's a couple of people in McDonald's who hate him too. But that is not why the critics gave it, or some critics, 60% of the critics gave it a bad score. So get that weak ass sauce of critics just don't like Michael Jackson. Shut the fuck up. You're stupid. That's not why.
You see that? You're stupid. You know what that sounds like? That's the same logic that people on the left use. That the people on the right argue about the people on the left. They say, "Oh, you say shit like you're stupid," and you get mad instantly. That's how we know you're not. Your world is not. It doesn't mean shit. We know that. That's why you can't trust it. No, I can't trust John on this. Great.
Now, I liked it. I gave it a positive review, so I'm one of the 40%. But guys, we want to take a second to thank a sponsor of today's video.
Let's
him.
Jump ahead.
Restrictions. Reason. And I'm just my best theory about why we see such a big discrepancy between the
let me ask you this, John. On the weekend that Michael Jackson has this film that has completely destroyed all of the expectations at the box office, the critic score has done absolutely nothing to hurt it. Suddenly, magically, we get this news to drop. Michael Jackson's estate is facing a new wave of molestation allegations from 4 siblings who say they were groomed and abused for years and that many handlers in Jackson's entourage willingly enabled it. And here you see some of the...
Yeah, so it's like you're saying, all of a sudden you're coming out of the closet with this. You're deciding all of a sudden to to come up with these allegations. It's like Paul Munoz said, you held that shit for 20 years and you didn't tell any authority figures, any police, your ass is going to jail. I don't care who it is, you're going to jail. These are involving kids. You held that shit for 20 years, someone is going to jail.
Quotes right here that I'm not going to read. Just magically this happens on the same weekend as Michael Jackson destroys it at the box office, crushes it. And now we get these mainstream media headlines out of nowhere. But no, they don't hate Michael Jackson. No, it's not even close. They love Michael. They just wanted Michael to have a good movie.
The critic scores and the audience scores is something I've talked about for years, which is, and why I understand why there's such a gap. As somebody who liked the movie, I understand why there's such a big gap. When people go to a movie, they will pay to buy a ticket to go to a movie that looks like it's something that really interests them and that they might enjoy. Now, sometimes they do enjoy it, sometimes they don't. Whereas film,
in essence, escapism.
Critics, they don't have that luxury. They just go to see a movie whereas film critics, they don't have that luxury. They just go to see a movie whether it's something that looks like it appeals to them or not, right? There are a lot of people out there who don't like Michael Jackson that did not go to see Michael this weekend.
I guess this definitely appealed to them right here. The ridiculous narrative right here. This appealed to them, where it's nothing but lies meant to destroy Michael Jackson, and that just appealed to them. This is a massive cope from John. It's a ridiculous take, and anybody with any level of common sense is going to see right through the BS that he is spewing right there. So miss me with that nonsense. The bottom line is right here is the updated score, 97%, and it is crushing it at the box office. According to the box office, Michael is the first biopic in history to hit $100 million worldwide on its domestic opening day. People are loving it. Despite the hatred from critics and the very convenient allegations, it has risen above all that to open with the huge box office and audience approval. This could have serious legs at the box office, and I believe that it will have big-time legs. So Michael Jackson is achieving what only the true king of pop could at the U.S. box office, and it has now surpassed Oppenheimer as the biggest opening day for a biopic.
Why?
And I believe it's going to, so right here, biggest opening day of 2026, crushing the Super Mario Galaxy movie's 34.5. And I think that it's going to be the biggest opening weekend of the year, potentially domestically. At least it'll be close. I don't know. I didn't see what Galaxy did. But right now, and Michael Jackson is huge worldwide. Like, he has a massive following worldwide. So if this thing does really good domestically, it's going to do huge internationally. So I think that I don't want to just automatically assume $1 billion is going to happen.
Can we just imagine for a second Michael winning for president? Can we imagine Michael winning for president? Can we just imagine that, please? Like, forget Barack Obama, forget Trump. Michael winning for president. Am I being too loud? Am I being too loud? How about now? Am I being too loud? Okay. Okay. Oh, shit.
But man, the momentum that this movie has and the word of mouth that's out there, over on Critic List, when I initially talked about it, it had about a 76%. Now, with more votes coming in, Critic List is up to an 83%. Now, again, just to understand, that is an average of 83 out of 100. That is a phenomenally high score. That is a very high score. I gave it a 90 out of 100. But right now it has an average of 83 out of 100. Now, if you are not familiar with Critic List, it is essentially a Rotten Tomatoes alternative. You can go over there. Geeks and Gamers is very involved with this. We have communities over there, and your voice matters. You can sign up. Has an app on Android and Apple. You can sign up right now, and you can make your voice heard, and you can follow us over there. We have our different communities and things like that, and you can create your own community. But the point being is that this right here is the true sign right here, is people's individual voices without any bias, without any mainstream garbage, without any of that. This is where you can use your voice. But right now, man, I am so happy to see this playing out the way it is. As I've said, I'm a huge Michael Jackson fan. I have always stood against all of the lies and all of the garbage that Michael Jackson has faced over the years. Because I mean, I grew up, listening to Michael Jackson's music, and I watched all of the hatred from the media. I watched them tear him down. I watched them try to destroy this man's life over and over again. And if you want to, you can watch a video by Razor Fist. Razor Fist has some really good videos on this topic where he basically exposes all of the lies. And these are like from 8, 9, 10 years ago, I believe, from Razor Fist. They're great videos. And interestingly enough, it's the same song and dance here all this time later, where they're trying to destroy this man once again, and it's not going to work. He's the biggest star we have ever seen. He's the greatest entertainer of all time. And now, so many years after his passing, here he is dominating once again and proving the media wrong, and proving that the only thing that matters is the fans. And another thing that we need to note out, right now, early in 2026, we're having some damn good entertainment. I really enjoyed the Mario Galaxy movie. Critics hated that one. Fans loved it. It's probably going to flirt with $1 billion. It looks like it will hit $1 billion. It'll be close. Now you have this Michael Jackson movie, which is crushing it. Project Hail Mary was a huge hit. I enjoyed all these movies, and we're just getting started. We got a lot of movies coming out throughout the year. So entertainment is definitely turning around. It doesn't mean we're out of the woods. It doesn't mean everything is perfect, but you got to call it like it is. There's some damn good stuff coming out right now, and I'm very happy about it. You guys have a great day. Thank you very much for checking out this video, and we will talk to you later.
What is hack?
Okay, so let me go ahead and copy this link while this buffos. I think my internet's finally working good, because if I get an auto 1080 premium auto, that means that my internet should be good. But yeah, I gotta make sure I give these guys like credit. Make sure that people know that I'm not just copying the videos. I'm actually not using the permission, but I'm still, in a way, letting people know that it's not my content. So what a copyright claim they want to make. Crap. Where's Mikey? Oh, it didn't change my name. Oh, did it? Damn it. Okay. Bad channel. Okay, so this is Jeremy Johns, right? Jeremy Johns. Not Jeremy Johns, I'm sorry, Tyrone Magnus. And I'm very interested in what he has to say. He's going to basically show a video with, notice I'm talking low because my mic is very sensitive. He's showing a video, he's watching the Critical Drinko's video, and I've got it over here. He should have a link to it in the description. It's down at the bottom somewhere. Oh, here, Michael, the critics were wrong. And he should have it in his description. Yep, Michael, the critics are wrong. Because if you're watching somebody else's content, you need to have a link to that content. Anyway,
what is hacking?
Shit.
See what the drinker thinks. It should be fun. The critics were definitely wrong. Go subscribe to Critical Drinker.
Please don't.
Tell him Tyrone Magnus sent you.
Michael Jackson, an icon of 1980s culture that transcended music to become one of the most instantly recognizable names on the planet. Yeah, his later career was dogged by controversies, accusations, and his increasingly bizarre appearance, but at his peak, he was bigger than Beyonce, Taylor Swift, and whatever the hell this is supposed to be combined.
Sabrina Carpenter, come on, man. Of course he was, because he existed before Beyonce.
Since we seem to be living in the era of the biopic right now, it was kind of inevitable we'd get a movie about him.
Wait, Neil? I like his Australian accent. I think he's from Australia, ain't he? He's from something, maybe not. No, he's Scottish. The Critical Twinkle.
Sooner or later, and well, here it is.
Yep.
And just like the man himself, Jesus, it really has made a splash, bringing in over $200 million in its opening weekend alone, and shattering box office.
I think Tyler Magnus has a Blue Yeti, because it looks like I got the same mic. Y'all tell me. It's similar. Yeah, because it says paddle. So it's not the exact same model, but similar enough. Anyway.
His records for a biopic movie.
That's right.
Critics hated it, audiences loved it, and now that I've seen it for myself, I can kind of see why both sides feel the way they do. So we might as well get the obvious stuff out.
Yeah, there's things that they gloss over or don't include, and people they don't include, and situations they don't include, and not just the controversies, but there's other things. Just as a fan, when I gave my review, I was like, just certain things that aren't in there, and I'm like, well, why weren't, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, some people felt like it was a highlight reel of his life, or at least that half of his life. And it kind of did feel that way. But just because it might have felt like a highlight reel doesn't mean it didn't feel good. You know what I'm saying? That it didn't entertain you. There's, I guess you could say, a formulaic process that certain movies go through, and how certain people look through movies through a specific lens of how they should be made and how they go. And I get that.
And those people don't want to make the movie themselves. They want to talk about it, but they don't want to, even describe how you can fix it. Which they kind of did by saying you can include those people. But I bet there was an director's version that would be longer. It would probably be an exact 3 hours, if not 3.5 hours longer, with said footage that they might come out with during a special time of the year. They might say, you experienced it in theaters, now experience the uncut director's cut version of the film, including over 2 hours of footage that was not in theater, was not shown to you in theaters, was not shown in theaters. Michael, the director's version. The same thing they did with the Snyderverse. The Justice League, and then they had a Snyder cut of it. You know what I'm talking about.
But some do steer off to the left or to the right sometimes and do things differently. And as a fan, I walked away pleased, but wanting more, knowing that it had flaws. But I was pleased. You know what I'm saying?
The way first, if you're expecting a warts and all look at the man himself, deconstructing the mythos around him and showing the good, bad, and the ugly sides of Michael Jackson, you're kind of out of luck on this one. This movie was made with the blessing of Michael's family. Damn man, his own nephew plays the lead role, so in a lot of ways, it's a sanitized, respectful kind of film that portrays Michael in the best possible light and tactfully ends its narrative before the, more uncomfortable stuff that happened later in his life.
Yeah.
So from
it would be interesting if someone made a movie, although I don't know if it would be.
Before we get into that, I want to say several YouTubers, including the Critical Dranko, he's able to copy footage and use it legally in his videos because he flips the actual footage. He reverses it, and somehow that protects him, according to the YouTube algorithm, whatever, that protects him from copyright infringement. Because I've tried to do that, and I've gotten copyright claims on my account, warnings and strikes because of said doing those things. So how is it that the critical drinker can get away with it, but somebody as mundane as myself cannot get away with it? It makes you think those people in the higher ups, primarily white people, that are able to control the algorithm and make it to where people that they like, their friends, don't get in trouble and lose their channel on kind of copyright infringements. But they're all the more ready to attack colored people. They won't attack Tyrone Magnus because he brings in too many viewers and subscribers, but somebody like me who doesn't have any subscribers, who's just still starting out. I had another channel that had more subscribers and had more views, and my internet was so much better than it is now. It's now, it's not that good. But what I'm saying is, and I'm still streaming, it's just, how are they able to get away with it?
Respectful, but it would be, there's a lot of different stories out there about him that don't go along with like the mainstream narrative of who he was. And I'm not talking about even controversy. I'm talking about just other things, about how certain people met him and what he told them and what he said to them, and how, like, I think I could have swore it was Brooke Shields when she first met him, and what he told her when he sat down and he was cussing and just being a regular dude, the way he was talking to her. And, stories like that, like stories about how, I forgot who it was, but a particular star was chilling in his, trailer, and Michael Jackson wanted to meet him. And when he walked in with two bad chicks on him, and was kissing him and talking to him, and they was all on him, and he was just, and he would, threw him off. Like, I remember somebody telling that story, like all that different type of stuff that wasn't the mainstream thing. I just saw Teddy Riley talking about the reason why he spoke high. He said he had a deep voice. But the reason why he spoke high is because his vocal coach, who Teddy Riley, I think, called the greatest vocal coach in the world, told him, basically, I'm paraphrasing, to keep that high pitch that you sing in, you're going to have to train your muscles and your voice to be able to do that as you're getting older. So you need to speak high. No matter who you talk to, you speak high. So it became part of the, persona that he sold to the public, even though he had a deeper voice. You see what I'm saying? So whenever Michael was speaking, he was training. See, all that type of stuff, that deeper stuff, little details about life, that's what I'm talking about. I want to see stuff like that. I would love to see stuff like that, whether good or bad. But if it's, a bunch of different collection of stories from different stars and people that met him.
Okay, make that movie, make that video. You've already started it, You pitched the idea. If you can write it down in the script and direct that yourself, or at least pitch it to somebody else and have them direct it, and just be the guy that gives the idea. That's what I say. You don't let somebody else make it. You make it yourself. That's what James Cameron said. He said, okay, if you want to see that other film that you want to see, let that person make it. You make that film. But because James Cameron got irritated, obviously, all the people telling him that he shouldn't make any more Avatar movies. I love Avatar. And I would defend James Cameron. I would say, yes, he was right in telling them people to mind their own business. And that, hey, that film that you want to go see, that you want to see in theaters, that you want me so desperately to make, you make that film yourself. That's what they should do. Stop saying that, I want to see this in the microfilm. If you want to see it that bad, make it yourself.
That can be verified a little, but, sometimes things can veer off and may not be real, but you guys get what I'm saying, like I don't even know if it ever happened. Some people say it's true. People say it's not true. But they said that Michael Jackson chipped up Tupac at a party for disrespecting Quincy Jones' daughter, who he was dating at the time. So Michael Jackson viewed her as a niece, and he told him not to be talking to him like that. And, you know, Tupac wanted to fight. And they said because Joe Jackson was a former boxer, he taught all his boys to fight. Well, Michael showed him he could fight that night. So you see what I'm saying? Like, I whether it's true or not, you know what I mean? But if it was true, I'd like to see that story. I'd like to see that played out on the big screen if it was true.
Purely biopic point of view, it's a slightly unsatisfying half of a story, carefully curated and structured to avoid tarnishing its subject. That being said though, as a story of surviving abuse and exploitation, personal and artistic growth, and ultimately becoming a true artist in his own right, Michael's a pretty fucking good movie all on its own, driven by a commanding performance from Jafar Jackson, helped by a great supporting cast and enough dramatic highs and lows to keep you engaged for 2 hours. So, let's discuss it, shall we? The story kicks off in the mid-1960s with a young Michael getting press-ganged into the pop group the Jackson 5, formed and managed by his domineering and abusive father Joseph. And believe me, this guy does not fuck around. Rehearsals are brutal and unrelenting, physical punishments are a regular incentive to keep everyone focused, and as the lead vocalist, Michael himself gets pushed hardest of all. Eventually though, their hard work pays off. The group starts playing gigs and eventually it leads to their first record deal a few years later. By the 1970s, the Jackson 5 are topping the charts and they're selling out arenas across America, with Joseph himself as the undisputed patriarch of the family. All is not well with young
Manager and
Michael.
everything.
Not only is he starting to suffer from vitiligo that starts to fuck up his self-image, but he's frustrated by his father's smothering influence and wants to branch out as a solo artist. Naturally, his dad does everything in his power to hold him back, knowing the group would fall apart without him, until finally matters come to a head in 1981 when he legally fires Joseph. By fax, no less. Damn man, the 80s were just awesome. The next few years lead to some of Michael's biggest hits, like Thriller and Billie Jean. He's riding high as one of music's biggest...
Nowadays, you could get fired by something very similar, but much faster, known as an email. Get fired by something very...
Billie Jean, he's riding high as one of music's biggest...
Nowadays, you could get fired by something very similar, but much faster, known as an email. You've got mail.
Stars, but Joseph isn't done with him yet and eventually pressures him into coming back for the Jackson 5 reunion tour. Something that would have repercussions for the rest of Michael's life.
It was messed up how he pressured him into coming back. If you see it, it's like, yo, man, come on.
But can he finally break free of his father's influence and stand on his own?
Yeah, it was savage, truly savage.
Or will the man who made him ultimately break him? One of the biggest talking points around this movie has got to be the disconnect between critics and audience scores, which is just fine by me because critics are fucking assholes who are only in business for themselves anyway. Not me though, dear viewer. The drinker will never steer you wrong. But like I said earlier, I can at least see why both sides feel the way they do. Michael is not really the kind of brutally honest, unflinching insight into the man's life that professional critics were probably hoping for. It's very much a sanitized, approved version of events where Michael is the innocent oppressed victim and the valiant artist struggling to find himself. It makes sure...
You see, that's the thing that I'd be noticing. Is people keep using words like sanitized. Every time I watch a group of reviews, there's always one word I can pick out that they keep repeating, and I know it's not their word. And I want to know who started using that word. Well, most likely, it's Jeremy Johns. That's...
Antoine Fuqua.
I've already included it, but Somebody said it. Somebody had to say that shit for them to keep saying it. Because it's not his word. It is not Cliff Jenkins' word. It's either Jamie Jones or Chris Stutman. One of them. Good. I need a longer type again. I don't want to type. All the reviews describes the highly fantastic. What are these other reviews? Focus on fame, not controversy. Who are these other reviews? Oh, the New Yorker. And they all say the same thing. A sanitized version. What does that even mean? You gotta look it up what that word means. Reducing microbes to safe levels. So it's basically moving badness, badness. Not quoting his song, to bring it down to safe numbers. Because sanitize, you're not trying to kill every single microenvironment. You're just trying to remove pretty much the big ones to safe levels on services or materials, for chemicals. You're just trying to reduce it to safe levels. It's when you actually try to disinfect, is when you try to kill everything. Good and bad jobs. Sanitize as a kind of a metaphor, I guess. I don't know. Sanitize version meaning, that's what it is. A story report, a document that has been altered to remove unpleasant, sensitive, and embarrassing details, making it more palpable or acceptable to the public. Every movie is a sanitized version of something. Damn. I'm digressing too much.
Sure to end its narrative on an upbeat, feel-good note of victory before all the controversies and the accusations that would dog him in his later career. It's less of a truthful biopic of the man and more like a Hollywood love letter to the legend. Yeah, there's little hints about his eccentricities and his growing problem with self-image, but it's never allowed to overshadow the main narrative. This film is really a chance to remember him as he was in his prime, a slightly idealised version of the real man that audiences can easily empathise with and root for. And credit to Jafar Jackson here, the guy plays him perfectly. His movements, his mannerisms, his artistic intensity, it's all there, and it's exactly what you'd expect from a guy who grew up with Michael and knew him for real.
Someone asked me, AI or not, and there were certain parts with the crowd where I was like, is that an AI crowd? Yeah, you're kind of like, you have these moments when you're watching where you're like, wait a minute. Yeah, so maybe there was.
That being said, the rest of the Jackson 5 aren't all that well represented. You don't get much of an insight into their own aspirations as artists or people, which I sort of understand because the movie only has 2 hours to play with, and trying to juggle all those extra characters would have caused a lot of narrative bloat. But shit, man, Janet Jackson doesn't even show up at all. I mean, she was a pretty big deal all by herself, and I'd assume she was a big part of Michael.
Well, she's the one that said she didn't want to be represented in the movie, so that's why.
Michael's life as he was growing up, but it's like she doesn't even exist in this movie. Weird. Naturally, there's your typical biopic villain in the form of his dad, a sinister, controlling presence simultaneously trying to leech off his talent and hold him back from his true potential. Credit to Coleman Domingo, by the way. He's a commanding presence and he actually looks distractingly close to the real man. There's the second act low point where a pyrotechnic accident leaves Michael with severe burns and a lifelong addiction to...
I saw the real video of when his hair caught fire. If you watch the movie, it takes longer for the people to get to him to put the fire out and help him. They're actually on him really fast in the real video.
Painkillers. And there's even the third act redemption where a physically scarred but emotionally powerful Michael finally rebels against his father and becomes the man he was meant to be. It's all there, it all slots neatly into the standard Hollywood biopic mold, and as far as I'm concerned, the end result is a perfect crowd-pleasing movie. It's not particularly complex or accurate, but I put it into a similar category to something like Braveheart, a movie that was a wildly inaccurate distortion of real historical
That's what I
events
heard.
that were much more complex and morally grey, but it was also a powerful epic drama that got everyone fired
really
up.
good,
Basically, if you're expecting a dark, complex and realistic portrayal of his life and career, you're probably going to be disappointed here. On the other hand, if you're a fan of Michael Jackson or you just want to experience a feel-good story of artistic and personal triumph, then you're probably gonna love it. And you know what? Sometimes, maybe that's enough.
See, that's what I was saying.
Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, sometimes it's the way certain movies are made. They're not formulaically the greatest movie ever. But it's just, it worked for the crowd. You know, so sometimes they are bad movies. Sometimes they're just different. You see what I'm saying? I felt like this one was different, even though I know what people have a problem with. I think it's more different than you can call it a bad movie. You see what I'm saying? No pun intended. Post your comments down below. Let me know what you all thought. If you enjoyed my reaction and commentary, hit the like button, subscribe, and share. 10 million subscribers. Woo!
And we don't have to watch the source video. That is Michael the Quick's wrong, because we just saw that in Tyrone Magnus's video. So you get the gist. I was watching this guy, G-Man Simpson Media online, but I couldn't understand him because his heavy British accent. Let's check this out. This is by Will.
So, to the surprise of absolutely no one, Michael is now a certified box office thriller, as the film opened with 217.4 million worldwide.
Okay.
The biggest opening all time for a biopic. So now we will discuss the why and the how, as well as how the success of this film is now being used as a weapon against critics, and whether or not that is warranted. Let's discuss.
I watch, so you have to.
All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
So before this film was even released, from the moment they dropped a trailer, most people were predicting that it was going to be a mega hit for a multitude of reasons. A biopic about the most popular and influential artist that has ever existed is going to attract a certain level of attention, for better or for worse. You're going to have superfans showing up in droves to support the film, and you are even going to have some people hate watching the film in the process. The truth is that a film like this is critic-proof, it is fatigue-proof, and it is controversy-proof. It is the very definition of an event film which is going to attract audiences regardless of quality. That's right, whether this movie was a cinematic masterpiece or a pile of dog shit, people were going to show up regardless. And that is quite literally why it's doing the numbers that it's doing, and why it will most likely continue to do those numbers in the coming weeks. Certain movies, certain figures that movies are based on, just transcend any cinematic trends. They come through like an unstoppable force of nature, at least in their opening weekend.
It's true.
Now, a lot has been said already about the discrepancies in certain online scores when it comes to the critic scores and the audience scores associated with this film. Now, I shouldn't have to say this in 2026, but I'm going to say it anyway. With this film. Now, I shouldn't have to say this in 2026, but I'm going to say it anyway, because in my personal opinion, it cannot be said enough. If in 2026 you are putting any stock in an online critic score, or an online audience score, or worse yet, using those scores to determine whether or not you're going to support a film or not, then you need to reevaluate things. I got news for you. For all the noise that's been made already about critics potentially review bombing this film for personal reasons and preying on its downfall, I need to point out yet again that positive scores, and yes, even audience scores, can just as easily be manipulated as the negative ones. At this point, I'd really love to know what quality.
And I was saying that about Furiosa, Mad Max Saga, along with From the World of John Wick, Ballerina. That those were good movies, and yet you had people on the far right calling it gore bossy, and including the critical drinker. He'd say shit like that. Oh, this is gore bossy, or the woman, words that they gave, Captain Marvel, whatever they said, gore bossy and she boss, whatever. They'd say these things about it, and in no way is like that. It's basically just the woman happens to be the protagonist, but you see that the ballerina, played by Anna de Moras, she's not as strong as John Wick. Physically, she has to use objects because she gets a gun kicked out of her hand. She has to pick up objects because she's little. There's reasons why she's not that strong. And same thing with Ballerina. Not Ballerina, but Furiosa. She was not that physically imposing. There's a lot of times she gets her ass handed to her. So she's not as a tough character. She's not a go boss. Whatever respect she owns in the film, the character, not the actress, but the character. And what I'm saying is a lot of people on the far right kept saying these ridiculous things, trying to destroy the movie before they could let it shine, simply because they didn't like it personally. I didn't like the concert I just saw. It was Billie Eilish's new film. Hit me hard and soft. I didn't enjoy it. I didn't flat out dislike it, but I did not enjoy it because it's just not my type of music. I don't listen to Billie Eilish like that. I like her song "Bad Guy" and another song, but maybe I'm the greatest here. I don't hate her, and I don't really dislike her music. It's just that I'm not into her music. I'm not a fan of her music. That doesn't mean I'm gonna try to make somebody else not like the movie if they like it, because there was plenty of fans, kids younger than me, and of course Gen Zoomers that love the music, and great, they like it. I didn't. Do I want my money back? No. It's a bit of a gamble. You don't know what you're getting yourself into, and you either don't like a movie or don't like a movie. But when you try to destroy a movie for your own personal values, that's when you become an asshole. I hated Megalopolis. Still don't like that movie. But I'm not trying to destroy the movie. I hated Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City because that hit me personally. The way they portrayed Leon Kennedy, my favorite video game character of all time. That doesn't mean I'm trying to destroy the movie. Will I encourage people to go see it? No, I tell them not to go see it. But my point is, this is not something video game based. This is a biopic about one of the most famous music artists, the famous artist period in this millennia, in the 20th century. So, yeah.
Qualifies as review bombing anyway, with both audiences and critics? It seems like people only bring it up when one score doesn't match the other, and nobody ever brings up review boosting, which is just as easy to manipulate as review bombing. Critic scores and audience scores, especially on sites like Rotten Tomatoes, are complete bullshit and should not be taken seriously. And I am by no means suggesting that some critics are not clearly biased and do not show that bias in the way that they review films in some instances. I've talked about that very thing extensively on this channel, and I will continue to talk about it until things like Rotten Tomatoes are completely removed from film discourse because they really have no place here. It's true, if you cannot put your personal bias aside long enough to objectively review a film, then you have no business being a critic in the first place. And even more so, your opinion has no business contributing to an online score of the film.
Damn right. That's the only way I work, Cap.
Now, on the flip side of that, audiences can just as easily manipulate the audience scores on sites like Rotten Tomatoes. And to suggest otherwise would be disingenuous and agenda-driven. The exact same thing you are accusing the critics of doing. You see, the narrative that's being pushed online right now is that unless you are 100% complimentary of this film, then that means you are somehow against the film and want to see it fail. And that might apply to some critics, but it does not apply to all of them. For me personally, I was looking forward to this film, and I would consider myself even to be a fan of Michael Jackson himself. Even still, I was underwhelmed by certain filmmaking aspects of this movie, but it does not mean that I hate the movie. It just means that I'm not looking at the film as a fan, I'm looking at it critically as a good critic should. People don't seem to understand that a fan or an audience member are looking for very different things out of a film than a legit critic is looking for. And that doesn't mean that critics are out of touch or biased against Michael Jackson in some way, at least not in every situation. It might just mean that they noticed certain flaws in the way that this film was put together that certain audience members are more willing to overlook. I've seen so many posts like this.
So what he's saying is he's judging the movie for its own merits, discarding all things said about the scandals, the controversies, the allegations. No one should include that in their review of critic, first of all, because this movie it ends right at his performance of bad. Right before said allegations are ever done, ever mentioned, so why in the fuck do we keep bringing those up? That's the point. What he's saying is, you gotta be focused on reviewing the film. Take out everything that is a personal opinion of Michael, even the positive. That's why people have got to quit starting. They got to quit starting the reviews with, "I'm a big fan. I love Michael. I've been listening to him ever since." Nobody cares. Tell me about the movie. Don't talk about your love for Michael and his music. I like the music too. My favorite song is "Beat It" and "Bad" and "Smooth Criminal" and "Thriller." I like maybe a good 5 or 6 out of his songs. I like a lot of them, but when I say favorites, if you ask me my favorites, so I don't have a favorite. I have many favorites. But the point I'm saying is that takes like fucking 2 minutes that I could have been just getting into the review, starting off. You know, yes, this movie is going to appease a lot of fans, but it does this. Tell me about the film. Tell me the camera angles, the cinematography, the sound, the direction, the acting. How was the makeup? How was the costumes? Things that are legit aspects of a film. The mise en scène, the editing, the things that people really look at in a film. Don't tell me about your little personal vendetta against Michael, or don't tell me about your love for Michael. We don't care, because we just want to talk about this film. That's it. And don't tell me the director's other works. Focus on this film. That's the problem with a lot of these reviewers on YouTube. They don't want to focus on the film. They want to focus on other shit, because they're trying to get the likes and the views. A real critic will just jump right into the film. Because it's not a review on Michael Jackson and his life. It's a review on the film that's about Michael Jackson and the only part of his life. That's what it is. Focus on the film. Oopsie.
This one, over the past few days, talking about how this might be the biggest L critics have ever taken. How exactly a quality critic, a real critic, does not do what they do simply to tell people what they want to hear, or to go along with the consensus. A real critic turns on to overlook.
I think he's also got a Blue Yeti.
I've seen so many posts like this one over the past few days talking about how this might be the biggest L critics have ever taken. How exactly a quality critic, a real critic, does not do what they do simply to tell people what they want to hear, or to go along with the consensus. A real critic turns all of that noise off and judges a film on its own merits based on what they see while watching it, not what everyone else sees.
That's what I just said. You ignore everything that everybody else says and you ignore personal bias. You focus on what is in front of you. That's the key word. Focus. Like you look at a camera, you got focus on one object is focus and one object is blurred out. Oh, you got deep focus. I don't think anybody's got deep focus. Y'all ain't there yet. But we need to focus on one particular thing, and that's the film.
That makes sense. But we live in this era of absolutes, in this era where film discussion has become no more sophisticated than two sports fans arguing about which team is better. It's that shallow and that uninspired at this point. A real critic should not feel differently if, God forbid, a movie that they didn't like ends up making a shitload of money. Because those two things have absolutely nothing to do with each other. Box office is not representative of quality, it is representative of interest. Michael Bay Transformers movies made a boatload of money. That doesn't mean that they are good movies. McDonald's
A shitload of money. A shitload.
sells a lot of hamburgers. Doesn't mean that they make the best hamburger. It just means that they are familiar and convenient for everyone. And I don't say that as a way of putting Michael down. Again,
because McDonald's was actually one of the first drive-thrus you could have in America. Like, the hamburger was a meal that you typically had during dinner time. Like the dad would come home, the wife would be making hamburgers for the kids. But they took that concept. What if we can take this meal and actually make it to where people can get this meal on the road? Because a lot of times families would be taking vacations. They'd be trying to go to like a Disneyland or whatever. And they go to a hotel on the way and stay at a hotel on the way because they're trying to like get rest or whatever, and they have to refuel. So obviously they'd stop at a nearby McDonald's and they'd eat their meal on the way to said Disneyland, because that's the idea of McDonald's. They pretty much perfected the drive-thru in every other industry, including Burger King and Wendy's. They copied that concept. They have their own drive-thrus for the exact same purposes. So it's not that McDonald's makes good burgers or good food. It's just that they're very convenient and they're also very cheap, hence the conveniency. If you don't have a whole lot of money, you can go to McDonald's and get a rather unhealthy meal, but still budget friendly. And a lot of people like minorities, they go to places like Burger King and Wendy's and McDonald's, especially McDonald's, because it's so affordable for a lot of minority ethnic groups, including black people. I'm just gonna admit it. That's why you see a lot of black workers there. That's just the truth, and this is what a critic does. I said that critics are bad, but the honest genuines, they tell the truth of what they see. They tell the facts without opinion. So,
and there were a lot of things that I liked about this movie, but there were also some things that I didn't like. I'm simply saying that if you're one of those people who are out here trying to dismiss every opinion that doesn't 100% line up with your own or with the consensus, then I think you need to reevaluate your life. You need to be able to separate the people who are criticizing in good faith from the people who have an agenda against this film or Michael Jackson himself. And yes, I am aware that those people do exist. Bottom line, Michael's success is not shocking at all. In fact, it was inevitable. And real critics did not take an L for not liking this movie, because real critics really don't give a f***. Fake critics who did want to try to manipulate the narrative around this movie in an effort to make it fail did take an L. But let's not resort to making generalizations when calling these people out. Because contrary to what some may believe, when it comes to film discussion or film criticism, nuances should and do exist. If they didn't, conversations around entertainment would be pretty f***ing boring. Not everyone is required to feel the exact same way about a film that you do or the consensus does. And Michael is yet another great example of that. And it's why I said in my review that having seen the film for myself, I can totally understand the perspectives of both the critics and the audiences. And in this particular case, I don't think that either one of them are wrong.
Y'all be cool. Right on.
So, Antoine Fuqua's Michael, about Michael Jackson, I liked it. I liked it. Probably not a huge shock because I've always considered Antoine a good director, decent director. So, but Peter Pan is a fictional, free-spirited, and mischievous young boy. The boy who wouldn't grow up. Lives on the island of Neverland. Leads the Lost Boys. It's interesting. It seems as if Michael Jackson, like he was trying to become Peter Pan, quite literally. It's like when he was talking about wanting children from every continent or every country, you know, on Earth. It's just, I think. Here's my thing. Like I like the movie. I gave it a 7 out of 10. For me, it works better as like a concert movie that you kind of headbang to, and it kind of just makes you feel fluffy inside. Like this is a very
escapism. Pure escapism, Quincy.
I knew beforehand that this was going to be a very safe, a very charming, crowd-pleasing kind of affair. Okay, this is what I would have wanted. What I would have wanted is Scorsese or David Fincher to have directed. They've directed for Michael Jackson before, literally, and they're just extraordinary filmmakers and better than Antoine Fuqua. But yeah, no, I would have wanted David Fincher or Scorsese to direct. Maybe Aaron Sorkin writing. I would love to make a Michael Jackson film, but yeah, no, something like that, and something that didn't feel as like without restraint. I want to see a without restraint, look at Michael Jackson's life. But I think we're getting ahead of ourselves. Like this is the first major motion picture about Michael Jackson, and honestly, I think it's fine. I don't know why my fellow critics are losing their fucking minds, being so much vitriol and so much angst talking about this movie. I just don't get it. I mean, obviously, this is not a 10 out of 10. Fucking obviously, okay? Not sure why. It seems like other critics were expecting it to. I'm so confused. Like, it I don't know. It's a similar thing with the last Mario film, where it's like, it's assuming you had the appropriate expectation. I don't understand how you could hate the film so much. I mean, it's pretty decently made. Like the sequence with Miles Teller's character meeting Jafar's Michael Jackson for the first time in the film. It's a brilliant crowd pleasing moment. Okay, it's not Braveheart Best Picture, Christopher Nolan level. It's nothing like that. It's nothing like that. But it's a crowd pleasing moment. Shit, like it was a likable moment. I was saying on Twitter that this movie it's equivalent to a film that you would use as background noise during Thanksgiving, Like, I wanted to turn on Midnight Mass on Netflix, but Mom was like, no, yeah, keep it PG, so, like, you just throw on Michael. This is that movie, okay? I mean, it's such an easily digestible film. Yes, it's formulaic. Yes, it's predictable, especially with the through line of the father, the tensions between the son and the father, Joseph and Michael. Coleman Domingo. He's good as Joseph Jackson. The makeup plays way better when you watch it in the film. That's for sure. But at the same time, I feel like they don't give Coleman they don't give his performance enough oomph for it to really spark, for it to really be like yeah, this is an Oscar conversation. This is one of the best performances of the year. Blah blah blah. Like even awards aside, this is one of it's just like Coleman's okay. Like he's good. He's all right. But it's like damn. Like I would have expected him to be like blowing my mind, you know. And I don't think the film. I don't think the director did him enough service. It didn't give him enough material to really, you know. But Jafar Jackson. Jafar. By the way, there's probably the movie. It's probably fair to say that the movie is largely inaccurate because
Haylington,
where's Janet?
Here's how AI is going to replace.
And part 2 is coming.
Haylington.
You know part 2 is coming because this movie is about to hit $1 billion worldwide. So part 2 is coming and it's like, that's going to be controversial. But anyways, yeah, Janet Jackson's not there. Jesus Christ. Jafar Jackson is so convincing as his uncle that it's as if he's channeling Michael's essence from another realm or something. It's impressive work. Genuinely, I think. I mean, I guess we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I mean, maybe this will be a smashing machine situation all over again. But I think Jafar has a fair shot at an Oscar nomination. He was just so convincing. It's not so much about him looking 100% like Michael Jackson. That's literally impossible. We're dealing with actors, okay? Nobody's gonna look 100% like the fucking original person. Like there was only one Michael Jackson, okay? But that aside, even though I recognize that's not literally Michael, that being said, he so embodies the essence of Michael. It's crazy. The first time that Jafar speaks in the film, you can hear a pin drop in the auditorium. I mean, people were just locked in. Everybody was just like you know, my nigga, that's Michael. You know what I mean? And like some people will say, I know that this is high praise, but some people will say that, oh well, he's the nephew, of course he should know how to play Michael Jackson. It's like I think his performance was more nuanced and shockingly authentic than that. Like this, it just came across as a truly great performance. It was much more than just like, well, of course he did a good impression. It's like, no, he did like an excellent job. And I think maybe we should consider if Michael B. Jordan can't get Oscar nominated, I don't understand why fucking Jafar Jackson can't get Oscar nominated. Okay, he nailed it. All right. Everybody else's performances in the film, like Nia Long and all this and so forth, like everyone else is fine. They're okay. The child actors are good, right? During the I don't know, the first act of the film, right? You know, we spent a lot of time with the child version of Michael Jackson. Those child performances were good, but Jafar is worth the price of admission. Okay, he's literally why the film works. Single-handedly, outside of just literally Michael Jackson's literal music playing. And those sequences are fun. I will say there's way too much CGI. Woo! I don't know why, but I wasn't expecting CGI. But like when Bubbles shows up for the first time, I was just like, I almost went into cardiac arrest. I mean, I guess it looks decent. It's okay, the CGI, the quality of it, but at the same time, like, it just wasn't. If Jafar Jackson was convincing, Bubbles was not convincing to me. I was just like, Jesus Christ. Every time Bubbles was on screen, I was just like, look at this CGI creature, okay? Good Lord. I like, we couldn't have just gotten a real baby cute chimp. We couldn't have done that. Damn. And there's moments like of sweeping. It just took me out of the movie. I can tell somebody down below was like, I love Bubbles. I thought Bubbles looked real. Okay, whatever, my nigga. But I don't know. The CGI-ness of Bubbles took me out of the movie multiple times, or whenever he's on screen. There's like sweeping shots of CGI crowds, or like CGI buildings that I'm just like, we couldn't have found a way of just doing like in-camera effects or something more tangible, something more tactile. It just feels such artifice. I'm sorry. I'm just being honest. I mean, maybe you were swept away and you were just like, ooh, ah, through the whole thing. But
songs on the album, seems like you can do much more movie-wise, than any of the songs because of the story and all the visuals and monsters and stuff. And so I came up with an idea of thinking that I really want to change, metamorphosis into some other creature. I said, great, that's who we got to get. So I said, get in touch with. And I wanted Thriller and Beat It to be a stimulant for people to make better videos or short films. I really did. Because, I mean, I love MTV watching it. You know, I think it's great. But a lot of stuff I see I'm not so crazy about. Thriller of all...
Can we stop a sec? That was great. You guys were perfect. Just keep warm. Stretch out for a second.
Hey.
Is the camera supposed to move in there?
I can ask John. Is there a particular thing you're looking for?
Yeah, I'm just worried we're not getting the feet. You know, Fred Astaire would always say you gotta get the whole body. And that's how the audience feels the dance.
Right.
Can you ask John just to try that? Just for one take?
Yeah, you got it.
Thank you.
So I said movie and once the camera went out to see the feet.
Okay, Michael, we're gonna pull back. We're gonna hold you head to toe, okay?
Perfect.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, back to first position, please. Quiet all around, please, look it up. All right. Play back.
I struggled during these moments, and just being honest. Is there anything else I want to say? I do wish we would stop this whole biopic epidemic of, like, we start the movie, you know, we start with the main lead when they're kids, and then we progress, you know, teenage, adult, and then all the way till they die. We need to stop doing that. We need to stop trying to encompass the whole of their life. We need to stop trying to do that. I think Michael is a 7 out of 10. On my rating scale, I think that basically means I think it's good. I think it's good. I think it's decent. I think it's okay.
Feels just right until he falls asleep. She dances at the crack of dawn and quickly cooks his food. She can't be late, can't take too long. The kids must get to school. She's a slave to the rhythm. And how late.
A likable film. Yeah, it's just a cozy PG. It really feels rated G version of Michael's life, and it's really more of a concert film for you to tap your shoes to and to headbang to. I mean, there's literally clips going viral of people dancing in their seats or getting up in front of the screen in the auditorium and dancing like Michael, moonwalking and whatnot, and it's that kind of film, and it very obviously was going to be that kind of film, so that makes my fellow critics' analysis
change the world.
just strange to me. Like it's just meant to be a feel-good film, an easy feel-good film. All right, so I liked it. Sue me, okay? But it is intriguing if you didn't know anything about Michael. I could definitely easily see this being a pretty bad film, because it's like, I mean, if you just know nothing about Michael, you're not a fan. Well, Jesus Christ, this is not the best film to go to. This is a film for fans. That's really why it's not clicking with critics, I think.
I'm just getting started.
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're breaking down the biggest talking points surrounding Michael, where audiences embraced the movie, where critics pushed back, and where both sides saw the same thing but came to completely different conclusions.
I understand enjoying the music and celebrating music, and I wish that's all this movie was doing, but it's not.
The event movie experience.
You're confident. You're strong. You're beautiful.
From the jump, Michael was a full-blown cultural event. Reporting from outlets like the New York Times described audiences arriving in costume, singing along, and even dancing in aisles as if they were attending a concert rather than watching a film. That kind of reaction is rare for a traditional drama, but it makes perfect sense for a subject like Michael Jackson, whose music has always invited participation.
That's it!
Commercially, that enthusiasm translated into massive turnout. The film opened to roughly $97 million in North America and over $217 million worldwide in its first weekend, setting a new benchmark for music biopics. Audience polling reflected that excitement as well, with strong cinema score and post-track numbers indicating high satisfaction among general viewers.
Spread love, joy, and peace. That is what I want the world to feel. Magic.
The musical performances. If there's one area where Michael consistently delivered for audiences, it was the musical recreations. Scenes depicting key moments from Jackson's career, his early Jackson 5 performances, the rise of Thriller, and the Bad era, were widely praised by fans for their energy, accuracy, and sheer entertainment value. Audience responses highlighted the choreography, staging, and soundtrack as the film's strongest elements, with some calling it the closest thing to seeing Jackson live. Critics were more divided, but not entirely dismissive. Many acknowledged that these sequences had real impact, often describing them as the film's most engaging moments. At the same time, a recurring critique was that the performances felt more like recreations than storytelling devices. Jafar Jackson's performance.
Just have all these songs in my head. Just gotta get them out.
Amid the division, one element drew near universal praise: Jafar Jackson's portrayal of his uncle. Critics and audiences alike noted his physical resemblance, his mastery of Jackson's movement, and his ability to replicate the singer's stage presence with striking precision. Reviews across outlets, from USA Today to The Hollywood Reporter, acknowledged that his dancing and mannerisms were, quote, note perfect, even when they were critical of the film itself.
I love challenges, and I wanted to prove to myself, my family, and the filmmakers that I can do this.
That control of the weight shift, the smoother it's going to look.
Fans, unsurprisingly, embraced the performance even more strongly, often describing it as uncanny or emotionally resonant. For many, Jafar didn't just resemble Michael Jackson, he evoked him. That level of fidelity was a major selling point.
I remember looking in the mirror right before going on stage. I had the full hair, makeup, and wardrobe, and I had a couple moments to myself just saying, like, wow, I'm really here. There's no going back. It's time to go out there and put on the best show ever.
The greatest hits structure.
Where the movie really suffers for me is that it has almost zero interest in delving into his creative life, how he actually crafted these songs.
One of the most consistent criticisms leveled at Michael was its structure. The Rotten Tomatoes critics' consensus described
It's time to go out there and put on the best show ever.
The greatest hits structure.
Where the movie really suffers for me is that it has almost zero interest in delving into his creative life, how he actually crafted these songs.
One of the most consistent criticisms leveled at Michael was its structure. The Rotten Tomatoes critics' consensus describes the film as playing like a, quote, greatest hits album lacking the, quote, liner notes needed to provide meaningful insight. That analogy appears again and again in reviews, with critics comparing the movie to a playlist, a tribute show, or even a filmed concert strung together with minimal narrative glue.
When you listen to interviews of people who were there during the making of Thriller and Off the Wall, they talk about how Quincy was pivotal to putting the right people in place, getting people together to make the album, and how he was the whole conductor of that whole thing. But here, I mean, he's in the background. He just didn't feel important.
For critics, this approach undermined the film's dramatic potential. By jumping from milestone to milestone, Jackson 5, Off the Wall, Thriller, Bad, the movie rarely lingered long enough to explore the emotional or historical significance of those moments.
One of my favorite scenes in the whole movie is when he wakes up in the middle of the night with an idea, runs into his studio, starts snapping his fingers and beatboxing and writing down notes and trying to figure out a song. I wanted more of that. I really wanted to get into Michael's creative headspace. This movie has almost zero interest in doing that.
The sympathetic portrayal.
I don't know if I'm being dramatic or if I'm being innocent, but that movie was so cold. Oh my God. I'm about to run into people. I'm a crybaby sometimes, but look, no, that was crazy. They did Mike so wrong.
Another major point of divergence was the film's tone toward its subject.
I don't know if
Space, this movie has almost zero interest in doing that.
The sympathetic portrayal.
I was writing down notes and trying to figure out a song. I wanted more of that. I really wanted to get into Michael's creative headspace. This movie has almost zero interest in doing that.
Actually, it did show his creative headspace because he's writing down. He just said it. He's snapping his fingers and wiping. He just said it.
In the whole movie is when he wakes up in the middle of the night with an idea, runs into his studio, starts snapping his fingers and beatboxing and writing down notes and trying to figure out a song. I wanted more of that. I really wanted to get into Michael's creative headspace. This movie has almost zero interest in doing that.
The sympathetic portrayal.
I don't know if I'm being dramatic or if I'm being messy, but
had
that
enough, it
movie
had
was
enough.
so
Sorry.
fucking cold. Oh my god. I'm about to run into people. I'm a crybaby sometimes, but look, nah, that was crazy. They did Mike so wrong.
Another major point of divergence was the film's tone toward its subject. Michael presents Jackson as a gifted, driven, and deeply sensitive individual shaped by a difficult upbringing and the pressures of global fame. This portrayal resonated strongly with many fans, who saw it as a long overdue humanization of an artist often reduced to headlines and controversy.
I miss Michael Jackson, man. I just watched the new Michael movie. I don't care what anyone says. I don't care about Rotten Tomatoes. I don't care about you guys trying to be movie critics. It's not real. Shut up. It's not accurate. Shut up. Shut up. The small details, the orange juice. They talk about Peter Pan. They have bubbles. It was... Oh, Michael.
Audience reactions frequently describe the film as emotional and even cathartic, particularly in its depiction of Jackson's childhood and relationship with his family. Critics, however, interpreted that same approach as overly cautious. Some reviews suggested that the film leans too heavily into sympathy, smoothing over contradictions rather than confronting them. By emphasizing vulnerability without fully engaging with the darker aspects of Jackson's life, the movie risks presenting a one-dimensional portrait.
I would have liked to have seen more of those complexities, but at the end of the day, I do think that these are the types of complaints that your average fan who goes to see this movie, they're probably not going to have. I think most people are going to, based off the near sold-out crowd I just saw it with, I think most people are going to enjoy the film, and a lot of these complaints are coming from people who don't get movies made.
The missing allegations.
It started off on the wrong foot with me, Mr. Jackson, he said. It's only polite to arrive on time. The charges were read out, and the judge asked Michael Jackson how he pleaded. Barely audibly came the reply, not guilty.
Perhaps the most contentious issue surrounding Michael is what it leaves out. The film ends in 1988, before the disturbing allegations of abuse that would later define much of Jackson's public legacy. Critics overwhelmingly viewed this as a major flaw, arguing that any serious biopic must grapple with the full scope of its subject's life, including its most uncomfortable chapters.
He's pretty much like, I got no one to play kids games with. Guess I'll hang out with Bubbles and the llama. You can see that as context that ties back around to Joe Jackson. You know, Michael Jackson's like this big kid because of how Joe Jackson raised him and the childhood he didn't have. I can't help but see the movie leading to context of, hey, why would this guy want to hang out with kids?
The omission wasn't purely artistic. Reports indicate that legal constraints influenced the decision to exclude those events, leading to significant rewrites and reshoots. Fans were not unified in their response. Some defended the choice, arguing that a theatrical biopic should focus on Jackson's music and early career, leaving more controversial material to documentaries. Others acknowledged that the absence created an incomplete picture.
For a split second, I would like to separate the millions and millions of adoring fans. I would like to separate the decades of...
Why is your shit pink, bro? What is with this pink backdrop, bro? Like, what's with the pink? I just want to know what's with the pink.
pop music, and just take an actual critical look at these allegations against him that have been following him his entire life, and also long after he perished.
The Senate.
Take a critical look. Yeah, this film is not about that. We'll think about that later. And your generation needs to understand this. There is no proof. Those were allegations. Allegations are never proven. Once you prove allegations either true or false, they're no longer allegations. They'll either it is or isn't. It's like, 0, 0, 1, true or not true.
sanitized story.
I can understand why the critics are saying it's a whitewash film. Like, it was most definitely a film that was made with that eye open for the international market. Like, very palatable, marketable across different regions of the world. But then the issue with that is you're left with a really watered down, rushed version of Michael's life with tons of loopholes and inaccuracies throughout the plot.
Closely related to the missing allegations is the broader critique that Michael feels sanitized. Critics frequently pointed to the involvement of the Jackson estate, as well as the participation of family members, as factors shaping the film's perspective. Reviews across major outlets describe the movie as, quote, carefully curated, quote, safe, and, quote, protective, suggesting it avoids challenging its subject in meaningful ways.
I mean, this is Michael Jackson's introduction to pain meds. This moment will change his life. It's kind of treated like, yeah, well, fans know what it led to. So it's a big moment, a big deal, and it's not really touched on in any real meaningful way after that. But every peek behind the curtain I liked in this movie could probably be better served in something more fleshed out, like a documentary.
Fans, on the other hand, were often less concerned with this aspect. For many, the film's purpose was to celebrate Jackson's artistry and legacy, not to deconstruct it. What critics saw as sanitization, fans often saw as respect.
But ultimately, I think if you want to hear the music, enjoy hearing Michael's hits on the big screen, you'll be entertained. Like, the music was definitely the best part of the film for me.
The supporting cast.
Let me tell you something. In this life, you're either a winner or you're a loser. Y'all want to work in a steel mill like me for the rest of your days?
No, sir.
Yeah, because I sure as hell don't. Y'all willing to fight for it?
Yes, sir.
I need to hear you a little louder. Y'all willing to fight for it?
Yes, sir.
While Jafar Jackson's performance drew widespread praise, the film's supporting characters received a more mixed response. Fans highlighted strong performances from actors like Coleman Domingo as Joe Jackson and Nia Long as Catherine Jackson, as well as Giuliano Cruvaldi's portrayal of young Michael.
We need to capitalize on Michael's success because the Jackson family is the brand. That's our Coca-Cola. And we need to start selling. So I'm planning an international tour. This is just the beginning.
I need to think.
I told you what to think.
These roles helped ground the story emotionally, particularly in its early sections. Critics argued that many supporting figures were underdeveloped. Reviews noted that key individuals in Jackson's life appear briefly before fading into the background, limiting their impact on the narrative. For critics, these gaps contributed to a sense that Michael presents a selective version of events.
Of course, none of this is news to anyone even tangentially aware of Michael Jackson's life story. It's been written about and depicted in TV movies and spoken about countless times. And Michael doesn't really scratch beyond the surface when it comes to Jackson's childhood or anywhere else, really. For the first 2/3 of the film, Michael flies through the years, depicting the biggest events in Michael Jackson's life in a scene or two before moving on to the next thing.
The abrupt ending.
We are very confused by this ending. Very, very confused. Hey! Oh!
Both fans and critics agreed on one thing. Michael feels incomplete. The film's decision to end in the late 1980s, just as Jackson's career and personal life were about to enter their most turbulent phase, left many viewers surprised. Critics interpreted this as a deliberate avoidance of difficult material, reinforcing their broader concerns about the film's selectivity.
Now, apparently, to my understanding, the filming of this entire movie was done. But then they found a clause in the settlement contract between Michael Jackson and one of the accusers that basically meant they couldn't use the entire last act of this film. So they had to come up with a whole new one. Interestingly enough, this movie doesn't feel like it has a new third act. It feels like it has no third act.
Fans were more forgiving, but not entirely dismissive. While many accepted the ending as a natural stopping point or a setup for future installments, others felt the movie rushed through key periods before cutting off too soon. The pacing leading up to the ending was also a common point of discussion, with some viewers noting that the film covers a vast amount of ground in a relatively short runtime.
He literally didn't have anywhere to go. He had nowhere to go in the writing. I know Michael had breakdowns. I know Michael had hard times. Like, why was that not shown enough?
The need for a sequel
But of course, the director has publicly said that there may in fact be a sequel to the movie where that will be addressed or talked about in some way, which one, I think is pretty scummy because you're essentially using these horrible allegations and horrible experiences some have had to deal with, have been life ruining for some, and using that to sell moviegoers on a second film.
The film's closing card, "His story continues," makes one thing clear. This is not the full story. Plans for additional films have been discussed, and the decision to end Michael early appears to be part of a larger strategy. For fans, that's an exciting prospect. A sequel offers the chance to explore later albums, tours, and defining moments that were absent from the first film. Critics, however, are far less optimistic.
Like, all that really does is speak to just how much of a cash grab those involved with this movie see it as, honestly, and they're raking in the money and the positive reviews already.
If Michael avoided complexity the first time around, will a follow-up do any better? Altogether, Michael succeeds as a celebration for those who want one. For those expecting a deeper examination, it leaves more questions.
If you just love Michael Jackson, you're a huge Michael Jackson fan, and you just want to see like something, go watch it. If you are looking to watch a fantastic movie that really tells you about the artist, this is not that.
Have you seen Michael? What did you think? Be sure to let us know in the comments.
It's not supposed to really tell you about Michael. It's not. That's not the purpose of this film. And I get smarter as I think about it. Of course, your initial showing is going to be that you wanted more, but when you really begin to analyze it, you see that's not their intent. And they can't include all the allegations because, like I said, time and time again, it's not about the allegations at this point. I want to see how these motherfuckers are going to argue whenever we actually have that film.
Hello, everyone. Just
And
Rebel,
here-
aka Female Frodo Baggins is.
Yeah, aka the little white bitch that's going to be saying shit that she probably shouldn't say. And it's a wonder to me why her channel has not been taken down, because she excels at dividing fans. Normally, she talks about shit like Lord of the Rings and Star Wars. Who does it at this point? Critical Drinker and Snarky J Cosplay. But she wants to do it because all the major ones, all the major hits are doing it. And she wants to be one of those people. So, of course, I want to change the payment method. I'm handling an Uber transaction right now. Lost for fucking words, man. Switch payment method. But yeah, let's see what she has to say.
Is here, or should I say Jackson Baggins?
I'm gonna go ahead and dislike her because I know she's gonna say
Today,
some
I
shit.
am going to be giving my review of the Michael Jackson biopic.
Not really going to be a review. Just going to go ahead and tell you, it's not going to be a review. It's just going to be her shit talking the entire time.
Which is just tearing it up at the box office right now, and in my opinion, it deserves it. And I want to address, especially in this video, the backlash against this movie from critics and the bias that critics seem to have against this movie, and review bombing. Because here is the thing. Early this April, we had another situation where fans were accusing a movie of being review bombed in the case of the Super Mario Brothers movie, and I denied that because you can't just say that critics are review bombing something that you like without evidence. It's entirely possible that you like.
Hold up a second. The same shit you're saying. Okay. You're saying that we can't without evidence, but people like you say shit without evidence all the time. This is a taste of your own medicine. And I'm looking at the screen. I should be looking at this camera. Y'all do it all the time. You grifters. You say shit without evidence. You just repeat the same regurgitated BS. You don't ever actually hit on anything. You don't provide evidence. The Birdman, which admittedly I want to find, I need to find Birdman. because he's also a reviewer, a critic, if you will. Critics versus the audience. You know what I'm saying? He likes to hate on people like Jester Bill here. Wait, let me see the bold. Oh, there we go. Yeah, he uses 3 for the E. You gotta have a review on Michael. Oh wait, what is that fucking exposing the grift? What did he say? If the character's ethnicity isn't integral to their conversation. And he talks about, things like the upcoming Supergirl movie, which is going to be another movie that critics will try to get rid of before it has a chance to sign. They love doing this. And I guess he didn't do Michael Jackson one. I could have sworn he did, though. Man. Put it like this. Really? Look at that. I think it's a short. He's gonna love the upcoming Street Fighter. I bet he's gonna love it. He said Resident Evil 9 is meh. Oh shit. He says Resident Evil 9 is meh. I guess he's not. I guess he doesn't have a review. I thought he had a review of Michael. Eric July doesn't understand. You see, he has beef. He has beef with the critical drinker. He has beef. Because he critiques things like when, he's known for critiquing shit like the cinema sins. And of course, exposing Black Snake, which I gotta finish. And I agree, I don't think there should be a Black Snake. I don't think they should remake Harry Potter. I would agree with that. Absolutely. Exposing the grift, the word grift, we're gonna watch that. Anyway, you get what I'm saying, so.
Infinite Fury, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. You said, hey man, you enjoying RE9 so far? I don't know, my enjoyment of this game is actually not as high as I thought it would be. Like when they were in the care center, I thought that was really good. Don't much enjoy playing as Grace, just because it's really hard to play as her. She is slow as molasses. She's terrible at shooting. It's really hard to aim her gun. Her guns are extremely weak, but the atmosphere is great. I like that the zombies retain a bit of their personality. I think that's all great stuff. Leon's gameplay is better, but his sections suck. I did not like the little open world section in Raccoon City. I loved going back to the RPG. I thought that was phenomenal. That might have saved Raccoon City for me. They should have switched the characters. Playing as Leon through the care center would have been a much better experience. It's very similar to The Last of Us for me, actually.
It's called a mod.
I hate the character of Abby, but I loved her gameplay segments. She was so much fun to play. She was just a better player character than Ellie was in that game. And then they have bloaters in this game. It's like The Last Leon through the so much fun to play. She was just a better player, actually. In Air Center would have been a much better experience. It's very similar to The Last of Us for me, actually. In more ways than one. I hated the character of Abby, but I loved her gameplay segments. She was so much fun to play. She was just a better player character than Ellie was in that game. And then they have bloaters in this game. It's like the last.
Anyway, let's get back to Michael. That's kind of stuff he does. We're backtracking it.
A movie that critics just found more fault with. And that was the case of the Super Mario Brothers movie, where I took the side of critics because I watched Mario for myself and I'm like, yeah, what they're saying is true. There isn't a story here. I didn't need a movie to remind me that Super Mario Brothers levels exist. And by the way, I do think that has finally started to catch up to the Mario Brothers box office, since it looks like this one is going to struggle to get to the $1 billion mark. Bad quality does catch up eventually, and I think that they really fumbled on Mario, which should be a multi-billion-dollar franchise. But yeah, there are cases where I think that when fans really want to enjoy something, like this happened with the Suicide Squad movie all the way back in 2016 as well. Yeah, a lot of people like that movie at this point, but sometimes when fans really want to enjoy something, then they can take an offense to the way that mainstream critics will react to that and create conspiracy theories as to why they're doing that. Now, which is why I wanted to see the Michael movie, but I also especially wanted to see it to see if the accusations of review bombing for this movie are true. Because when this movie hit the scene, it had a 27% on Rotten Tomatoes. Now, I think it's gone up to 38% at this point, but typically, when a movie is in the 20s or the 30s in terms of the aggregate score of what critics are saying about it, to me, that says that the film must be unwatchable. Like, those are the lowest scores that you can get. Movies like Suicide Squad have gotten those kinds of scores. But it's interesting because, once again, 20 to 30%, that range, I would expect unmitigated disaster, an unwatchable movie. I would go in not expecting to be entertained at all. But going into the Michael Jackson biopic movie, it wasn't any of those things. And we'll swing back around to talk about the critics in a minute, but these are critics.
Hold a second.
Family! Praise Michael! Meet the family! Praise Michael!
Where, you know, in terms of movies I would consider unmitigated disasters, The Marvels still got in the 60% with critics. Here are some other awful movies that still scored higher than the Michael movie. Those movies, critics as a conglomerate considered those movies better. There were more critics that considered those movies better than the Michael movie. Consider that. And that is not what I got at all when I watched this film. So again, I went into this movie with, tempered expectations, because there have been cases in the past where I think that people have created conspiracy theories over critics review bombing a project without evidence. But with the Michael Jackson movie, to be a 20%er or 30%er would have to be an unwatchable disaster, and I went with tempered expectations. I also went with expectations of what I would like with this movie, and this is not the disaster that critics said it was. By no means is it a disaster. In fact, at the most worst read that I could give this movie, it's a fine movie. If you really want to be critical of it, maybe you could say that the story is overall, pretty run-of-the-mill for biopics, and they could have done a lot more. But to say that this movie is a disaster, after I have sat through movie after movie at the theater, just having a miserable time, just checking the time, asking myself, when is this gonna end? When is this gonna end?
At that point, I would have just canceled my damn A-list and said, fuck movies. I'll just stick with video games, whatever the fuck I happen. I'll get a job. Yeah. That's what I keep telling people. Get a job.
And reminding myself that the reason I am doing this is for my job, and not and recognizing that I at least am gonna
see what I'm talking about. YouTube's a job now. It's a fucking career. It used to be just a pastime, just a hobby. Now it's a career, full-blown career.
get something out of watching these awful movies that I have seen in the theater that are supposed to pass as blockbusters. I can tell you, there are so many blockbusters out there that deserves that kind of hate, that deserves the 3 out of 10 that IGN gave this movie. But this is not the movie that deserves it. Now, getting into my personal review, I actually really enjoyed this movie, and I had a great time at the theater. I had a smile on my face watching this movie. And yes, if I really wanted to look at it, I could pick apart some things. And I understand that there are valid criticisms to be made about this movie. I'm not saying everyone who has a more middling review of it is out to get it, and there isn't valid things to be said. But the idea here that critics by and large just see this as a complete disaster is ridiculous to me. So let's talk about the Michael movie and the experience of it. Once again, getting into the criticisms of what you could possibly say against this movie, it's mainly about what it's not. Could they have delved deeper into Michael Jackson's story? Yes. For example, I do feel like I learned more about him from the YouTube videos that I was watching than the movie itself. For example, the movie starts off with his time in the Jackson 5, and then it transitions to him trying to develop his solo career, and he's working with, Quincy Jones. They could have added the context of how did he meet Quincy Jones. I found out from YouTube videos about the guy that he met Quincy Jones because he was going to star in the movie adaptation of The Wiz. So they didn't give any of the context of how these two met. They just kind of show them working together on the first album. And they dedicated an extensive amount of time to the creation of Thriller, which I was very happy with. There were things they left out as well, like the fact that it was supposed to be called Starlight first, and Thriller was a completely different had completely different lyrics, and Starlight, which you can actually listen to. There is so much lore about Michael Jackson that they could have added in the film and they could have explored that they didn't. I will grant them that. They went with a very simple story that is just running through the highlights of his life up to 88 with the release of Bad. But guess what? Just because the movie doesn't delve as deeply into things as it could have does not make it a bad movie. Now, going out of this movie, I would describe it as a concert film. A lot of it is dedicated to actually...
I'll be honest, I don't think she's genuine in what she says. I think she's only saying it because the algorithm is saying it, because this is a hot topic on YouTube. I think she's not being honest. She's just giving in to the algorithm because she needs the money. It's her job. This is what I'm saying. These women, with the way she looks, she should be able to get a job in a fucking library at least. What is she doing here? So yeah, I see Kendrick Sampson was Quincy Jones. I get it now. I remember. I have to see the post to know. Maybe they didn't give a damn to go into why he met Quincy Jones, and they want you to do what's called research and find out for yourself. Maybe that just doesn't matter. That does exist. It doesn't really matter. That's what I'm saying. These people, man. These people, I want this, I want that. Make the film then.
Playing the songs, from Jackson 5 and later Michael Jackson's solo career. They pretty much play all of Billie Jean and a whole bunch of Thriller, and they play a snippet of Beat It. They play all of Bad. They play multiple Jackson 5 songs. There's a lot of music that gets time to actually be performed in this movie. And guess what?
That's what I wanted.
With my expectations, just hoping that the critics were lying about this movie and that it was entertaining, I wanted a movie about Michael Jackson to focus a lot on his music. And this brings us to, the best part of the film. Jafar Jackson, he just tears it up in this film. I was very skeptical about him in the trailers. I didn't think he looked very much like his uncle. I was skeptical about getting a Jackson relative to play the part rather than an actor. And by goodness, did the marketing of this movie let him down. Jafar Jackson literally transforms in the movie to the point where when I think he gives his best performance in Bad at the very end, it was like Michael Jackson reborn. He did such a good job with the makeup, got better and better.
Because that was actually Jafar singing that. That wasn't. They didn't. And every other music, including the Jackson 5, they had the original audio from the original songs. If you notice, that's actually Michael singing, but it's not Michael. Of course, he's obviously dead. They just copy and pasted the audio from the songs into the performance. Except for that bad. That's actually Jafar singing that, because there's an audio difference. You can tell that it's not the same.
Better as the movie went on, and the voice he nailed, and even the dancing they nailed at the very end. I went from being against Jafar Jackson's casting in this movie to thinking that no one other than him could play this role, and I became a Jafar Jackson fan out of this movie. He did such a good job where I wasn't seeing him, I was seeing Michael Jackson, and just the effort that went into mimicking his mannerisms and how he would command the stage was excellent to watch. One could argue that there was a ton of editing in the bad performance at the very end. Lots of cutaways to the audience. That was probably because they wanted to bring about the best of Jafar Jackson's performance and where he nailed the movements and all of that, and the editing kind of hides that. But I am perfectly fine with that, with as much cutaways as they were. They made it work. They created the illusion that Michael Jackson was reborn on screen, and this is Jafar Jackson's very first acting role, and he hit it out of the park. So he 1000% deserves an Oscar nomination for this movie with what we've seen at theaters so far.
No, the only real problem I have is that his daughter Paris, and this is also the same for Prince, do not resemble Michael. They do not look. I'm not going with pronouns here. I'm talking about both Paris and Prince. They do not look like Michael at all. I don't give a damn what you say about family resemblance. Of course they don't look like Michael. Of course they don't. You're supposed to resemble your parents in a way. You can look, if you can tell that Michael is related to his other brother Jerome, you should be able to tell a son is related to the father. Hell, look at Jafar. Jafar resembles Jerome more than Paris resembles Michael. Look at his skin tone. That's what I'm talking about. Paris does not look like Michael. And I have nothing against Paris or Prince, but I never thought that they were his kids. And I know the internet says, well, they could be mixed. Mixed my ass. I'm biracial. You can tell. But if you look anything close to the skin tone, and I know there's no color in skin. I learned that in photography class. It's skin tone. According to the skin tone, the fair skin that they call it, the light skin, the white skin, that of Caucasians. That's not bullshit. Like Jezebel Hill, she's clearly white. You can tell. Look.
But I do believe that the media...
White as fuck. Look, we're looking at a white person with green, maybe blue eyes. And if we... I'm just going to share this picture. People to see this. I want people to see this. You can look here. This is Paris Jackson. In her first ever in-depth interview, Michael Jackson's daughter discusses her father's pain and finding peace after addiction and all that. Okay. Get that. We're not going into addiction, but just look at this for a second. Do I have to zoom in? Damn it. Look. This could be context, but blue eyes, white skin. That skin does not look, and I know it's edited. I get it. It's Photoshop or whatever. It does not look like him. And she doesn't look remotely like him. It's not just the skin tone. It's the fucking nose, the mouth. She looks too much like a white person. And it's not just that. It's just she doesn't resemble Michael. Because she should at least resemble Michael's earlier years before he had the nose reduction surgery. The nose job. Like, And I don't believe for a second that this is whole. This obviously died hell. She didn't fit in at all and started hanging out with the only kids who accepted a lot of older people doing a lot of crazy things. She says, I was doing a lot of things that shouldn't do. I tried to grow up too fast and wasn't really that nice of a person. Paris had agreed to attend a private school starting in 7th grade. She also faced cyberbullying and still struggles with yeah, that makes sense. The whole freedom of speech thing is great, but I don't think that our founding fathers predicted social media when they created all the amendments. You know, they did not. Of course, she's right about that. They did not predict social media. Yeah, if they would have saw social media, they would have said, hold on a second, that's kind of amending this freedom of speech thing. They definitely would have. They would have said, let's pump the brakes for a little bit. Pump the brakes. That's true. After her last suicide attempt, she spent sophomore year and a half of junior year at Utah. It was great for me. I'm a completely different person. Before she says this, I was crazy. I was actually crazy. I was going through a lot like teenage est. But she's not. She doesn't look like him at all. I'm just saying. It really bothers me. It bothers me. The color stuff next time.
Is going to have it out for this movie, so I'm not sure if that will happen. But yeah, what makes this movie so enjoyable on the one hand is the performances, the recreations of, various Jackson 5 songs, various Michael Jackson songs, and moments when they were performed live. And it's a joy to watch. Yeah, it's like a concert movie, but it was a lot of fun. It gave me what I want. I wanted time exploring this music. Once again, they spend a lot of time on the creation of the Thriller album, and there was a whole lot more lore about that album that they could have gotten into, sure, but I just enjoyed watching a recreation of Michael Jackson getting the different gangs from LA together to perform the Beat It music video, and then all of the build up to them actually playing the song, the creation of the Thriller music video, and the first performance of Billie Jean. I enjoyed all of that, and that's what made me so excited. I wanted to go into this movie and get some time dedicated to the creation of the Thriller album and respect given to those songs, and that's what I was given. But also, there is a story here. This is not like the Super Mario movie where there was no story at all, and the critics were right about that. There is a story, but they went with a simple one. It's about Michael Jackson. It's entirely about his arc of growing up in an abusive home. His father abused him into this business. They did definitely go very mild on how Joe Jackson would abuse his children. This would not be a family-friendly movie if they did. But yeah, it is about that and Michael Jackson striking out on his solo career. And, it starts with his beginnings in the Jackson 5, and it ends with the release of Bad after the victory tour for Thriller, where he cut ties with the Jacksons and his father. So yeah, there is an arc in this movie, and there was interesting things to note, like Michael's very soft-spoken, very childlike persona in real life, and how he cowers towards his father versus just completely commanding the stage. I thought that was, as a movie, that was an interesting juxtaposition, and the movie has a lot of heart because it does lean into the whimsy of Michael Jackson and his brand. Honestly, it's a family movie, and it was really nice to watch a movie that not only had great performances in it and really a celebration of this music, but also one that just had a little whimsy and had a little heart to it. It gave me what I was looking for. Now, as for criticisms, once again, you could argue that they could have done a lot more in delving into the story aspect of all of this and the real life complexities of it. On that level, I can see people saying that the story aspect of this movie was middle of the road. But that's just the thing. Biopics are very hard, and it's very hard to break out of the biopic formula. I don't even think that they've done it yet. And there is criticisms to be made that it's very formulaic. It went very simple with the story and, just playing through the highlights of Michael Jackson. The Pepsi incident is the climax of the movie, and when he really decides to make a change. So yeah, I get the criticisms about what this movie is not, and I do wonder how much is it going to hold up on on a rewatch? Is it just so enjoyable because it's fun to go see it into theaters and to re-experience all of this music and the creation of this music and the highlights of this artist's life up to 88? How much is the story, with as much as they explored, is that worth on a rewatch? Well, we'll have to see. I do intend to watch it again when it comes out on Blu-ray, but that's just it. Once again, the most cruel look at this movie I could possibly give is, I agree, you could see that the story itself is mid-range and that they could have done a lot more, but that would just make it like average in terms of biopics. So much of the criticism against this movie seems exaggerated to me. Like, I can understand someone saying that it's very mid to average on a story level, and I respect that a lot of the enjoyment just becomes from, the real life context, enjoying re-exploring these songs and enjoying Jafar Jackson's performance as his uncle. I can agree with all of that, but the lowest rating I could possibly see for this movie is like 6. I would give it personally an 8, or maybe if I was being really, really harsh, a 7. But a 3 out of 10 from IGN, 27% on its launch on Rotten Tomatoes, 38% now. No, once again, the worst of this movie is, maybe I could see someone saying that it's mid-range, but I don't even think it's that. I think that this is a solid, good movie. And the worst of it is what it essentially just could have done more with. And once again, I've just been in so many movies where I am not enjoying anything about it that I couldn't be happier with this. Like, I had a smile on my face watching it. I think it definitely deserves the box office. Like, it's rare to get movies that are at the very least enjoyable to watch in theaters. Yeah, you can put on your critic's eye and see worse parts of it that could have been done better, but to get a movie that is at the very least entertaining is a rare thing indeed. So yeah, I have to be on the side that I do think critics have it out for the movie, and unlike Mario, I have evidence for that. For example, I saw someone saying that Coleman Digman, I'm sorry I mispronounced his name, he did a laughable performance in the movie as Joe Jackson. No, I think we can maybe agree that Joe Jackson's portrayal was very 1 to 2 dimensional in this film, but Coleman is giving the best performance he can with the material at hand. Like, it's stuff like that that just seems so exaggerated against this film. And the fact that even outlets like IGN are bringing up, like, wherever you stand on the allegations, this is a terrible movie, it gives me an idea about what this is really about. Now, what a lot of the criticism about the Michael Jackson movie seems to be about, and critics having it out for it, is that it does not address the real life allegations. And how can we watch this movie that is about celebrating the early days of this artist and celebrating his music with what went on in real life? But here is the problem with all of that. I used to be a person where I thought, whatever you think about Michael Jackson's music, like his music all you want, but we have to admit that he probably did these heinous things in real life, right? Well, until this movie was coming out, and, I'm reading all this history and hearing all this history about Michael Jackson as an artist, and I thought, maybe it's time that I gave the time of day to the other side of the story, which I recognized that I hadn't given much of a time of day to. The other side of the allegations of Michael Jackson. And in the rabbit hole that I went down on, I was surprised in how much evidence there was to Michael's innocence and against the allegations against him. I didn't know that not only was there evidence that the first person who accused him was an extortionist, but also they caught him on audio, or pretty much admitting to the fact that the allegations against Michael Jackson was an extortion attempt on his part. That after, in the 20 years, the FBI extensively investigated Michael Jackson, they could not find any substantial evidence against him in doing these things, and he was acquitted in court of all charges. I didn't realize how financially motivated a lot of the accusations were, like people, testifying in his favor in court, hand on the Bible, before years and years and years later, after his death, going, actually, I've changed my mind. I actually was abused. Can I have a payout now? Essentially, stuff like that happening. I didn't realize how much of the Leaving Neverland documentary had been debunked.
Well, I'm shocked. I thought she was going to talk shit. Now, I did not pay attention to her title. Michael Jackson, the critics lied to you about this movie. The critics lied, and they in fact did lie. This is kind of like the polarization that a lot of people were going through when it came out, when the film came out, Sound of Freedom. because Hollywood didn't want this movie to be made and released due to the fact that it was exposing child slavery, child sex trafficking. I'm just going to say that. And because a lot of people in Hollywood were in fact engaged in said crime. They actually cooperated with a lot of child sex trafficking. And they were still doing so, and they didn't want that shit exposed, so they didn't want this movie released. I mean, how would the said movie expose it? I don't know. It's like, even if you work in the movie industry and you were engaged in that, how could you be tied to that if there was no evidence? And even if the movie did come out, you would still be... If they found evidence, you would still be tried regardless of the film's success. The film wouldn't have anything to do with charges or whatever. So what I'm saying is so many people react out of emotion. And so many people know that Michael didn't do those things to those kids. They know that. It might have been weird for him to have kids in his actual home, but if the parents consented to that, how dare you make up accusations later with no proof saying that this man raped your kids? That's what my mom said. It's like, first of all, if you got a problem with your child being sexually harassed, you as a parent should never have left them there with him. So it's got to be fake. It's got to be fabricated. And everybody knows that. You know, Paul Mooney, Cat Williams, everybody, we all know that. Looks like she's got a blue Yeti, and I'm looking to get that filter. I gotta go pick it up. I need a filter like that.
Not to mention people who have been very, very outspoken about the abuse that they faced in the entertainment industry as children, from Macaulay Culkin and Corey Feldman, but saying that Michael Jackson was pretty much the one person who didn't touch them. But this video is not made for me to get into all of the ins and outs of the allegations or create an argument, but let me just say this. I went from believing that the allegations are probably true, no matter what you think about this music. Just because you like a guy's music does not mean you can condone what they've done in real life, to switching over to the other side after understanding the other side of the argument that, like, I'm more on the side that they probably weren't true. Like, this guy was a weird dude. I will give you that. But I am more convinced that the allegations, the egregious allegations against him, were false after actually doing research and understanding more about the other side that I had never looked into before. And here is another thing about it that I'll just throw out there. I am wondering, because I have become aware with this movie about just the fact that all of the mainstream media seems to be against this guy. But that seems to be what it is about with this movie, and why they are so against it is because they don't feel like we should be celebrating a guy who supposedly did these things in real life, or might have done these things in real life. But that's the thing. Or saying that we can't enjoy a movie that's about celebrating this music and this artist because of what might have happened in real life. Here is my argument. We are not going to forget about the allegations just because of this movie. Like, they've made sure, like, almost 20 years after his death, that we are not going to forget about those allegations. And with what I've heard behind the scenes, you know, actually seeing the other side of it, I think it's fine. I think it's fine to have a movie that is just focused on this early time in life and the creation of this music. I think that it is okay to have a celebration of that music. Not everything has to be about the allegations. That, don't worry, we're not going to forget about them. And I also find it highly suspicious that right when this movie comes out, more allegations from people in the past, that once again, it looks like it's more extortion, more allegations conveniently come out just when this movie hits the theaters. Wow, why did they wait so long to bring it up right now? So yeah, this is a case where I do think that the media is about to get this movie. Like, I had solid 8 out of 10 time at this thing, and I'm glad it is getting so much money. And to me, it just goes to show how out of touch critics are with mainstream audiences and what they want to see in theaters, that of all movies that they could have review bombed and just bashed, this is the one. The perfectly decent, fun to watch biopic is the one that they rally against. But yeah, I had a good time with this movie. I think that Jafar Jackson did an excellent job. And I want to definitely just use this channel to also give spotlights to the good movies that I have seen. So if you are a fan of Michael Jackson, I think that you will really enjoy this movie. It's definitely worth seeing in theaters with crowds. So definite recommendation from me. What do you think of this video? What do you think that I have said in this video? You know, you can share your thoughts on Michael Jackson and the allegations and what you think of them in the comments below. Did you think this movie really needed to cover them? Let me know. If you want to support my work, please consider becoming a member or a Patreon, and please subscribe if you haven't, as we are almost to 100,000 subscribers, and I will see you guys next time.
Not that we need your opinion, but yeah, whatever. Thank you for that honest approach. But yeah, you know, the critics were definitely wrong.
Michael versus movie critics. Alan and I saw Michael. I think we both enjoyed it, gave it a very positive review. I think the critics that did not like it were expecting a different movie. What does everyone here who has seen Michael, what do you guys think? And good to see you, Dante.
I loved it.
Yeah.
I loved it. I had a great time. You know what? Here's the thing. I got exactly what I wanted out of that movie. Like everything I wanted, they gave it to me. Right? Was it the strongest story? No. It could have been a little deeper, but here's the thing, and I have to keep reminding people of this. You're talking about a man who dominated 5 decades. Okay, how do you condense that down to 2 hours?
Yeah.
So I think they did a very good job at what they did as far as how they edited everything. And believe me, I am a hardcore Michael Jackson fan. Everything they left out, I wish they would have like hit on just a little bit, right? Like even just him filming The Wiz. I wish they would have gotten just a little of that, right?
Yeah.
There's so many things about that I wish they could have covered, but I understood that within 2 hours, you know, you can't cover a man who has like, you know, been in the zeitgeist for like the past 70 years, right? So I thought it was well done. Jafar Jackson was amazing. The Coleman Domingo, you know, with Joe Jackson killed it, man. And you know, I mean, honestly, for me, more than anything, so the plus side was liking the film. The other plus side was watching critics eat shit. I loved everything about this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like you, Dante. I missed the things they left off. I wanted to see the Jackson 5 cartoon from the 70s.
Oh, even that, right?
I grew up watching that. It was so good. Others
and I want to see less bubbles in the movie. But I'll say this: the Michael movie had the best soundtrack of any movie in the last 5 years.
Well,
it's Michael Jackson.
It was a straight up party in my. I don't know how it was in your theaters.
Yes,
it was a straight up party in my theaters.
People were dancing.
Everybody
out of the theater.
Oh yeah, same. Dancing, everybody's just singing along, bobbing in their seats, and it was a amazing experience in the theaters. That was I put this on the same level as Endgame. You know, the experience that I had with Avengers Endgame, where the crowd was just going nuts and everybody was celebrating and cheering and all that stuff. That's what Michael was, man. It was just a straight up party for 2 hours, man. And I didn't want to leave. I was like, man, can y'all keep going? Because, you know, like how they were doing the videos and they were showing the behind the scenes of Beat It and Thriller and all of these. I'm like, yo, man, show, you know, the way you make me feel. And let's get Man in the Mirror, you know, because they had just got to the Bad album. That's where it stopped. And I was like, man, Bad's my favorite album. So I wanted them to dive into Bad and start doing some of that. But, you know, it's like, hey, you only got 2 hours, like Dante said, man. Like, if you tried to do a whole movie on Michael's entire, we'd be there all day. Okay, because
I wish the end credits were an hour longer.
Actually, everybody was dancing. There's so many videos online of just people in the theaters. Nobody left. All right, nobody left the theater. Everybody's just in the theaters dancing to the credits. It's just like, guys, man.
And some it reminded me of, because I grew up watching the Jackson 5 in the 70s. Yeah. Michael's career take off in the 80s and him become iconic in the 90s. He just dominated there's no one like this. The only person you can compare Michael to is maybe Elvis, but in many ways he eclipsed Elvis. I mean, he is the king of pop, not a, that's not an exaggeration. And seeing also the audience and also seeing the performances, people were just at a concert, no one holding phones, no one, no social media. Like, it was like, it brought me back to that era of, we all just loved this music, peak 90s. Anyways, I want to hear what everyone else who got to see it, what Blaine,
Yeah, my experience was like Derek's. I mean, and I had a group of women in their 50s and 60s behind me. I kid you not. And I don't get emotional in movies. These ladies literally brought tears to my eyes because they were so happy. Like the joy that they were having sitting through this movie and like singing every song.
I'm sorry, but if you do sing and dance, like I get singing, I sing myself, but if you're gonna start dancing in front of me, I'm gonna knock your ass out. I'm flat out gonna, I'm a goddamn, like, damn, fuck security. I'm hitting you myself, and I'm telling everybody to shut the fuck. I would go pull the fire alarm to get every single projectile turned off if I see you doing that shit. If you break off in the front, I will go turn off the fire alarm, and I will tell the manager I did it, and I'll tell him why. Have better control of your theater.
Song, and it was just a party in my theater. People hung around through their credits dancing, the whole thing. I have not had a theater experience like this pretty much ever, and it was a testament to what they did, like, where people are saying that there's like no story there or whatever. I'm like, guys, there is. I mean, yes, this is a biopic though. You run a thin line with that anyways. It's hard to do a good biopic, and with this being able to be for the fans and still have some meat on those bones, I thought they knocked it out of the park, and I had an absolute blast. Like, I could not have had more fun. I got out of the theater and called my mom and was like, go see this movie right now, like, because I forgot what a big part of my childhood Michael Jackson was, and then sitting in this movie, I'm like having flashbacks of sitting in, or, dancing in front of the TV as a kid, emulating his dance moves and stuff and singing and whatever. And I'm just like, dude, this is wild. And the performances between Jafar and the kid that played young Michael was fantastic. So good. Yeah. And so, I mean, honestly, on those alone, those two performances and Coleman Domingo, those three performances, I can't see how some of these people aren't throwing it a bigger bone just for that alone, because the performances were fantastic. I had an absolute blast and keep telling everybody to go see it. So
I think we all saw the movie with a paying audience.
Yeah.
That probably made a difference. I mean, Alan and I were not invited to an early screening, and I'm glad. I wouldn't have gone anyways. This is a movie to see with a crowd of fans, a very diverse crowd too, by the way.
Yeah, my theater was sold out. It was really good. Jafar Jackson gives a generational performance. I think what they decided really early on, because like Dante said, you could have done 3 fucking movies and still not gotten everything. I think they just tried to go for the spirit of his journey. And honestly, it kind of played like, in a weird way, a superhero underdog movie, in that Joe Jackson is the clear villain. And the entire movie is Michael getting to be Michael and be free of his obligations, perceived or otherwise, to the Jackson 5 and his dad, and stop trying to make everyone but himself happy. Loved the inclusion of Bubbles and all of his animals, that, like, bro, those are his only the fucking animals, and his mom are like the only friends he had. And he even says when he's younger, he's like, oh, they just want to take pictures of me. And also you see him turn into Michael. So by the time he fully puts on the costume and he's Michael, it was just really good. Could have made 1 billion of these movies and I would watch them. Yeah, critics are upset that we didn't have all the horrible, depressing stuff. But
this could
I thought it worked.
This could be like Michael Mann Begins, with the connected universe with Tito and Jackie, Marlon, Janet. I mean, like, you're right. Like, you could make 3 movies and barely touch on everything from such a creative family. But I do love the focus on conflict with the father and then his creative becoming Michael.
And a lot of shows don't tell. Like, I think, critics, I guess they wanted it in your face, but they set up that scene when he gets the nose job for the first time. And then, like, randomly, like a year later when they show a scene, he's got a bandage, with the implication being that obviously he's continued to do it. Yeah. Which I saw some people missing that. They're like, oh, bro, they're showing the passage of time very subtly. They don't, not everything is spelled out for you.
Yep. I am a little curious as to why Janet Jackson opted.
She declined. She decided to be in it. Yeah, she declined to be in it.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious.
They asked her, and she said no. Yeah, I just probably didn't want to be in the movie for personal reasons. Or
well, I mean, I can understand if they're going to disrespect Michael, but that was not a disrespectful movie. So, like, I'm curious.
Oh, I think she was probably mad she didn't have more of a focus in it.
You're
even Latoya, right. It's like you see her as a kid, and then the only real scene of substance is her with Michael looking at his nose, shopping. Oh, I should do that too. Yeah. And then we see what she did. So, like, Joe fucked. That's the other thing that comes across. Joe fucked that whole family up.
Oh, yeah.
Like before the Pepsi fire, I didn't realize that like the nose job started before any of that. I'm one of the people that always thought the vitiligo was a lie, and he just had the whatever thing. But if that's to be true, man, that started really early on. And if you know about vitiligo, because I have someone who has it, like stress and worry only makes it worse, and that man probably had a lot of stress and worry as depicted. So it really got across what a miracle his life was that he was able to find any sort of joy. And the helping kids in the hospital. Again, all that shit started way earlier on than I realized. First Michael Jackson, I saw
that moment when he's buying, when he's in the toy store and he's buying it, and he's signing stuff,
and constantly looking for father figures. His security guard, his lawyer, Quincy, all of them. Any male that wasn't fucking Joe Jackson. What a just great performance by Jafar.
By the way, Disney, if you want to bring people to your parks, release Captain EO.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like the intention was just to entertain, and especially fans of Michael Jackson. Is that why critics don't like it? That it wasn't this dire, depressing, melodramatic.
The bigger story, and that is him detaching himself from Joe, and ultimately finding that and becoming, right after the victory tour, becoming the Michael he wanted to be. That to me is the story of this, and to bring all the other stuff just muddles down that story, and you've got to have one. The best biopics are not about the person's entire life; it's about a segment of their life, and that's what I felt this one was.
And the fact that fresh allegations dropped 17 years after it supposedly happened, right when the state's going to start making money. Yeah, I think they were all fucking lying. I do. And there's a bigger reason for that. Michael maybe went to a certain place and then talked about how another country right next to them is being treated. And then immediately the allegations were. So, something
that hit me watching that movie. It's funny you brought up Elvis, Chris, because I was watching it and I was just thinking, like, Michael Jackson's career could have easily gone the way of Elvis. In the same way where Elvis's career was sidelined and ruined by the Colonel, Joe Jackson could have done that to Michael Jackson.
Right.
And Michael didn't step up and be like, "Fuck you, I'm out." His career could have ended up like Elvis because of Joe Jackson.
His lawyer, tell him, "Fuck you, I'm out."
Yeah. I mean, it was a crazy correlation there that I never realized until watching that movie.
Well, but he died. I mean, ultimately, he died due to a lack of a father figure, or at least a good one. For him to again, they glossed over the painkiller stuff. They brought it up just for a moment.
Yeah.
But that's ultimately what did him in. Was him not being able to make adult decisions about his pain and about his finances and everything like that.
Yeah. But Steph, we haven't heard from you. If you wanted to,
I haven't been able to go and see it. I really want to now that I'm listening to all of you guys started. But it sounds incredibly entertaining. And in my opinion, the critics are upset because they went in for the drama, for talking about all of the things that happen later in life, and then you get that, and people are praising this man that they do not like and have decided that they didn't like years and years ago. So that's why they're giving it such a low score. But I mean, it sounds incredibly entertaining for everyone who has been affected by Michael throughout their life and has loved his music for so long, despite all of these allegations, which after like the past few years have probably been proven that all of those allegations were absolutely fake. I'm really excited to go and see it. I wanted to see it last night, but I mean, I streamed for way too late. So
I think the problem is that in today's society, we have to either make someone a demon or an angel. And for some reason right now, Michael Jackson's a demon. And so you have to do everything you can to take this movie down. And I just get the sense of that when I read other critics, the negative reviews about this movie.
Yeah, but you can't deny that discrepancy right there, man. 97 to 38.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Look, these reviews that say that everybody's got to be an angel or demon. Alan, eat your own words. You're a hypocrite. You do the same thing. Don't talk about the critics like that, because you do the same thing. You did the same thing with Tron Ares. You tried to say it was woke, and it wasn't woke. You tried to say just because it was an Asian character that happened to have the Pominous code, you said that shit was woke, because it was trying to be inclusive of Asian community, which is for some fucking reason you're talking against your own. Not with your own people, because I think the person's Japanese and you're Chinese, but you're trying to call it woke, and woke is clearly a term that belongs to African Americans. And people don't even want to go in the origin story of what woke came from. And then, of course, white people take it because they steal everything, and they added people that it wasn't made for, including gays and homosexuals and lesbians and bisexuals and all this other shit. That started this whole woke movement trend thing that I'm just so sick and tired of, and I'm sick and tired of the anti-woke equally so, because they're both sides led by white people that are trying to create a division. And if they can't have division in woke culture and anti-woke culture, we have a division in something with Michael Jackson. When that division existed before woke became a thing again. So those angels and demons on just about anything nowadays, it's like, this ain't even a woke movement thing. This is just Michael Jackson as a person. Like, fuck the movie. They're talking about the damn person. Like, I know at one point I probably did believe in accusations. But at one point I was like, you know what? I don't think it's really true. I think it has to be made up at this point, because when you think about it, it just doesn't make any sense. It looks like it's made for money, because they don't even have evidence, bro. Everything's just allegations. When they keep saying the word allegation, when you keep throwing me that word, you know what you're telling me? You don't have any proof. I'm going to ask you, okay, do you have any evidence? No. Oh, I don't believe what you say. That's just common sense. Right now, I'm looking at a picture of Jackson's Next Generation. Everybody looks like they have a nose job. Everybody that's older than the age of 10 looks like they have a nose job. Damn, how did this happen? That can't be. That can't be.
That is insane.
That's why they're responding, because they know that they're getting called out. I just played Joe Jackson, Coleman Domingo. Like, he honestly had a Breaking Bad Walter White thing, except the difference is at the end of Breaking Bad, Walter eventually just admits he did it for himself, not his family. And Joe just kept saying it's for him. I was like, no, motherfucker, you didn't want to be in that still mill. It's
I think it's incredible that the critics gave it such a low score.
Bad Walter White thing, except the difference is at the end of Breaking Bad, Walter eventually just admits he did it for himself, not his family. And Joe just kept saying it's for him. I was like, no, motherfucker, you didn't want to be in that still mill.
I think it's incredible that the critics gave it such a low score, which just based upon like their feelings surrounding Michael Jackson, which to me is, the critics are review bombing this, whereas the fans went in 100%. And watched something that is incredibly entertaining, are very happy with it, and that's why the fan score is really, really high.
But Finding Neverland is like a 98% on them.
It's the flip opposite. It's the flip reverse of this. Yeah, and it's the crazy thing is right now, especially in this current like social climate, everybody's looking for more uplifting movies, and I think this one is a major it just brings joy into your life. And it's similar to Project Hail Mary, how Project Hail Mary is a very uplifting film and people enjoy it, and that's why these movies are going to do better than these like negative film. Like if this was a negative movie that put Michael in a negative light, I don't think people would have liked it.
What was I supposed to do?
And I don't honestly want to see.
What is he trying to do?
I think we good right here. We don't need to see any more out of this, because this was a perfect film for one of the biggest entertainers ever, and it leaves you on a high note. His story continues as it says at the end, and I don't think we need to see more. I'm perfectly fine with this, man.
Yeah, the last thing you wanted in this movie is a bummer ending.
Yeah. Nobody wants that.
But look, I've been around since the beginning of his career, followed him through different stages, and I question now we've seen a lot of mainstream narratives. If you start to look a little deeper and question, Michael brought people together in a way that no other performer in history was able to bring them together. Just everyone. And they really like hit that in this film.
Yeah.
I think it's going to come out. We haven't really seen, at least I haven't, the other side of the story of like
it was them
trying to take Michael down. There were a lot of reasons to do that. So
wouldn't that be interesting if that was
the other side of the story of like trying to take Michael down? There were a lot of reasons to do that. So
wouldn't that be interesting if that was the second movie?
Yes.
Second movie is going to be, that's what the second movie is going to be, because they're going to try to code it like, well, we created him, we can destroy him. That's what it's going to be about. The first movie is about building Michael up, and the second one's going to be about tearing him down. Like I said, rise and fall. That's what we're going to have. And this is not my general idea, by the way. I'm not taking credit for it. Other reviewers have said this, so these are their words, I will humbly admit. And I will admit that, like I said, I had a friend that tells me, well, this is part one, and because I felt like it was a part two. And he's like, yes, they've already begun filming. It's already been confirmed. They haven't begun filming it, but it's been confirmed to be a part two. So, damn, I love this. I love this Discord that we're going through. I really do. I want to keep going. This is by Michael Trapton.
They should have had
an AKA impersonator of Michael, kind of like a person who just tries to mimic the look and even the sound. You have Elvis impersonators, you have Michael impersonators. They pay these people to perform as these people at things like weddings and birthdays, so they get get calls.
this jacket with the striped pants. What's groovy, y'all? It's your boy Michael Trapson, and the time has finally come. Yes, I've just seen the official Michael movie, and boy, whew, there's a lot to unpack here. So I'm gonna give you my spoiler-free review. Number one, I want to talk about Jafar Jackson.
This nigga coming
nailed it, smooth. I mean, like the voice, the acting, like man, he sounds and embodied Michael Jackson to a T. I mean, of course, he doesn't look exactly like Michael Jackson, of course, and he's not supposed to because this is about the story. So, but man, it felt like I was watching Michael Jackson. It felt like I was watching, like, Michael Jackson in those early years, like, from the Off the Wall all the way up until like the Bad era, but like mainly the Off the Wall and Thriller era. He really focused in on that particular time period of his life. I want to shout out to Little Michael. He had me emotional. It was there's parts in the movie where he's really crushing the scene. It's definitely a tearjerker. You're gonna see like, damn, man, this little kid is going crazy. His singing was on point, acting was on point. He definitely embodied like the emotions of Little Michael. Like he had that feel, that essence. His dancing was really good, and it was just really, really good put together scenes with him. Cole Domingo, bro, he snapped. Like he really felt like he had the intimidation of Joe Jackson. You can feel a lot of scenes of fear that Michael Jackson had, or Jafar Jackson. He was able to Jafar Jackson was able to capture the fear of Michael. Joe Jackson was able to project that intimidation onto Michael. It was almost like the movie was more like a Michael versus Joe movie. I would say this movie felt like a Michael versus Joe movie / young Michael Jackson highlight montage reel. It felt like one long music video. There's so many great things to say about this movie. The recreation, the Victory Tour was amazing. You already saw that in the trailer. Now they got some other surprises for you that I can't spoil. So I want you to go watch that for yourself. But they got some. They hit you with some surprises.
Thank you.
They left a lot of things. Well, they didn't leave a lot, but they left some things out of the trailer. They left some things out of the trailer that you might really, if you're a fan of the earlier years, so if you're a fan of earlier Mike, they got some treats in there for you, man. The way they blend things together is very, very smooth. I like the way they put all that together. I love how they address certain parts of Michael Jackson's life, certain personal things he was going through. They kind of tie into that. Like I said, you felt like more connected to Michael Jackson as a person rather than Michael Jackson as the artist. They dive into his artistry, but it's more about Michael Jackson, the human being, which I think that's what the audience I was with, we all related to that. We all was connected to that. We all had fun. It was an emotional roller coaster. I will say that the movie felt like a one big emotional roller coaster. Catherine Jackson, Nia Long, of course, like she didn't have much to do in the movie. I mean, she had good supporting roles, but I don't think she had that much to do. She didn't have that much screen time, along with the brothers. The brothers didn't have as much screen time in the movie, but I guess, I mean, this movie is called Michael. So, as you know, there was no Janet. There's no Randy. You didn't see Randy. But you already kind of knew that from watching the trailer. So, I mean, you get what you get. So, but, bro, let's talk about the cinematography. The cinematography was super on point. Everything was really clean. It was clean, but also had that retro feel. It felt like the 80s, but also felt like an updated, like, modern version. Like, but it wasn't too cheesy. It felt like it felt like a slightly HD version of that time period of the 1980s and 1970s and 60s. So
African American born artist.
My brain is all over the place. Like I said, I just came back. I just saw this.
Louisiana roots. His family moved to Minnesota during the Great Migration.
Same time, I feel like I
saw enough. North to Minnesota.
The movie goes by very quickly. It's 2.5 hours, but it feels like 1 hour. I feel like you just watched an episode of Martin or something. I feel like the movie is more of a montage rather than a biopic or a documentary. They kind of blend a lot of things together. You're going to see it. So it definitely sometimes feels rushed. But at the same time, they're trying to pack in so much in 2.5 hours. Is literally impossible. The parts they kind of skipped over, I was like, damn, parts that I love, like the eras of Michael Jackson I love, I feel like it was kind of like brushed over a bit. But beside from that, man, they really did key in on the Michael mania as far as like his personal perspective of life, his position with his brothers, his family. You really dive into the chemistry of him and his father, and Bubbles. Of course, you saw from the trailer, Bubbles is in there, so Bubbles has a key role in a lot of these scenes in this movie. Man, I ain't gonna lie, man, it's just cool to see Michael again. I will say that, man. I feel like we got an alternate universe of watching Michael from a different perspective, the true perspective of what he was going through in his head emotionally. Like it was. I feel like it was more about the person rather than the glitz and glamour or the fame. That was like an afterthought. It was more like just Michael, what he was going through was internally, from growing up and evolving his sound, evolving the dance, evolving the legacy. So man, I was in there with the people. Of course, I had my stripe pants. I had those stripe pants. We're going. Woo! Had those on. Everybody was showing hella love. People was loving the stripe pants.
That's my name.
And I ain't gonna lie, of course you saw from the trailer the Victory Tour. Bro, when the Victory Tour came on, my heart started beating. I was like, oh my god, here we are. The Victory Tour, stripe pants. Now, of course, they didn't have the military jacket they were supposed to wear. I want to get into some of the I would say some of the cons. There's not too many cons, but as a Michael Jackson fanatic myself, I did have some gripes and a little bit of issues with certain things, certain moments. I feel like some certain moments were kind of like going back and forth, and sometimes the movie felt so much like a montage that certain scenes I think were jumping around too much. And like, hold up, this happened this time, this didn't happen this time, and and it's so, like I said, it's so much to cram into a 2-hour movie that I feel like a lot of things were rushed. Like, I wish we'd have spent some more time on this scene. I wish we'd have spent a little bit more time on this angle, or I wish we'd have spent some more time during this era. That was my con with that. They took some creative liberties. They rewrit history a little bit. Some of the song choices for some of the tours. I can't say which one in particular, but I was like, damn, why did y'all switch that? There was no reason to switch that. So they took some creative liberties that I thought was unnecessary at times. I'm like, I didn't have to do it that way. Why didn't you just keep it the way it really was? So like a lot of scenes with Jafar, I feel like maybe 75% of the movie, Jafar looks so much like Michael Jackson. And there's times where I'm like, oh, the makeup could have been a little bit better. The hair could have been a little bit better. Like, it was certain scenes, I'm like, the hair was just like all over the place. I don't know who was in charge of hair and makeup of some of them scenes, but I was like, yeah, that to me didn't look smooth at all. I say that as my hair is probably all like popping out right now, but I would say some of the outfits were like for example, the shirt he wore in the trailer for the Victory Tour. They did a fusion of this shirt and this shirt. See, they were kind of, the Victory Tour was planned. The outfit he was wearing was supposed to be like a recreation of the Kansas City, which will be this shirt with the the cinched shoulders, the puffy shoulders, but the collar like this. But then the sequins are like kind of going like in a almost like a triangle, but it's not like so harsh. And he had sequins on the back of his, like kind of like how this was. Yeah, his shirt was more of this pattern in the movie, but he didn't have this collar. This is based off the Toronto shirt. This is the Toronto shirt. He should have had this jacket and this sash. If that had hit me up, I would have let them borrow this jacket. It's the Kansas City jacket. I would let them borrow.
How are you all doing today? Welcome to the
just for the scene. Of course, I told you in my last trailer breakdown, the scene with Michael Jackson standing on top of the limousine waving to the fans. He had a different jacket on. He should have had the Walk of Fame jacket, the black sequin with gold sash going across it. But you know, they switched that up. They took another creative liberty. I'm like, why y'all changing things? I don't understand it, but I guess that's their movie. They're gonna do it how they want to do it. But I would have really loved if they had this jacket. This jacket with the stripe pants. They should have had this jacket with the stripe pants, but they didn't have it. They did their own thing. They went with this shirt mixed with this shirt. I'm like, why did y'all see? And that's why you do need some crazy fan fanatics on deck to be like, hey, I know you're trying to take a creative liberty. I see what you're trying to do, but look, let's not do that. Let's not piss off the diehards. Let's keep it original. Keep it real. Keep it OG. Keep it the same. Don't change it too much. But obviously, it's like, you know, the casual fan, they won't notice. Especially a lot of people don't pay attention to the victory tour as much as I do. But it's just little things like that. I'm like, I would have kept the OG. But aside from that, Jafar's voice sounds amazing. You're gonna hear some scenes in here where he sounds exactly like Michael Jackson. Sometimes you can't tell if it's him or if it's Michael Jackson because it's that close. So I was trying to listen. So my brain was okay. That's Michael Jackson. Sometimes hold up, that I can't tell. I really can't tell. If I would rate this movie, I would give it an 8.4 out of 10. Only because some of the switches, it was like, what are y'all doing? Y'all some things they switched up. I'm like, why did you switch that up? There was no reason to do that. That those off and like, especially it was some like iconic moments that y'all switched up. It kind of threw me off. I'm like, that threw me off a little bit. Wasn't feeling that so much. Honestly, I'm keep it real. I wasn't really too hyped about the thriller scenes too much. I think they probably should have waited to show that in the movie. It was already spoiled from the trailer. Same thing with the Motown 25. The Motown 25 I felt was better in the theater than watching it on Instagram or on social media. I would have definitely not have showed any of that stuff in the trailer. I felt like the thriller scenes were shot all great, but I felt like they could have did his makeup and hair a little better for the thriller scenes. Me personally, I feel like his hair was a little off. I feel like he was a little, I don't know if he might have been a little chunkier for that scene. I don't feel like he was skinny enough.
Al was looking for just the right song to start his new record career off with a band.
Nonetheless,
he needed the right look, the right artist to parody, and most importantly,
me personally, I would have shot the thriller scenes of him. I just wish they would have had this jacket. I wish they would have did it right. Kansas City, man, I was so looking forward to seeing that, but we can't always get what we want in life, you know, so not everything's gonna be perfect, but at least we got a great movie and a great story. So there's definitely gonna be a part 2, so we gotta look forward to that, and I'm happy about that. So I'm just happy that we at least got some great content, a great film that shows Michael in a great light. It's not about none of that weird stuff they be talking about with the media. It's not about none of that, no tabloid mess. It's just a good, fun film to make you really appreciate Michael, and makes you remember like why you fell in love with Michael Jackson in the first place, why you fell in love with his music and his artistry in the first place. It felt like a lot of documentaries I've seen already just combined into a film. Like I said, this film just felt like a one long montage music video / like fever dream of Michael Jackson. It was great though. Shout out to Jafar again. It was amazing. I loved it. 8.4 out of 10. And yeah, that's my review. So, and also, please do not listen to the critics. I know Rotten Tomatoes gave this movie a lower score. Please do not listen to that. Go watch it for yourself. Make up your own assumption. The Jackson family is behind it. Shout out to my boy Taj Jackson. He told me himself, yo man, this movie is made for the fans, by the family, as far as like the stories. We gave them the stories. The family gave the producers the stories, and they go on. They're telling Michael Jackson's story through the lens of Jafar. So, man, make sure you go check it out. It's Michael Mania. It's all about Michael, which means it's all about us. Which means it's all about the world. We're all here, man, and it's bringing all this back together, making everybody be connected again, off the love and the magic.
It's for you. Jackson, this better be good.
Michael Jackson is Action Jackson.
A group of terrorists have stolen a huge stockpile of nuclear warheads from a Utah military base. They've got them aimed at all the major cities in America. The lives of millions hang in the balance.
Well, why don't you call one of your cops who's not on suspension?
Don't bust my up, Jackson. You know, I wouldn't even be calling you if you weren't such a darn good cop.
Sorry, Cap. I got better things to do.
Marco!
Hello.
Well, maybe this will change your mind. They've taken a hostage.
Ooh. Bubbles. This time is personal. Don't break the piñata without me. Don't break the piñata without me.
Watch Michael as you've never seen him before.
Bubbles.
Yo, G. Who is this extremely fine white chick?
And the legend of Michael Jackson. Shimon! So don't listen to them. It's all doo-doo. It's all a mess. It's ignorant. It's nonsense. It's not true. Go watch it yourself. So yeah, if you like my spoiler-free review on the Michael movie, make sure you give me a like, give me a comment, share this video. You know, we outside with the stripe pants. The stripe pants are goated. And always remember, you are light, you are love, and you are a miracle. Unless you ever forget it. Shimon. Stripe pants!
You wish you were the color you were again.
Do I wish I was the color? You have to ask nature that. I love black. I love.
Do you wish you were that way?
I envy her because she can tan and I can't. I want to set the record straight. That if people hear a lie long enough, people believe it. That people have lied on me. I'm a black American and I'm proud of it. And I'm honored of it. The bleach skin rumor, which is a rumor, I don't bleach my skin.
Did you ever, as this young boy said you did you ever sexually engage, fondle, have sexual contact with this child or any other child?
Never, ever. I could never harm a child or anyone. It's not in my heart. It's not who I am. And it's not what I'm not even interested in that.
What is your response to
I would love to show more, but I think what I want to do is quit here and kind of have my own personal time and seeing some funny videos because I'm laughing my ass off. I gotta say, I'm laughing my ass off. So, and I'm not getting that many views according to the metrics. We'll stop for now. Part 2 later. Like and subscribe. Hit that notification bell.